to it, may I humbly request the ministers and the CEO to please take the panel seats. Thank you. Honorable Minister of Finance, Neil Rickenberg, representing the Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Chief Ndlaluhlaza Ndwandwe, the Minister of Public Works and Transport. Government officials present, the Sinkapetelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund Board of Directors, CEO, senior management and staff, representatives from the Road Traffic Management Corporation, RTMC, our visitors from MVA Namibia, Ochandet Meteo, and welcome by Eswatini for Yedi INDABA. Our visitors from MVA Botswana, Kiamogetswe Eswatini, and the Road Accident Fund, RAF, Siane Mugela. And of course, the Transport Accident Commission, Australia, who will be joining us online. Members of the Road Safety Council of Eswatini, members of the Royal Eswatini Police Service, emergency preparedness and response teams, all SMAF partners, our esteemed panelists, representatives from traditional and social media houses, those who are joining us online on the live stream, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Road Injury Prevention INDABA 2024. My name is Tamsanga Courtesy Sibanze, and it is an absolute pleasure to direct the proceedings of the next 2 days here at the Happy Valley Hotel in the beautiful valley of Ezulwini. This is a pivotal convention of leading experts, policymakers, and stakeholders from around the SADC region and Australia. And we are all gathered to address the critical issues of injuries and deaths on our roads. We would love to extend our heartfelt thanks to the Sinkapetelo Motor Vehicle Accidents Fund, SMVAF, and all collaborating stakeholders for hosting the Road Injury Prevention INDABA 24. This event aims to sensitize stakeholders on the profound impact of road crashes, injuries in our countries. It is a significant intervention aligned with the United Nations Decade of Action, which seeks to reduce road accidents by half by the year 2030. Now, over the next 2 days, we will dive into the series of events that are triggered by road crash injuries, because they place immense pressure on our health facilities to provide medical treatment and rehabilitation. These injuries not only burden our healthcare systems, but they also negatively impact our economy, as many accident victims are within the economically productive age group. The theme for this year is Enough is Enough. We're here to declare that we will no longer accept the devastating consequences of the road traffic accidents. Our goal is to collaborate with all stakeholders in the prevention of these incidents by implementing global best practices. Additionally, we aim to effectively provide quality medical treatment, rehabilitation, and compensation for motor vehicle accident victims. Together, let us work towards a future where our roads are safer, our healthcare system is less burdened, and our economy can thrive without the loss of injury caused by preventable road accidents. Enough is enough, and it is time for action. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce a leader who will officially welcome us and outline the key deliverables for the Road Injury Prevention INDABA 24. And that is none other than the CEO of the Sincapetelo Motor Vehicle Accidents Fund, Mr. David Mfanimpela Mieni. Now, Mr. Mieni holds a BA in Social Science, Economics and Statistics from UNISWA, and an MSc in Agricultural Economics from the University of Reading, a diploma in Business Management from Damelin, and a graduate certificate in Human Resources Management from the University of Pretoria, and an MPhil in Development Finances from the University of Stellenbosch. Before becoming CEO of the SMVAF, he worked in various roles, including as an economist at the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development, Mushroom Project Manager for UNDP Swaziland, Business Development Advisor for the IDAA project under the WK Kellogg's Foundation Africa program, and Program Director of the Microfinance Unit. He also serves as the CEO of the Center for Financial Inclusion. Additionally, Mr. Mieni is a member of the Immigration Advisory Committee at the Ministry of Home Affairs, the chairperson of the Essa Park Board, and a board member of the MTN Eswatini FinTech. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our host, the CEO of the SMVAF, Mr. David Mfanimpela Mieni.
Thank you, Program Director. When you started reading at the other details below, I then got scared. Honorable His Excellency, Honorable Minister for Finance, representing His Excellency the Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister for Public Works and Transport, colleagues that we're working with in the road crash value chain, partners from the region, as they have been mentioned by the Program Director, and also from Australia, distinguished guests, media houses, management staff from the Sincapetelo MVA Fund, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the board, management, and staff of the Sincapetelo MVA Fund, it is our pleasure to have your presence together with the presence of the Minister, Honorable Minister for Public Works and Transport. We are quite happy that we are in this inaugural symposium, which we have themed Enough is Enough. Honorable Minister, we are saying most of the injuries that we have on the roads, from the data that we have, it indicates clearly that these are accidents that can be prevented. So in that way, as the member or an actor within the road crash value chain, we took the responsibility to say we collaborate, we find ways through which we can address the problem. I can make an illustration, Honorable Minister, about one of the week which was really terrible, whereby within a 7-day span, there were 27 people that were injured on the road. And out of those, 3 lost their lives. And that was from 3 separate road crash incidents. We have also been observing, we have a funeral benefit that is extended to those that lose their lives from the roads. That benefit has been increasing, which for us is an indication that we now have to do something to ensure that we minimize the effect. We are very much delighted, Minister, from the support that we are receiving, first of all, from the stakeholders that are within the road safety space, which is led by the Road Safety Council. We want to express our sincere appreciation, Minister, and we are quite aware that the ministry launched last year the National Road Safety Strategy. As the fund, we just want to commit that we will support the implementation of the strategy and find ways through which we are able to provide the results when the target period comes to an end in 2030. We can also mention that we have stakeholders that we are working with in the region. We want to express our appreciation for making the time to be with us in this event. What we can indicate, Honorable Minister, is that the intention of this event, first of all, we want to create an understanding on the situation of road crash and road crash injuries in the country. We want to provide the context in terms of what is the data saying and how is the analysis. Also, we want to share information from the various stakeholders that we are working with on the issues of enforcement, since we believe that is one aspect which can help us address the situation. We have also added, Honorable Minister, the aspects of judiciary, since we know that we have the traffic laws. Most of these accidents, they come as a result of someone having not have followed those rules. So in that way, those will be in a position to help us on what is provided within the law and what are the elements that can be reinforced so that the situation is reinforced. We will then have another interesting program, Minister, whereby we will be delving on the medical treatment and rehabilitation issues, since we know that once you are injured, Babe Mamhlanga will agree with me that we try as much as we can to quickly transfer you to a hospital. So we're quite happy that within us we have providers from the health space who will be in a position to share with us the experience to say what happens then after the accident. And there will also be an opportunity for case studies so that all of us as the stakeholders were able to fully understand the journey for those that have had the unfortunate situation of being involved in an accident. We are quite hopeful, Minister, that from this engagement we will be in a position to identify key areas that if we can focus on, they can provide us with the maximum impact in terms of how we can reduce the injuries. At the same time, we want to develop a baseline to say from the elements that are occurring within the health space, what are the elements that all of us within the road crash value chain can look into. And we are hoping that we will image the issues and actions to research so that at the end we are able to provide recommendations to the ministers, to Parliament, that will be based on evidence. So with those remarks, we just want to express our sincere appreciation, Honorable Minister, and also to assure you that this is not a talk show. but this is an action that will then help us provide substantial steps that we can indicate on an annual basis, Minister, on the things that are being implemented to avert the unfortunate situation of road crash injuries. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Babemieni, the Petelo Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, for hosting this road injury prevention INDABA 24. We greatly appreciate the wonderful work the SMVAF is doing under your leadership to enhance road safety and support accidents victims in Eswatini. Now, the mission of the Ministry of Public Works and Transport is very clear: to contribute to the sustainable economic development and attainment of the national vision through the provision and maintenance of quality, environmentally friendly, accessible public infrastructure, and an enabling atmosphere for a safe, efficient, and effective transportation system. This is why they're a key stakeholder of the SMVAF. Here to also welcome us to the Road Injury Prevention INDABA 24 is the Minister of Public Works and Transport, Chief Ndaluhlaza Ndwandwe. Chief Ndwandwe is a BSc graduate with a background in teaching, who is now serving his second term as the Honorable Minister of Public Works and Transport. In this role, he oversees the development and maintenance of public infrastructure, including roads, bridges, and transportation systems. His leadership is focused on improving the country's infrastructure to support economic growth and enhance public safety. With his experience and education, Chief Ndwandwe brings a unique perspective to his ministerial duties, emphasizing the importance of sustainable development and efficient resource management in public projects. Please put your hands together and welcome the Minister of Public Works and Transport, Chief Ndaluhlaza Ndwandwe, who will then introduce the Honorable Minister of Finance representing the Prime Minister today.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable Minister of Finance, who today is representing His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. So, Honorable Minister, today will refer to you as Your Excellency. Board members, CEO and staff of MVA Fund, Eswatini, representatives of the Road Traffic Management Corporation, representatives of Sister Motor Vehicle Accident Fund, representative of Transport Accident Commission, Road Safety Council, government officials, Royal Eswatini Police Service, ladies and gentlemen. We gather here today, Your Excellency, to seek solution to rampant road injuries. Road injuries are preventable, and all road users have the responsibility to prevent them. Individual and collective responsibility by all stakeholders, from road designers and contractors, vehicle users and pedestrians, livestock owners, community leaders, law enforcement agencies, to public, private, and non-governmental organization partners, is at the center of the drive necessary to inculcate new road behavior by all. The Global Status Report on Road Safety of 2023 points towards a slight reduction in road injuries and deaths. But this is no cause for celebration. A total of 1.9 million people died from road injuries, indicating a reduction of 5% from the previous period. Whilst this may be a global reflection, it still remains alarming. In Eswatini, the first 5 months of the year, there's been a total of 65 road users killed on our roads. Out of these, 31 are pedestrians, which is 48%, whilst 18 are passengers, and that constitutes 28% of the total deaths. Pedestrians and passengers are not in control of vehicles, yet they suffer more than drivers and account for 75% of the fatalities. This goes against Eswatini's sustainable development aspirations and must be curtailed through behavior change by all road users, accompanied by intensive law enforcement. To undertake the necessary behavior changes by all road users, stakeholders, adequate attention and resources must be deployed at driver training level, design and construction stages, road maintenance, road safety education and promotion, road traffic law enforcement, as well as post-accident care. The 3-star safety-rated roads design and construction principle that caters for non-motorized transport, which includes pedestrians, cyclists, and others, must be the pillar of our roads infrastructure development. Of great concern is that as of 2019, out of all ages, road deaths account for the 12th cause of death for people. For ages 5 to 29, the leading cause of death for this segment is road injuries. This generation carries on its shoulders the future of their respective countries, and no effort must be spared in safeguarding their development. We are gathered here today to consider and identify solutions that can have a positive impact on road injury response and post-care so as to minimize the overall effect of road injuries, avoiding costly treatment, long-term injuries, acquired disabilities, and deaths. The Singapetela Motor Vehicle Accidents Fund is tasked with providing early post-accident solutions, up to rehabilitative measures for road traffic crash victims, and compensate as well for losses suffered in terms of the legislation establishing them. We commend this fund's continued improvement in their performance in this regard. Whilst post-crash care is an important part of road safety framework, we challenge MVA Fund to also heighten her contribution in the road user behavior change program. For if road injuries are successfully prevented, the burden on the fund is mitigated. Your Excellency, the Ministry of Public Works and Transport has, through the Road Safety Council of Eswatini, caused to be formulated the approved National Road Safety Strategy 2023 to 2030 in June 2023. Strategic areas were identified which help reduce road deaths, and on the priority are issues of strengthening the prevention. The legislative and institutional arrangements relating to the Road Safety Council are currently being reviewed with the help of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. A validation report of the legislative gaps has been completed, and a request to proceed to drafting stage has been made to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs through the Office of the Attorney General. UNECA has pledged to support the Ministry in drafting the legislation and prepare it for debate and possible enactment of the renewed and strengthened prevention position of the country. Your Excellency, we are confident that this initiative aimed at road injury prevention shall come up with practical and effective interventions to improve life expectancy of the people of Eswatini as a whole. I thank you.
Kulesikhathi nduna inkosi lomndunankulu namuhla sesitawucela ukuthi usale utobeka emavi laphuma khona ehhovisini lemhlonishwa ndunankulu. Ndawucela ukuthi umhlangano uphakame semukele ndunankulu wanamuhla.
Please be seated, everybody. Minister of Public Works and Transport, the board of MVA, CEO of MVA, the institutions, the fellow institutions from in our region that have joined us today, the MVAs from Botswana and Namibia, and from South Africa. Welcome here. Lovely having you with us. We appreciate it. I think we're zooming in Australia earlier or later. It'll also be great to have them with us. The police, the fire brigade that are here. I see Kango in the room, and just all the guests, government officials, all the different departments that work with us on these same efforts. I really thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I really believe it's going to be a lovely 2 days, and welcome to you all. It's an honor to stand before you today as we commence this vital road injury prevention INDABA. This gathering is a testament to our collective commitment to addressing the critical issues of road crash personal injury in Eswatini. As we reflect on the challenges we face, it becomes clear that our efforts must be unified, robust, and sustained if we are to achieve meaningful progress. The country's 7-year road safety strategy aims to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries due to accidents. The strategy encompasses road safety management, safer roads and mobility, safer vehicles, safer road users, and better post-crash response. The Road Safety Council, under the Ministry of Works and Transport, leads this effort of coordinating, legislating, and monitoring the country's progress. The fund is part of the actors that have committed to support government towards the implementation of this strategy. Road crash personal injuries are a significant concern in our country. In recent times, we advise that we lose more than 200 people from accidents annually. The World Health Organization estimates that the number could be much higher, at 361. Such a loss is not only a financial burden, but profound human tragedy that affects countless families and communities. Pedestrians account for more than 60% of road crash injuries on average. I think the Minister was talking about this year so far in Eswatini, highlighting the urgent need for safer roads and stricter enforcement of traffic laws. About 4 people die on our roads every week on average, and many more suffer life-altering injuries. This ongoing tragedy has reached a point where we must take decisive action. Therefore, I echo the sentiment of our former Prime Minister, Honorable Cleopas Dlamini, who declared last year that enough is enough, in line with the theme that we have, and has committed government to reducing road accident deaths and injuries by 50% by the year 2030. Our roads must also cater for non-motorized transport to ensure the safety of all users. The MVA Fund, a statutory body and Category A public enterprise, plays a crucial role in this endeavour. Funded through a fuel levy, the MVA Fund compensates victims and their dependents following motor vehicle accidents. Their claims liabilities have increased significantly from about 252 million emalangeni in 2019 to over £500 million emalangeni in 2023. The MVA Fund strongly believes that reducing fatal and serious road accidents can lead to a better managed fund that can adequately and timelessly pay benefits to claimants. Consequently, the fund has resolved to play an active role in joining stakeholders in reducing fatalities and serious injuries, aiming for a 10% reduction over the next 4 years. This INDABA is a critical platform, or a crucial platform, for us to facilitate dialogue across all post-crash actors in the country. These include actors within the road safety space, the law enforcement, the evacuation of the accident victims from the accident scene, the medical treatment of the victims, as well as the rehabilitation and restoration back to their communities. I'm confident that the interaction will provide us with a clear action plan or framework to enhance partnerships and resource mobilizations towards addressing these issues. I have been alerted that within this INDABA, there's the participation of the 3 sister MVA funds in the region, South Africa, which they refer to as RAF, MVA Botswana, and MVA Namibia, the Road Management Traffic Commission from RSA, as well as the Traffic Accident Commission, TAC, from Australia. This is in addition to the variety of local stakeholders, including the Road Safety Council, the Royal Eswatini Police Service, the Judiciary, the Law Society of Eswatini, the media, and the health service providers. As a result, I'm sure that the engagements will provide the necessary learning that will improve our situation. In closing, let us remember that these injuries are not just a governmental responsibility, but a collective one. Every Liswati has a role to play in reducing road carnage. Let us be vigilant, adhere to road traffic laws, and promote safe practices in our communities. Together we can build a safer and more prosperous Eswatini where our roads are secure and our citizens can thrive. I wish you all the best as you deliberate in these next 2 days. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the warm welcome to our panelists, and can we just give them a round of applause as they exit the stage? Thank you to the CEO and the ministers. Thank you. Thank you for those warm welcome remarks from CEO, the Minister of Public Works and Transport, and the Minister of Finance, representing His Excellency the Prime Minister. We have now been given the full scope of why we're here and the go-ahead to exchange best practices on how we can better serve the people we have a duty to protect. We will now dive into our first session for the day, which will focus on road crash statistics analysis. What is the reality on the ground? Does it support the need for gatherings such as this one? We will begin with a presentation of recent data on road crashes in Eswatini, brought to us by the Royal Eswatini Police Service. Following the presentation, we will have a panel discussion on the causes and trends in Eswatini and the SADC region. So please join me in welcoming the moderator of the session on road crash statistics and analysis, and that is the managing editor of the Eswatini Observer group of newspapers, Mr. Mbongeni Mbingo. And the panel, which I believe Mr. Mbingo will have the opportunity of introducing us or allowing them to introduce themselves in their fullest capacity. We have the Road Traffic Management Corporation, Kevin Karavala. From MVA Namibia, Ruben Upinda. From MVA Botswana, we have Mr. Tabano Musi. From the Road Accident Fund South Africa, we have Marazel Fivers. But before we get into this panel discussion, may I please request, representing the Royal Eswatini Police Service, Superintendent Lucito Dlamini, to give us the presentation on the statistics and analysis.
Your Excellency, oh, he's going away. The representative of our Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister of Public Works and Transport, Chief Fire Officer, sir, my CEO, from Snempetelo MVA Fund, and the other CEOs invited from outside the Kingdom of Eswatini. Distinguished honorable guests, good morning. I'm lucky I've not been introduced with many things on board. My name is Emmanuel Lucito Dlamini. Mine is very short and brief, honorable members, because I'm aligned with the adage that says adult education is so sophisticated in that every subject matter that you talk about to adults, they have got preconceived information about it. So there isn't much that I'm going to say, except that I'm just going to unpack the little figures that we have as the 1.2 million population of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable members, allow me, before I go any further, to welcome the panelists here. I'm sure I will speak only 5 minutes and they will take the rest. And also introduce to you my leaders from the traffic department in the Royal Eswatini Police Service, whom we have been mandated together to come and share this important information to this INDABA. I have got with me Mrs. Dlamini Ingosgati Ulasiaya and Miss Nozipho Masego, together with Sehlo Lihle Dlamini, under the Accident Prevention Office of the Royal Eswatini Police Service. I don't know, I can't hear myself. Am I loud and clear? Thank you. And also, I would have failed in my duties not to extend the accolades from the National Commissioner of Police, who has mandated us to come and share this information. As I invite you onto the flight, Royal Eswatini Police Service, please enjoy your seat. I will be cruising at a very low speed, very low altitude. Unless you redirect the flight, it will take about 45 minutes for us to reach the destination. Maybe just to zoom into who are we as a Royal Eswatini Police Service, for the sake of those that are coming from outside the kingdom. The Royal Eswatini Police Service, honorable members, is just an entity of government established in terms of the Police Act as amended in 2018, and the national or the supreme law of the land under section 189, mandated to preserve peace and tranquility in the country and also to protect life and property. And we are here today to talk about the loss of life, which is our primary duty. And the government of Eswatini has mandated us through the development index that as police, we have to hold the pillar of minimizing road accidents or road deaths, to be specific, and homicides by 7% per annum. So we have got a mammoth task before us, and such is enshrined in our strategic plan as an organization. You are excused. And also, our gathering here, ladies and gentlemen, is in line with our mantra as a Royal Eswatini Police Service, which is combating crime and road traffic accidents through robust police action in partnership with the public. Hence, we are partnering here together. We believe that community participation and responsiveness is equal to professionalism in doing whatever you want to do. We will surely learn from one another, I believe, in the 2 days we'll be here, and copy best practices and standards from other learned friends hearing us. Remember, statistics is not just figures. I wish to state and emphasize that one. Statistics is human lives lost. This is a representative of pain to others and a grief and suffering to other people in the country. And it is also affecting the economy of the land because there will be increased costs of goods and services, and hence poverty is approaching along the line. And there are child-headed families as a result of these statistics we are going to present before you. And for us as police, we are on the receiving end of crime increase due to the fact that people now no longer are able to get assistance from their fellow fathers and mothers who were taking care of them. I'm not sure how this thing is planned to be, Mr. Bingo, but allow me just to unpack the little statistics that we have, and then you will lead us through the whole discussion. Hence, I said 45 minutes will be in us. We will be presenting to you the statistics 2022 and 2023, and 2024 from January to June last month. But we just wanted to give you a snap picture of what is happening, what is obtaining from January to this year, and what has happened during 2022 and 2023. And mind you, honorable members, these are statistics of reported accidents. Those that are not reported to us, we don't know about them. There are many reasons you may ask me at the end. Why? Maybe to state further, we will do a comparison of these accidents and also state the regions. We have got 4 geographical regions in the country, that is Woho, Manzini, Lubombo, and Shiselweni. Where it hurts most, we will inform you. But in any case, we have got a system in government that has been developed by the Minister of ICT. It is working across the country. The whole government systems are using that system. And with us, we are capturing the data, the raw data of accidents reported to police using Form RSP 126. And that form enables us to unpack the number of accidents that have been reported, because every police station, and for every accident that has been reported in that particular police station, they've got a duty to upload the raw data of such an accident into the system. And that system is capable of giving us reports, periodic reports, which we are able to derive the statistics that we are about to state before you. And this form is, in short, we wanted just you to see the glimpse of the form. It may be very, very tedious for you because it shows the number of vehicles involved, the number of casualties, passengers and pedestrians. And further, this form is able to depict the location, because the officers have got to insert the coordinates or the nodes of the roads where the accident occurred. This enables us then to pick up the black spots of certain accidents that are occurring timeously and now and again. But however, may I hasten to mention that the coordinates are a little bit tedious for the country for now, reason being the Ministry of Public Works is doing all that it can to develop the roads that were gravel roads and changing them into being tarred roads. And in the process, the mapping of the roads is now a little bit changed. So somehow we are having a big challenge in identifying the export of an accident, especially as we say where the accident occurs. People who may know, who have been into they know that from Babane to Manzini, we were using Mahlanya route some years back, but to date, we are using a highway, and that is a process. So we are eagerly awaiting, Minister, may I make mention to that one, that the honorable technicians, I think they are doing all that is within their powers to make sure that the coordinates of the country are updated to be contemporary as possible. Maybe then let us zoom into the statistics of 2022 and 2023 in order for us to reach our destination very much faster. Honorable members, we will see here, behind me, can you see my brother this side? We have statistics of 2022 and 2023. These are reported accidents. What this thing is representing is this challenge, whereby we have an increase of accidents that have occurred between these two periods. And the increase is reflected that it is above by 21%. And that is not something to celebrate. Now, the billion-dollar question is, why? And what have we done? What have we not done? Then these panelists will answer those questions. When we go further onto the next slide, we are zooming into what is obtaining now. You will realize that the accidents are almost half of the previous years, which is 2022 and 2023. And we are in the middle of the year, isn't it? We are almost in the middle, or maybe we have gone past. The accidents are 3,176 by the 31st of June. And if that is the case, it means we may also, by the end of the year, have about 6,000 and something accidents. Though the number of people have a little bit reduced. then we have to sit down around the table together and say, what is it that you have done right this year? Hence, you have mitigated the number of accidents to this much. I hope we are still flowing together. The comparison that we have put on the next slide is just for you to appreciate that in 2022 and in 2023, how many fatal accidents we had, how many serious accidents we had, and minor accidents. And to us, I must mention, Honorable Minister, that we need to adopt the international standard as a country. I don't know why, I don't know how, but this statistics is not always constant. Reason is, in the country, it is assumed, or it is an acceptable norm that a person has died as a result of an accident, even after a year the accident has occurred. Yet internationally, they say, unless you die within 30 days of the occurrence of the accident, then that statistics will come and be counted into there. Hence, these numbers maybe they may be lower or maybe higher, because sometimes a person will be involved in a serious accident. A serious accident with us is a person who has been injured on the road and admitted in an hospital. And that person may die after 3 months as a result of the in and out treatment that he has been receiving from the accident. And eventually that figure will be counted as a fatal accident on a later date. Hence, the statistics is not constant. And further, we have outlined in a graph form the ages of the people that suffer or almost are victims of these accidents. Honourable members, you will concur with us that the number of age, the age limit of the people that are always involved in these accidents are people of the ages between the age of 19 or 15 up to the age of 46. And these people are the economy drivers of the country. These people are the people who are almost working or in tertiary. The government has spent so much money in making sure that they realize tertiary education, and also that money is coming from the taxes and coffers of the country. And you can realize then that we are losing quite a number of reproductive people. So we will have our population extinct in the near future. Yes, sir. Joman. Command, sir. Jomane has been a minister of finance some time back, so he has got an influence in monetary things, so you must know. Maybe we need to go down, because already I'm obstructing my learned friend this side in the process. But in any case, I can throw back lest I fall. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah. Okay. Just a little bit backward, my brother. Yeah, please. Yeah, and I'm not going to move. I'll be stagnant. See, when you wash your hands, you might dine with the elders. People are taking podiums for me. Maybe back into our slide, honorable members, I was just making a mention on the issue of the challenge that the people who are being victims of these accidents are mostly the people who are assisting the country to gain more economy, and the people whom the country has invested so much to them. And that is a challenge. It's nothing to celebrate about. And then I'm very much, and as a police service, we are very much inclined to the perception of the Road Safety Council that has established a Center of Excellence at the University of Eswatini, whereby research is going to be carried out. Maybe we will have scientific results and maybe scientific interventions as to mitigate the above, this challenge that we are seeing here. And maybe to go further, honorable members, without much waste of your time, this is in 2023, and also the same thing is happening in 2023. So you can see that on both years, the challenges are the same. And I may mention that also in this year, it is the same. Maybe we can further go into the slide of regional statistics. As I've made mention that we have got 4 regions geographically in the country, you can see that Manzini region is taking the lead. In all the years, Manzini region is taking the lead. Maybe there are reasons why. Could be that Manzini is overpopulated than the other regions. It could be that Manzini has got more nicer roads than the others. It could be that maybe people in Manzini are more licensed and more richer than the others. Hence, all of them have got vehicles, and they traverse using the road all the time. But it's a cause for concern. Why in Manzini? Why not in the other regions? So Manzini is taking the lead, followed by Hoho region, and Lubombo is coming together with Shiselweni at the back, trailing behind. But honorable members, this is just a reflection, according to the system, that these statistics are just like the same even in 2022 and 2023. Manzini is taking the lead. And maybe we can also zoom into the number of accidents that are occurring when, because we have to answer the question. Sit down around the table. Most of our time at police headquarters, we sit and think about what is it that we have to do? When? When should we deploy most police officers on the road? Why? So these are the questions that come up with this report is giving us, the statistics is giving us also a feedback on the number of days that we need to make vigorous interventions on the roads, because that is what we are capable of doing. In terms of the Traffic Act, that is our mandate. We have to enforce. During the week of Thursday, in a week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are the days when we should have a number of officers on the roads. Hence, we have developed a strategy within the police stations that, hey, you guys, we have got people who are called in charge traffic in each police station. That is the man leading the traffic team for the station commander. We said, you must allow these people to go and rest between Sunday, Monday, and other days, Tuesday. But from Wednesday up to Friday, up to Saturday, make sure you leave no stone unturned. And also, the time thereof, because you have to be specific, not to miss. You have to be specific that you deploy the officers around the hour of 1400 hours to 22 or 2100 hours. So these are the times where we suffer most accidents in the country. Maybe the reason is because we are going back home then. I don't know why we are not having accidents in the morning when we are going to work. But most accidents, we incur them when we are going back home. Maybe it's because maybe we've taken one or two in order to reach home without any quarrels with the family at home, because sometimes we need to relax our minds. But having said that, honorable members, allow me to zoom into the major causes that we have as a country, as a service, identified according to the system that are the causes of these accidents. you will realize that we have got this era of misjudgment whereby we're saying the person was negligent when he was driving the road. This could be a pedestrian, this could be a motorist who has not conducted himself in a safe manner as he was driving on the road. I mean, walking on the road or driving the vehicle on the road. But all these things may result to some people. You might find that a person who is doing an error in judgment is not actually being involved in an accident. I don't know how I can say this strongly. These people who normally do an error of judgment are people with a Dutch courage, people who are happy, people who may not be victims of the accidents. Hence we call these people reckless drivers. Because in reckless driving, you may be reckless in your driving, but not be involved in the accident. And other people become victims of that accident. Hence you hear a person telling you, oh, I saw a cow, someone was chasing a cow, or I saw someone was overtaking negligently. Hence I went out of the road and I was involved in the accident. And these are those types of accidents. And there are so many. Maybe we are not present, I don't know. And also, maybe without wasting much of your time, may I summarize this in this format. Most of these accidents, as you seen, you can see, the causes of these accidents are human, have got a human element in it. A person who is inattentive is not a motor vehicle, but is a person. Animals on the public road are owned by people. Excessive speeding is someone who drives a motor vehicle excessively exceeding the speed limit, according to our engineers. Misjudging the clearance is lack of complying with following distance. Hence, you overspeed reckless as such, you are involved in an accident. And this is a human being. And pedestrians are human beings. People get drunk, especially during the year of COVID. People were so negligent in their drinking. They would drink and walk around the streets and roam around the streets and be knocked by these vehicles. And at the end of the day, we will lament and cry, come into this gathering and say, pedestrians are a cause for concern. They are dying. Indeed, pedestrians are victims, most victims in the country. But the million-dollar question is, people, are they afraid of vehicles these days? I don't know, but it's people. People who are reversing negligently are people. One of my teachers used to say, when you are involved in an accident, you must not blame the vehicle, you must blame yourself. Because it is not the vehicle that has lost control. It is you who have lost control of the vehicle, and as such, you are involved in an accident. People who are drinking alcohol negligently and deliberately go and drive into that one, we are rampant on that one. And thank you very much to Singambetelo MVA Fund, who has afforded us benevolently with quite a sizable number of breathalyzers. We are doing a good job on that one. And you can clap for us if you don't want. And the overtaking. People were asking me the other day, say, why are you so rampant on alcohol driving, people driving? Is it that you want to close our businesses? I said, no, we are not closing your businesses. Maybe it is time you buy taxis to take the people from the alcohol depots to their respective homes. Because we don't need them to drive the vehicles whilst they are drunk. It is against the law. Because normally these people are the ones that are driving recklessly, and they are not involved in these accidents. At the end of the day, you'll find a good citizen, law-abiding citizen, being involved in an accident due to the fact that a drunk, deliberately person drove a motor vehicle on a public road. Hence, the accident occurred. Hence, I was replying my learned friend who was asking me that question. And improper overtaking. Lest I mention, honored members, because we have got limited time, we're about to land, that there are some causes of accidents which are related to poor eyesight. I wanted to say before the honorable representative of the Prime Minister that I wish one day I will be appointed, not elected, appointed to be a member of Parliament, whereby I was going to move a motion that let it be a law of the country that all people who will be driving vehicles should be subjected to eye test annually. Honourable members, there are vehicles out there that are almost similar to the tarmac when you look at them. Hence, I'm a victim. I know what I'm talking about. Some colors, you know the dark gray, silver gray, you may not recognize them easily if your eyesight is very poor. But people drive the vehicles unknowingly and get involved in accidents unknowingly so, and they say, I've just seen the vehicle approaching. But the vehicle was approaching from far away. It's not that it was just approaching. The person is unable or is what? Has got a challenge on eyesight. They say so. They say you are not so in our vernacular, you have got a challenge with eyesight. Hence, I wish to move before this honorable house that maybe it is time we liaise with the members of parliament to consider moving a motion towards this thing. Because most of these accidents are caused by people who, you know, some people cannot distinguish between green light and amber light on a traffic light. They will cross the robot when the traffic light is amber. They will say, you know, it is green. Some people are colorblind. Honorable members, I have dwelled with the numbers and the figures. I hope I didn't bore you much, and I hope you have enjoyed the flight. Allow me then to hand over this small session to our honorable leader of panelists, Mr. Mpingo. I believe you will be the one taking comments and reservations, and maybe the hands should be directed to me because I'm the one doing the presentation. Thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Superintendent. Senior Superintendent Emmanuel Easter. Now, please give him a big round of applause for his presentation. I knew when he said 5 minutes that we're in it for a very long haul. Usually when politicians say I'll be brief, you must just sit down and relax. I think what I should do is allow you to sit and so that I don't obstruct Babe Dlamini over there. I will, yes, but I will stand this side because next thing he will tell me he can't see the screen. But, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, I am here to just direct a few questions to the panel. And may I take this opportunity to say, well done to the presentation, Nkosi. It is very interesting. You do know your stuff. And while I'm at it, because I'm here to ask the hard questions, to you also, yes. I want to ask my panelists to don't be like the speaker who's just left the podium. Take exactly 2 minutes to introduce yourselves and tell us, in your case, in your countries, what is the data that we're dealing with, because we've just seen the data from Eswatini, so we can also follow. I would also just like you to share best practice in terms of your statistics, but let's allow you to also introduce yourself. I'll start with my immediate right, the rose among the many thorns. Please introduce yourself and give us a brief presentation of your own.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Marzel Fivers. I'm from the Road Accident Fund South Africa. I'm the acting head of medical risk and business solutions at the fund. So from the Road Accident Fund, just some informational stats, if we're looking at from 2020 to end of 2023, primarily we've paid 115 billion rand towards injury benefits. So injury benefits are general damages, as loss of earnings, and medical expenses. If we're looking at that, 64% was paid towards loss of earnings. With regards to, if you're looking at nearly 29 billion is average paid per year just on injury benefits. If we're looking at death benefits, so it's funeral and loss of support, we've paid 9 billion from 2020 to 2023, which is average 2.3 billion per year. What is interesting as well is that 62% of the injury benefits were paid towards males, but it's also to note that if we're looking at the notice, how many males versus females have driver's licenses, 61% of males, so it is more or less in line. However, if we're looking at the death benefit, which was paid, 82% was paid towards males, which is much higher than the injury benefit. What is concerning for the RAF, and I think we've also seen it on the presentation, is the youth. If we're looking at the youth, we're talking about from 15 to 34 years old. If we're looking at them, if we include 2023 data, so 2020 to 2023, nearly 50% of the injury benefits paid was towards the youth, which is really concerning if we're looking at what the future for us holds. I think that more or less, what we also need to keep in mind is that 34% of the population is also the youth, but if we're looking at 50% that's paid towards injury, it is again much higher.
Thank you very much. To our next panelist.
Okay, thank you. I am Kabano Musi from the Motor Vehicle Accident Fund. I work as an injury prevention manager, community projects. The situation in Botswana is pretty much similar to our Swaziland, Namibia, and South Africa, and the region as a whole. We are a population of around 2.6 million. On average, we lose about 400 people in our roads. Our fatalities per 100,000 between 2019 and 2023, the rate was 16 fatalities per 100,000 population. This is pretty much in comparison on the same line with low and middle income countries. But as a country, we aspire to do much better, and we want to be a high middle income country by 2036. And therefore, would like our fatality rate to go down to probably 14 or even less. In terms of the age group, we are looking at the age group of 24 to 49. These are young people who are economically active. These are breadwinners. So it has a socio-economic impact. As MVA Fund, we pay around 180 million pula on an annual basis, which translates to about 3% of our GDP. This is also regressive when we are looking at what we aspire to become as a country. In terms of the day of the week and the times that these crashes occur, it starts mostly from Friday up to Sunday, and we are looking at 6 p.m. to around 6 a.m. That's where we are really having problems. As MVA Fund, we have some initiatives where we are just trying to test our interventions, whether our interventions are effective and how we can improve them. So we have been undertaking surveys. We have 2 such surveys. One where we are looking at the knowledge. We want to check the knowledge of our road users, the Road Safety Knowledge Index. In 2022, or in years prior, our knowledge index was at 80.2%. Of concern, The other survey looks at the road user behavior, where we are observing road users and seeing how they behave. The index stood at 60%. So we can see that the knowledge is high, but in terms of the practice, in terms of the compliance, it's much lower. So that is what we are having a challenge there. So we need to close that gap. So we continue to monitor and try to improve our interventions in order to improve the situation in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Botswana.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Ruben Upindi from Namibia, MEA from Namibia. And when I'm in Eswatini, I'm Dlamini.
Ah.
I'm the Senior Manager, Accident and Injury Prevention at the fund. The picture in Namibia is not different from the rest of our countries that are represented here. We meet every quarter and we brief each other. So in terms of the trends in Namibia, there has been a decline in statistics in terms of crashes, injuries and fatalities over the years with an average of 2%. If you look at the slide there, you will see that the fatalities per 100,000, I don't know whether it's 2019 there or only 2020. In 2019, it was about 24% per 100,000. I think it's by 2018, and we are standing now at 14 that you aspire to. But we are more than the Motswanas. We are 3 million now. So it's good that you, Musi, you want to achieve what we have already achieved. So we're looking at a single digit per 100,000. You can also see that the injury per 100,000 also reduced from around about 250 to now standing at 101 people injured per 100,000. In terms of age, also that productive line of age 15 to 35 heavily affected, 39% at injury and about 36% at fatality. In terms of the causes of crashes, we have done research in 2021, which then indicated that 72% involved human factor. And I think it was also mentioned by the Honorable Minister here, that it's the same here. 25% related to roads and infrastructure, and 3% is related to vehicles. In terms of causes of crashes, and this is similar, even in our last meeting we said all the countries are affected, almost the same. Pedestrians cases accounting for 34% in our country, followed by collisions that are standing at 29%, and rollover standing at 20%, which brings you to around about 83% of all crashes really involving these three types of crashes. So it's really a similar trend. Those who were killed in 2023, 37% is pedestrians, and the highest was passengers. I think it was also mentioned here that passengers who have no control over what is happening accounts for 39% fatalities in Namibia. However, the picture for us doesn't look good for 2024 because as of 28 June, we have observed an increased trend in both crashes, fatalities, and injuries between 7 and 10%. So it doesn't look good for us, and we need to immediately go back again and look at our strategies and see where we can be at the end of the year. In terms of claims, we spend about 200 million Namibian dollars, equal to rent. Pula a little bit doing well, more than us there. So, so per year on medical treatment, and in terms of overall claims, it would be around 300 million rent. So that's the picture for Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Karavala from the Traffic Management Corporation. I'm responsible for road traffic information and technology. I think my colleague from the RAF has painted the picture on the financial impact of the crashes, so I won't mention much about that. In terms of the performance from South Africa with regard to managing deaths on the road, we've got a national road safety strategy 2016 to 2030. And if you look at the data since then, we had about 11,676 fatal crashes and 14,071 fatalities. Last year, we had 10,180 fatal crashes and 11,883 fatalities. So this does represent an improvement for the corporation and the country in terms of the activities that we have implemented. In terms of the WHO reporting standard, we reduced the deaths per 100,000 population from 25.2 to 19.4. So it's about 5.8 per 100,000 reduction there that we have. What we have to note, though, is that South Africa is slightly different from Eswatini and Namibia in terms of numbers. We do have a larger vehicle population, larger population in general. And a little known fact, we also have the 10th longest road network in the world, over 750,000 kilometers. So it's a vast area to police, and it does give us some challenges, and maybe we can have some exchanges later on with the trend that you see in Menzini, because in South Africa as well, our three main provinces or larger provinces, Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape, they contribute the largest proportion to those fatalities. About 60% of them happening across the three provinces. In terms of the reporting, we're one of the countries that do report on a 30-day fatality after the crash. And on the continent in general, we know that there's quite a disparate array of countries that report differently. I think there's only 23 countries on the continent that follows that standard. So having a comparison is a bit difficult. I think what we also notice is that our reporting is in line with the WHO estimates. Although that doesn't mean that we rest on our laurels, we are looking at an implementation of a national crash data management methodology to improve our data. We want to get more accurate data on injuries, minor and major. Currently, we focus most of our reporting on fatal crashes only. The methodology is currently being implemented with the help of the 9 provinces in a phased approach. And I think the focus that we want to look at now is we don't only want to know when the crash happens, because that we have. We want to know where it happens. And I think this aligns to our strategy, which looks at not only safe road user behavior, but also safer roads in general. We are at the forefront in terms of development of our road safety audit capacity in the country. We've developed the manual for that together with sister agencies, as well as the South African Road Federation and the CSIR. The aim of that is to implement standards for road designs, as well as for road safety audits of existing infrastructure. The National Department of Transport has also assured that through the Division of Revenue, there will be road safety audit funding for the provinces to be able to do an assessment of that road network. And I think that will assist us in terms of targeting our initiatives, whether it be education, engineering, or enforcement. I think one of the issues as well that we've come to learn in South Africa through the studies that we do is that alcohol plays a much larger role in our road crashes than we currently report. So RTMC undertook a study with the Medical Crisis Council. On average, we report between 12 to 14% of our crashes involving alcohol. The outcome of that study, which obviously took a more in-depth analysis of the medical analysis after the crash, found that it's more in the region of 25 to 30% of the crashes involving alcohol. So I'm quite pleased to hear that the Royal Eswatini Police Service has been capacitated to tackle that part of the enforcement. We wish you all the success in terms of that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause there. I will give us just 10 minutes to wrap up. We are already here standing before the audience's break and the next session. So my job, and I'm here to ask you guys questions. So now, having got the feel for where you come from and what you are doing as success stories, maybe let me start with the local angle. Senior Superintendent, you made a very good remark in your presentation that these statistics are accidents that can be prevented. And then obviously that statistics is human lives lost and a pain to the others. Now, the theme of our session is obviously to look at whether or not we're doing enough. In your view, and the minister is here to take notes because he's going to help us tomorrow. So we must now prescribe to the minister what needs to be done. So Senior Superintendent, you have the podium for 2 minutes, and I know your 2 minutes is 4, so I'll give you 2 minutes. What do you think needs to be done, and is this country doing enough? I'm counting.
Thank you, Program Director. But in any case, honorable members, I hasten to mention that the country is doing all that is within her powers to prevent road crashes and road deaths. It's just that there is that little conglomeration that is lacking behind the road safety players with regards to coming together, fighting this scourge united without working in silos here and there. However, the establishment of the Center of Excellency and the pronouncement of the road safety strategy that has won in the African accolades is a testament that we are going towards the right direction. I thank you.
That was brilliant. You are also a budding politician, so I heard you handled that very well. Honorable Minister, please do canvass for him to be appointed into Parliament. So Eswatini is trying all its best as a country, but we are working in silos. Now, let me move to Botswana. We are almost there in terms of the population. You are just about a few 100,000 more than us. So in your case, looking at what you are grappling with, what works in your country?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think in our case, issues of collaboration are very important. But most importantly, what we are sort of advocating for at the moment as an MVA fund is that we need to adopt the safe systems approach. Our belief is that planning plays a very critical role. Designing of roads, designing of the infrastructure is also very, very important. So we are trying to also bring all the other players so that they also see themselves as part of this system. And we believe that once we are able to achieve that, and it is through the strategy that we have just recently developed within MVA Fund, that we want to do a lot in terms of advocacy. Education is important, but we need to do more than just educating. We need to do more than just enforcement, because behavior is a consequence of the environment, be it social-cultural environment, be it the physical environment itself. Behavior of the road users is also determined to some extent by that. So once we have our stakeholders all on board, and once we have been able to adopt the safe systems approach, we believe that we'll be able to achieve quite a lot in terms of the challenges that we are currently facing.
Okay, thank you, Botswana. Please give him a round of applause. He has tried to dodge my question, and he's done very well. I will let him off because we want to go to break. And I want to jump to, maybe let me go to the RAF. Your colleague, that side from the road traffic management, says you've got long roads, which is true. And obviously a lot of accidents for people driving longer distances. And if I borrow from Botswana, accidents are also part of the environment. And in this country, I'll tell you about our political environment soon. Mr. Dlamini arrests everyone who's a drink driver. And there's a magistrate ready to put a high fine. So in South Africa, and usually during longer weekends, you get a lot of accidents and fatal accidents. So what do you think needs to be done in that aspect or context? I do ask a lot of questions, but you have 2 minutes also.
Okay, so just for me to understand the question, what must be done, especially over longer weekends, to try and prevent
Excellent.
the number
I knew
of
you'd get me.
So I think, you know, what in South Africa, what we're trying to achieve is more visibility of the traffic police, or the metro police. So especially also at the toll gates, because on long weekends, people travel across provinces where there's toll gates, so there's a lot of visibility there, as well as education, where they, you know, in the old days, they used to hand out some educational pamphlets, especially at the toll gates. I think that has stopped a bit, and I do think, especially with the kids, because we have a problem with our youth, and if they could, maybe people traveling on longer weekends, that there's a lot more fun things that you can hand out to them, but to make them aware that when they walk across the street, because what we've seen across everywhere, that pedestrians and then our youth is a problem with regards to accidents. So I think there can a lot be done with awareness, and especially when you travel at the toll gates to help with that. And visibility, which I do think we are working on it. I don't think it's maybe enough, if I'm saying visibility of traffic and law enforcement, because I do think people will then be more vigilant, they'll be more focused to make sure that they drive within the rules, within the speed, to get to their destination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please give a round of applause. Well done. Our friends in Namibia, and who also have become Dlamini, well done, Lucito, for that. I see you're wearing the Namibia also on your jacket, yeah? So have you given him a lady to come to Eswatini also? I'm just making sure. You have, okay. I'm assuming the ladies in Namibia are not connected to our, they're watching. Then you are in trouble. So looking at that, and then in fact from the case of South Africa in doing more visibility, my question to Namibia is best case scenario in Eswatini, if you were to advise us, because you come in here quarterly and you sit with these guys, you are becoming a Dlamini, it's all nice. Now help us to say enough is enough. What do we need to change? From an outsider perspective, how can you prescribe for us? Tell Mr. Dlamini himself what he's not doing. This is a safe space.
Yeah. Next time I will answer that question in local language.
Excellent.
So that Musi does not understand our internal.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you know the little success that we have achieved, we attribute it to really stakeholder collaboration. Though we're not really at that level that we desire to be, I think over the years we have struggled, but we came together. In terms of the national strategy, we are now in the 4th year. In terms of national strategy, the Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021-2030. So we're looking at half mark next year. Because the road safety is a multifaceted discipline that requires efforts of everyone. And if we don't do it together, we will not be able to achieve. Working in silos, I think we have had that problem. It's not completely addressed. We still have also those type of pockets that we need to arrest. But the fundamental issue is that we need to collaborate, we need to partner, we need to come together so that we address all issues surrounding road safety. And I think the events of this nature are one of those events that can achieve that.
Thank you. You've done very well. Please give him a round of applause. He's become a true Dlamini. He dives around the question, avoids it, and, says a lot, but you'll figure out what he said. So, my last question, and I'm going to ask my friend from South Africa to also summarize for us, conclude. Don't take long, like the superintendent senior next to you. Just sum up our overall, what are the causes and trends that we need to look into in order to achieve our target of 2030. And I look at 2030 is just around the corner. But the question I had for you was, do you think arrests are preventive enough? And arrests now in terms of your visibility, if what RAF is anything to go by, you need to camp for people on the road. And, let me tell you, in Eswatini, we wait by the spot. We just wait there. A few kilometers, just 2. We know you've been in there, and we're coming for you. Please blow in here quickly. And then it goes up, and then, sorry, but we have to arrest you. So does that work against, for instance, creating more stricter laws in terms of going into that spot in the first place? I'm safe. I know I don't drink, so I don't have to worry about traffic police. So I can say these things, eh?
Thank you. I think, I think the two go hand in hand, laws as well as enforcement. You need to have the environment that supports road safety through stricter laws, but enforcement thereof is also very important. There has to be consequence management for the actions to actually impact on roads, on road user behavior. I think the the stats will tell us that in South Africa, at least close to 90% of the fatal crashes are as a result of road user behavior. Now this, we don't want to single it out, because remember now, as a safe system approach, we have to cater for those 90% that will make mistakes. As my colleague calls them, the idiots on the road. The system has to cater for them. So we need to be able to absorb those mistakes on the road infrastructure, in the design of vehicles. And it's a bit difficult as a developing country, which we all are, to be able to accommodate that in our existing infrastructure. But going forward, when we're building roads, it must be forgiving roads. Where we're able to go back and retrospectively alter those designs, where we know there are these issues, we have to go and do that. So that is in response to the question. In terms of the overall things that I think we should be doing, I think first of all, the focus should be on getting the accurate data, because without the data, we won't know what to solve and where to solve. Important in that aspect is not only the road crash data, but the other data that we use to analyze that. For example, your vital registrations. How accurate is that, so that you know what the populations are in those areas that you are dealing with. I've mentioned the road safety laws, particularly issues around seatbelt, child restraints, speeding, alcohol. Those are all aspects that we need to look at, and we need to enforce that. From an infrastructure point of view, safer roads as well as safer vehicles. We need to implement road safety audits, and we need to implement, perhaps as a region, a vehicle accreditation program, so that we don't become a dumping ground for unsafe vehicles. Because we are susceptible to that. We are looking for cheaper vehicles in the region, but we should make sure that there are still safe vehicles that are coming into the region. And importantly, having had a look at the Eswatini road safety strategy, the capacity in safety management is important. We need to look at it across the board, not only enforcement. We need to look at education and engineering. Those are complementary disciplines in the fight against road safety. And as the senior superintendent said, government is doing all it can. We need the private sector, through our stakeholder engagements, to come on board and partner with us and fund these initiatives. But we also need civil society and the media to agitate and to make sure that road safety becomes the #1 talking point whenever we gather at public events, school events, and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, CEO, I see also the PS is here. Thank you very much for indulging us for this morning's session. Thank you to my panel. Please give them all a round of applause. We just overlapped by a few minutes, but you can blame the senior superintendent, not me. I also will say that our last speaker has nailed it on the head. I will tell the CEO what you've just said, and I will repeat it. We need the media to agitate. I will agitate, CEO. Thank you. All right. Thank you, gentlemen and lady, for this morning. I'm sure that there are people that want to ask, and you can already tell people who were a problem at school. You can tell. Oh, goes. Is there a microphone? Please remain seated for another 10 minutes just to allow the speakers to interact with us. And breakfast can wait. You want to be? Okay, I'll allow you.
I don't think we should wait for Senior Superintendent Dlamini to be appointed as senator in order to make sure that certain things happen. That's on a lighter note. But what I'm trying to say, I got my driver's license in 1970, and I'm sure most of you were not there.
This is true.
I have never been tested to ensure that I can see you there, Mr. Minister, let alone driving a vehicle. And I've been driving a vehicle for all those years. Now, my recommendation is that, Mr. Minister, maybe if you have not started, and I know you may have started the process, start a process to make sure that all drivers, not yearly, maybe 5 years, they are tested to make sure they can see lel poisa lel lapha, because I think that also contributes to lama accidents. And lastly, to all the panelists, unfortunately, have been released. How much is lack of driver training results in all of these things? Because I think the emphasis is, you know, driver's license and that's it. There are so many things, conveying dangerous goods, etc., etc. How much of that contributes to all that we see around? Driver training, driver. There are all sorts of programs for driver trainers. I thank you, Babi.
Of course. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Very good question. I can take 2 more so that we don't take long. You have a question? I can give you my microphone. I'll charge you.
It's not a question, but I just want to comment on what the senior superintendent said and what, I can't remember his surname, in terms of eyesight. So in South Africa, the Road Accident Fund has introduced a program, the driver awareness program, because we realize that most of the accidents may be caused by illnesses. And one of them is poor eyesight. So from 2023 October, we tested about 10,160 drivers, truck, taxi, bus drivers, for eyesight. And we found that over 4,000 of them had serious eyesight problems. So we issued spectacles for free, 898, and about 500 drivers were referred because they had complex eye issues. So this is a point that we need to look into. Thank you.
Very well said there. I was happy to see that Babet Dlamini can still see the police officer over there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Lukele from WHO. I have listened with interest this subject that's going on. My question goes back to our superintendent. In terms of the highest cause of accidents in the country, we say it is due to error of judgment and negligence. I agree that we've done very well in reducing drinking and driving. So if drinking and driving is not contributing to the high judgment, to the poor judgment and negligence, what are the possible contributors there? Because as a country, I think that's the area, that's the number we need to aim to reduce. Could it be the training, that it doesn't include our mental states when we drive? What is it? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lukele. You have the mic? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Program Director Stephen Podile, RTMC. Before I raise a question, can I just perhaps preset it with the problem statement? And I'll use my country, the Republic of South Africa, as an input of my question. In the Republic of South Africa, you have what we call a Department of Transport. When they budget for the road construction, design and maintenance. But there is no budget that assists law enforcement to implement the road safety strategy. That said, are you, as various different entities for various funds for different countries, could we not change the picture and begin to invest more, let's say 20% of your total budget, to assist road safety promotion, to assist law enforcement, to prevent these accidents from happening in the first instance. Because if you take your collective budgets, you're talking billions. Someone says billion this, billion that. If you were to all put them all in one pot and invest them in the right places, we would save much more. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. My panel, the question seems to be with the Senior Superintendent and probably Road Transport Management for the last speaker. So while he's scribbling furiously and trying to compose his thoughts and responses, can I ask Road Transport to just quickly respond? And quickly means quickly.
Yeah, I think as my colleague has highlighted, the spending in the transport sector is a bit skewed. We're building these fantastic roads, and there's no consideration for the road safety aspect. And that's why, as a corporation, our mission is about safer mobility. So we want to promote mobility, but it has to be in a safe manner. And I like the opening remarks from the principals this morning to look at non-motorized transport as alternatives to motorized transport. I think that's where the leading countries in the world have gone, and the effects are there. The issue of the 5-year testing of eyes, we do that in South Africa. It's compulsory every 5 years when you renew your driving license. And if you are a professional driver, every 2 years, you have to have your eyes tested, in addition to the assessment of other medical conditions as well. That is a key aspect that we focus on. Perhaps what we need to look at is the test efficient? Because we test your visual acuity, peripheral vision, but something like depth perception isn't part of the test. So those are things that we need to look at to improve around the eye testing. In terms of driver training, as South Africa, we are on the verge of implementing legislation around driving schools and the regulation of that, with the aim to make it compulsory for drivers to go through driving schools before they can go and sit for the test, either the theory or the practical test. That will have, in our opinion, a positive impact on the quality of the driver training. We already do computerized learner license testing, and what we've seen is that the pass mark reduces from around 60 to 70% down to 30 to 40%. And the reason for that is that the applicants are not properly prepared for the test when they do the manual test. So there's some positive results in that space. We are about 95% of our DLTCs in the country, driving license testing centers, are rolled out with that technology. And by the end of this financial year, 100% of those driving license testing centers will be rolled out with that technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senior Superintendent, I think you've had a good moment now. Question 1 and 2 are yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Maybe because I'm under duress now. And luckily, the Honorable Minister is my blood relative. So the issue of eyesight, Honorable Members, may I make mention that the Minister, when he was drafting the regulations, that provision was included, but somehow it was omitted, maybe through debate or whatever in Parliament. Hence, I was requesting that maybe one day I will be appointed. But in any case, I believe it is a cause for concern, Honorable Minister. We need to do that. And on further, may I also propose, Honorable Minister, that may we take the portfolio committee that is under the ministry just to go around benchmarking in the SADC region specifically, just to ascertain how driving license is issued, who issues it, and those people undergo what training. I think it is very much important. It will be eye-opening, because sometimes when you argue that people who are holding driving license in the country are some of the people that do not exactly have to be owning the driving license. Not because someone has made a mistake. It's authentic, but the issue is the content of the lesson that the person underwent when he was being trained to be a driver. I think that is a food for thought. On the issue of my senior lady there, talking to the number of accidents caused or not caused by drink and driving, I have made mention that some of these people are not caught because they were reckless. So they may not be recorded in the statistics because they were not arrested. But they caused the recklessness and caused someone to make an error or swerve outside the road space. Hence, that one will be involved in an accident. Hence, the establishment of the Center of Excellence, which is going to ascertain possible causes as to what is it that is really causing these accidents, and further give us scientific interventions that we need to employ as a law enforcement agency and all road safety players in the road safety space. I think by that one we might have a breakthrough. In closing, I wish to be a representative of the minister by informing the Honorable House that the roads agency, I'm told, has been established, and in it, an inclusive approach in budgeting, as my learned friend from RTMC was mentioning. I believe it will be a thing of the past. I mean, it will be something that will be realized because we will be catered for as law enforcers. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, please give our panel a big round of applause. Thank you, guys. You are released to have your coffee, and we will see you later in the day. And I will hand over. Oh, I don't have to hand over. We can just go for break. Oh, okay. I have now been appointed the program director. And ladies and gentlemen, you've been very good. Thank you very much for your time. We will see you, because I have the reins now, in 10 minutes. You see?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request that we come back inside so we can start our next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the tea break. Now that we have the data on road crashes and a clearer understanding of the current situation, we are poised to explore the solutions that address these pressing issues. It is time to look at how we can implement effective strategies to improve road safety and reduce accidents. Our next presentation will focus on the National Road Safety Strategy. This strategy outlines a comprehensive approach to addressing road safety challenges through coordinated efforts and targeted interventions. It will provide us with insights on the key objectives, initiatives, and action plans designed to enhance road safety and protect our communities. We will hear about the strategic goals and measures taken to create a safer road environment for all. This presentation is crucial as it will talk about our discussion and align our efforts with national and regional road safety goals. Please join me in welcoming the presentation of the National Road Safety Strategy by the chairperson of the Road Safety Council of Eswatini, Dr. Fortunate Shabalala, who will be joining us virtually. So I invite you to put your attention on the screen. Afterwards, I will then come back and introduce the panelists for the discussion on National Road Safety Strategy. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Fortunate Shabalala. Yes, we can. You are muted, Doctor.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Please continue and see you.
Yes, we can.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for that. Good morning, everyone. As I've been introduced, I'll be presenting to you the road safety. Can you see my screen?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Not yet.
Is it possible to share the notes that are with you? I sent you the presentation to share from your side.
Tech team, is that possible? All right, the tech team is giving me a thumbs up, so we should be able to.
Because I am sharing, but it seems that you can't say it. Okay, maybe someone can guide me how to share, because I'm clicking the share window, but it is not showing that it is, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sorry for that glitch again. I think I will go ahead and do the presentation. As I've said, I'm Dr. Fortunate Shabalala and the chairperson of the Road Safety Council, and I will be presenting to you the Road Safety Strategy and Action Plan. Because I am not the one sharing, I will be asking whoever is assisting me to put in the next slide. So may I have the next slide? So my presentation will look at the mandate of the council, and I will also briefly talk about why do matters of road safety are very important for any country, any society. We look at the broad strategic objectives from which we derive the road safety action plan. And then in my presentation of the action plan, I will be actually explaining where we are, what have we achieved to date, and what could be the challenges and the mitigation factors. Next slide. Yes. As you may all know, the Road Safety Council is established by the Act of Parliament of 1983, which is called the Road Safety Council Act, with a mandate to promote road safety. It does that by actually ensuring that it has a comprehensive program that is in place that actually speaks to what should be done and how in terms of road safety. And it also carries out an inquiry into and make recommendation on those matters through research and other means, as well as guide government and other public people in terms of road safety in the country. This guidance will include how far we are in terms of ensuring that road accidents are reduced or are increasing, and what could be the cause for the increase or reduction and such matters, and also then initiate road safety measures. However, the council cannot do everything by itself, and therefore the council has the power to coordinate road safety activities. So the council, according to the Act, is supposed to perform its duties by assigning them to other organizations, whether it is research and other things, people who are qualified to better carry out those activities, as well as consult with other authorities and organizations that we work with or that we can work through in terms of achieving the mandate of reduction of road accidents and road deaths in the country. Next slide. So in order for the council to execute these roles or these functions or its mandate, as already stated, there must be a clear guidance of what is it that is to be done, how is it to be done, and maybe put a time frame on when those things will be done. So that is where then the road safety strategies comes in as a guiding document, as a guiding framework on the issues that you are supposed to address in order to achieve the reduction in terms of road accidents, particularly that are serious and those that are fatal. It also requires that we have the resources to actually implement the activities, the strategies that are spelled out in the road safety strategic plan. Such resources may include, but not limited to, financial resources. And according to the Act, there is a clear description of where these funds should come from, as well as other resources include human resource. We need to have a fully fledged secretariat that will carry the activities, that will implement the activities that has been designated in the road safety strategy. We need the partners, friends, or what you call stakeholders of road safety that will actually work in the different components of the road safety strategy. Next, please. We may have already discussed maybe from previous presentations that took place since morning. So why are we so concerned about road safety? I know that maybe the first answer, if I were to ask you, would be to say there are so many injuries that are occurring, so many losses in terms of life, in terms of vehicles, in terms of other properties that we have. But road safety is very important because our roads are the social and economic engine of the country and in any other society. If we don't have safe roads, it means our economy will not grow. It means our social lives will be stagnant or will not grow. So safe roads are very critical, are very crucial in terms of social and economic matters. Roads facilitate development because it links people, ourselves, it links products and markets. Like when a company produces X product, it has to be transported through a road to a marketplace. It links us workers who are responsible for production to the jobs that we carry out every day to do that production. It links our students to school, our children to school, to church, to wherever they want to go. That is social responsibility. It also links people to hospitals. We can think of many other reasons why we need to have roads. And these roads must be safe in order to actually achieve this developmental function that is being done by roads. Next slide. So it is very important that if we are to actually still have our roads be their drivers in terms of economy, in terms of social lives, we must proactively take action proactively that will prevent any accident. We must prevent and reduce road-related disabilities and or deaths. We must actually, where they have happened, we must mitigate the suffering that goes with being involved in an accident, no matter how minor it is. It is even worse when a person has lost his or her life or a person has remained disabled because of an accident. There's a lot of emotional, there's a lot of psychological suffering that goes beyond the physical, beyond the financial that we probably think of first and foremost. But we must provide mitigation factors for those who are suffering emotionally, psychologically, in addition to what we do in terms of finances and physical health. Thank you. So road safety matters in that way. So what is then the strategic vision of the country in as far as road safety is concerned? We want to make sure that we have zero fatalities and zero serious injuries by 2063. This is in line with the Africa Development Agenda, which we call Agenda 63, for those who may be aware. We may think that 2063 is very far. It's not, because this is about 36 years from today, or 37 years from today, and that is not far. So we need to make every effort possible that no one is engaged or involved in a road accident in the country by that time. It requires a lot of effort, coordination, collaboration, resource pulling them together, and each and every one of us taking it upon themselves to say, this is not going to happen because of me. But in the intermediate, we need to achieve a 50% reduction in serious injuries and road deaths by 2030, in line with the global movement around road safety. But for us, we're saying, yes, 2030, 50%. By 2063, no one should be involved in a road accident. So how do we achieve that objective? How do we achieve that vision? There is need to strengthen the current governance of the Road Safety Council. When we did the strategic plan, we found that actually, while the Act establishes the council, but it limits its powers, it limits its ability to carry out its mandate. So there was a need for us to strengthen the governance, and this is to achieved by actually reviewing the current legislation that established the council and other legislations that are related to the use of roads, such as the Transport Act and other acts. We need to then strengthen the capacity of the council through having people employed, but also being trained and educated around issues of road safety. We need to establish or revamp sustainable funding for the council in order to carry its mandate. We need also, as a second objective, to strengthen coordination function. Yes, governance is very important, but the council must be able to know how to coordinate with its stakeholders, with its friends, with its partners. So there is need to establish a mechanism through which we can engage our stakeholders, particularly those who are committed to support the implementation of the strategy. There is need to actually improve on the data in terms of monitoring, in terms of evaluation and reporting. This is one of the biggest weaknesses that we have. But we must have a common definition of the cases. When you say a person has died and because of a road accident, what do we mean? Some people may get injured, be admitted to hospital, stay there for X number of days or months. When do we say a person who dies after X number of days or months is an accident, road accident related death? If we don't have that common definition, then there will be our data may have a little bit of problems here and there. But also in line with the current movement in terms of digitalization, in terms of artificial intelligence, we need to also then digitalize our data collection system so that by a click of a button, depending on what you are looking for in that data, you can actually generate a report, and a report that could be trusted, that could be actually be useful in terms of many issues, as like planning, like other issues. So those are the key objectives that we're looking at. So what is it that we're going to do or we've planned to do as Road Safety Council? And as I've said, this is what we're going to be doing with partners, not just ourselves alone. First and foremost is to prevent road accidents. We need to do that. If we are to achieve the objective, the goal, the vision, we must invest in prevention of road accidents. This can be done through public education, making sure that each and every person understands road safety and why it is important and what is their role, from the child who lives at home to go to school, to the driver who takes that child to school, to the teacher who receives the child at school, to the community worker, the community person who has cattle and goats, animals on roads. Each and every person must know that they have a role to play in as far as prevention of road accidents is important. To that extent, we have actually developed a road safety campaign, which I'm going to present as one last thing to take home at the end of this presentation. But having educated people is not enough if our vehicles are not safe. So the issue of ensuring vehicle safety is very important. And to that extent, there are issues that we are looking at implementing, which I'm going to unpack. I will be unpacking these areas as I present broadly the work plan. And then we need to also implement a crash reduction and response improvement. For those people who are involved in an accident, we must try and make sure that we reduce the chances that they can end up being seriously injured or disabled. Such issues include the issues of ensuring that we are maintaining the proper speed, we pay attention to the road as we are driving, because we know that distraction during driving is another problem. We must make sure that whatever accident happens is not an accident that may end up resulting in serious injuries and or deaths. But also improving your response is very important, because the number of minutes that a person spends in a road accident will determine his life in the future. I was reading the paper this morning and I saw that there was a driver of a truck who was trapped for 7 hours in an accident. And I'm asking myself, why a person will stay for 7 hours? I'm not trying to blame anyone, but if we understand the nature of the accident, what happened before, during, and after the accident, we can be able to come up with strategies of how can we improve the response. So these include some of the things that activities that we are looking at is ensuring that there is on-site response coordination system. Because what we have noted is that when when a car is involved in an accident, and we are many responders, there are emergency people, there are police, there is fire, there is road safety, and a lot more others. But we end up losing time trying to assist the person because we're arguing amongst ourselves. But if we have a clear guidance on what exactly should be done, who does what when, and how do we give each other space so that we are all able to achieve this common goal of assisting this person who is injured, that would be much better. We need to have a dispatch coordination or of emergency vehicles, because right now what we've got when we did our analysis, we found that it will depend on which number a person has called for assistance. Sorry about that. We also found that there are some vehicles that even if you call, the first thing that they will ask is, do you have a medical insurance? If you don't have a medical insurance, then they will not attend to you. So these are some of the things that worry us, because we're looking at the golden hour. The first hour in an accident is very critical. In fact, in medicine, we are saying the first 10 minutes are very critical in whether the person will survive as a person without an injury, without a disability, or the person will die. So this time is very critical. So we're saying this dispatch coordination must be there. Also, then building capacity of the emergency care facilities. We have our health facilities, the hospitals and things like that. But when you go there, you find that the equipment are not enough, the personnel is not enough. They have to improvise most of the time, which may cost a life of a person. There is no blood, for an example. There's just a lot that is going on. So how do we make sure that our emergency facilities within the health centers, the clinics, the hospitals, is up to scratch, up to standard, that can actually make sure that we reduce suffering, we reduce disabilities, we reduce deaths that are unnecessary because our facilities are not able to provide the necessary care. It is also important to focus on research each and every time we must find out what is the best practice, how can we do things better, so that we can take those findings and use them to improve each and every day. Each accident must be taken as a unique accident that we can learn from through research to make sure that we improve in the next accident that is happening. Next slide. So in terms of the work plan, I'm sorry, the wording is very dense because really I was copying and pasting from the actual work plan. So without any prioritization, one of the things I have talked about is the review of legislation. Amongst these is to actually engage a consultant and as well as have a discussion once we have a report from the consultant of what is it that we need to do in order to operationalize this strategy or this legislation. In terms of legislation, we're supposed to finish this by October 2024. And where we are right now is that the part where the different legislations have been looked at and gaps identified, and we have made some comments of what is it that we want to add, what is it that we need to remove. We have done that part, so we have a full report on that one. The next step is to actually work with the Office of the Attorney General to have people who are going to use that report to actually then write down the act or parts of the act in the language that is legally understandable, because this is a review of an act, and once that has been done, it will go through the necessary processes or steps for it to be actually enacted as a new act that I have addressed some of the gaps. We are hoping that such discussions will take place so that, if possible, by March 2025, we have this act in place. So currently there are discussions that are going on between the Council and the Ministry of Public Works and Transport as the mother ministry, to make sure that we engage with the AG on this. Luckily, I can mention that we already have a sponsor that is assisting us with this. And thank you to UNECA, who have actually been with us in terms of the review of this, and they have actually pledged support that they will also assist us if we have to, because we were informed that the Office of the Attorney General doesn't have enough of the people who are supposed to write the act. UNECA had pledged that we can, if allowed by the Attorney General's office, to actually get people who are recognized by them as people who are able to write, and we pay them as consultants to write this act for us. So we're at that stage where we're discussing that with the Ministry of Public Works and Transport to transition to AG to actually assist us in terms of writing the act. Next slide. The other thing that we want to do is establishment of an ongoing road safety capacity building program for the Council, my stakeholders, and for our partners, our friends. This is very important because one of the things we have noted for those that the few that we have engaged with is we found that there are different capacities in terms of what to do. For example, we find that some they don't know how to put together a proposal. Some, they don't know how to actually read and interpret data. There are gaps. So we need to address those capacities. So how do we think we're going to do that? First of all, we want to know who our stakeholders are. And to that extent, we said by December 2023, we must have had a database for the people. What we have achieved this far is that we have a registration form that we have completed, and we'll be sharing that. We have already, in fact, started sharing that form with our stakeholders so that we can actually get information and develop the database so that we have that database in place. And then once we have that, we want to carry out a capacity building need, sort of a need assessment of, besides what we have noted, what we have seen, are there other things that we need to put in place so that we can train our partners, our stakeholders on. This will have been done by February 2024, but we haven't yet done that because those are still trying to establish who our stakeholders are. Once we have the needs assessment report, we'll then develop a training plan, which we'll then use to conduct a training of trainers who will then cascade that training to organization members with the assistance of the Road Safety Council and the Center of Excellence and any other stakeholder that is an expert on an area that we think is very important. I'll make an example of the IRIA, where we may not have that capacity, but we can actually ask people to assist us. So, Wanyalo, what we have achieved is that we have the form, we are trying to get our stakeholders, develop the database, and then do the needs assessment amongst those stakeholders, and then we'll come up with a training plan. Next slide. We also want to implement a sustained road safety education and awareness campaign. Here we are looking at, we know that we do campaigns at road safety and other partners, but what we are concerned about is that like we're doing a piecemeal activities. It's because we do it because there's a certain event that is happening, or there is a certain holiday. We will have, for example, some road safety activities, campaigns, education during the period of maybe Easter holidays, because there will be influx of cars, or during Umhlanga because there will be influx of people and cars. So our campaigns are tied to certain national events, but we want this to be an everyday thing, because we want people to know, we want people to be aware, we want people to participate in road safety. So we're saying we want that campaign. So we want to develop and implement a road safety campaign program, particularly focusing on high-risk causes of road traffic accidents. I am sure, I want to believe that in the presentation preceding this one, when they were telling you about data, they also told you what are the possible drivers of accidents, such as speed, such as drinking under the influence, such as overloading, such as distraction during the road, such as having cattle or animals on the road. These are some of the drivers. So we're saying, let's talk about these and how people can actually help us by ensuring that they're traveling on the correct speed, ensuring that they don't overload, ensuring that they don't drink under the influence and such things. But also targeting certain population groups, because they are high-risk population groups. We know from data that young males during Fridays, Saturdays, in the evening, there are more accidents. And we can try and find activities that we can do to make sure that while they enjoy themselves, but they should not be a liability in terms of being causes of or be involved themselves in a road time accident. So this will be an ongoing activity. We have a proposal already in place, and I'll be presenting this at the end of this, towards the end of this presentation. But we also want to engage community leaders, particularly in the communities, because we have seen that some of these accidents need not happen if we don't have animals on the road, if the barriers in terms of the wire barrier that usually is enacted when there is construction of the road are not removed, if people keep their animals at home and all those things. So we need to engage with community leaders in terms of this, as well as other community members, such as community police or the police themselves, in terms of ensuring that we have people that are working with us. But also, maybe within communities, in line with what we are seeing in terms of community police, maybe we already need to have a road safety champion within each chiefdom that will actually make sure that they are the champions of road safety. So these are the things we're looking at. We also want to procure 2 trucks that are going to be used to remove cattle along the roads that we identify, 2 because we have 2 others. So these will be in each of the regions. If we had money, we'll have more, but also work in collaboration with such people as Cyclists Association because of the accidents. Usually it's accidents that involve cyclists cycling, be it a bicycle or a motorbike. It's usually very serious. People are likely to actually end up being seriously injured, disabled, or die. When I'm not saying the others are not important, but these are some of the activities we're looking at. Next slide, please. And then want to implement sustained road safety education, as I've talked about. This is a continuation of what we're talking about. Want to develop and review regulations that are used in the roads. Say, if you are found to have done A, B, C, D, what should happen to you? We also want to collaborate with the companies of mobile phones, because in other countries such as South Africa, that they are doing a lot of research around this, and other countries globally, they find that actually the use of mobile phones is a high risk for road accidents. And in fact, they find that people who are found to be where the use of mobile phone was the reason for the distraction of the driver, they are 40 times more likely to have a serious injury or death than when it is just an ordinary driver not using a cell phone. So we're saying we need to work with these companies to actually assist us raise public education and awareness around the regulations on how dangerous it is to use a cell phone when you're driving, so that they themselves can actually be champions of road safety without actually limiting people from the use of mobile phones, but they should use them responsibly when they're driving, like stepping out of the road, parking your car if you have to really call a person or receive a person. But it is not really happening here at home. You find people are calling, people are texting while people are driving, and it can be very dangerous. So I want to also, maybe this is a repetition, we also want to make sure that our partners, the police, are able to enforce EMA route regulations. But it should not be a function of the police only. We must take the attitude of saying we are all police when we're on the road. It should not be the function of only reps to actually call a person to order when they're doing the wrong thing on the road. So that is what we're looking at. We are looking at engaging in education, targeting schools, communities, as I've said, commercial and public transport workers and owners, community leadership, media houses, cyclists, civil society, politicians, the public, you can name it. Everybody has a role to play. And this campaign is actually one to raise that noise around road safety so that everybody takes part in ensuring that we are all safe on the road. Thank you. Next slide. Another thing is the issue of rating our roads. One of the things that has been found is that if the roads aren't good enough for use by vehicles, by people, then the issue of accidents becomes very high. So I want to carry out an international road assessment program. This is a program that I was referring to earlier on, that maybe in the country may not have the capacity, but I know that there is an organization, an international organization, that supports such initiatives that the country should do. And therefore, we have already developed a funding proposal, a funding and technical assistance request proposal to arrive so that they can assist us on this one. So depending on when they respond on this, we'll be able to take action around this. But what we want them to do is not just to do it for us, but also to train people amongst our stakeholders who can actually be able to actually do the assessment and rating of our road. Then once we have those people trained, then we'll conduct an assessment and rating of our road and implement any improvements that needs to be done in order to make sure that people aren't involved in accidents because of bad roads that we have in the country. So we're hoping that if we do get the funding and technical assistance for IREP Global, we'll be by November 2024 conduct that training. And part of this training will be practical, where we'll do an assessment and then we'll implement the findings for that assessment. Next slide. Another thing that we want to do in terms of ensuring safe vehicles is the issue of assessment of vehicle inspection systems. We want to do a study for best practices so that we are able to actually implement, enact standards or improve on current standards and implement that program in order to make sure that our cars or our vehicles that are using the roads are vehicles that are worthy of using the road. So we said we want to engage a consultant who can conduct the assessment for us and grading of the current vehicle inspection system to identify best practices. We want to amend the legislation, which is being done together with the road safety legislation, amend the legislation for testing stations, and then also build regional testing centers and procure 4 mobile testing stations. We have the stationary stations such as the one at Matsapa, the Weybridge. I think there is another one, if I remember very well, in Sitegi. But you are saying vehicles aren't stationary in Matsapa and Sitegi and other that I may not be aware of. They are moving on the road. So we must have by the roadside testing systems. And that will be happen if we have those vehicles that are mobile to do the testing. We want to also then synchronize vehicle registration system and the licensing and vehicle testing so that in each and every step where there is a car and a person, we know what is going on. We shouldn't do this as silos so that whoever is doing e-vehicle licensing is not aware of who is providing a driver licensing system and a driver testing system. These systems must speak to each other. So we want that synchronization to happen. Another thing is the issue of is then providing public education so that people can understand of this initiative, particularly when it comes to vehicle testing and the synchronization of these different systems. We have those timelines, but our challenge is that this requires a lot of money. I think when we try to estimate the funding, it goes into millions. So we are still looking at who can assist us with this activity. Next slide. The next thing is I think it is in line with what I've just talked about, but here we're saying instead of having a manual licensing system, we want to have an electronic system, which I think we have gone that direction as a country. But we're saying we want to review of the Eswatini drivers licensing system to identify the actual processes in electronic systems and registries required to manage the license life cycle and establish a pathway for improving identity safety standards. So these are the things that we are looking at doing. And I know that the ministry at some point, either early this year or late last year, actually there was an advert recruiting people who can actually assist, or a consultant who can actually assist with this. So we are hoping that this is going to be successful. So it's nominate a project team that will oversee this, engage a consultant to conduct an assessment of the Eswatini driver's licensing system, and benchmark with other countries, establish a 5 driver licensing centers, in line with the best practice that we'll learn from other countries, and then establish a national transport program that will assist us in dealing with this matter. Next slide. The next thing that we want to do is to establish a road safety strategic information system so that we can improve road safety management. A strategic information system does data management, does research, does reporting, proactively look at what could happen in the future and assist the Road Safety Council to actually put proactive measures that will actually mitigate what could have happened if we did not actually look into the future. So one such a branch, a unit within the Road Safety Council that will actually be there to provide strategic information that will keep us informed of what is going on, what could happen, what is happening around us within and outside the country, so that we are continuously improving road safety in the country. So we'll carry out a benchmarking exercise to actually see what other countries are doing, establish this information, this strategic unit once we have carried out the benchmark, develop a comprehensive digital monitoring and evaluation system, and then capacitate particularly our secretariat in terms of SIS, and then sensitize and train all road safety stakeholders in the importance of data. We have already done this, I think, sometime early this year or late last year, and then provide mentorship to road safety stakeholders on the issues of quality data, why it is important, how to do it. Next slide. One of the things that we found also, I think I mentioned them earlier when I was talking about the strategic objectives, is the issue of our emergency response. That we currently have, I think, 4 or so numbers that you call this 911, 922, this number, and they are not coordinated. It depends on which number you call. And in some cases, you call a number, they can't assist you because probably you don't have medical aid and things like that. But also that they are concentrated within the Manzini-Mbabane corridor. And in the outside areas of this economic hub of the country, there are very few of these. Yet accidents don't choose Mbabane, Ugamanzini, or they can happen anyway. So we're saying one, implement a single national emergency medical response number. And this is the number where everyone will call, and whoever is receiving the dispatch center will then dispatch whoever is within reach of the area where the accident has happened, in order to make sure that we limit the time that the person will spend having not been attended to in the accident site. So want to implement a single national emergency medical response number, measuring the time between crash and care, and developing or training networks of volunteers who can be first responders in the community. Here we're saying that we advocate for the establishment of a coordinating call center, as I've mentioned, formulation of a national policy, because when we inquired about whether we have such a policy and what does the policy say, unfortunately, I tried to look for it, but I couldn't get it where I thought I would get it. And the person who I was directed to go to get it, I called him several times. We could not get hold of each other. So we're not sure whether the policy exists and what are the contents of that policy. But as road safety was saying, we need to have this coordinating center. And the policy must actually establish the steps or provide guidelines of what happens when, by who, in terms of when there has been an accident. Also, provision of a breakdown of the services, particularly for the removal of vehicle accident in an accident area. I am aware that there are a number of hours allowable. Is it 2 hours? There are a number of hours allowable to keep a vehicle that has been involved in an accident within the accident area. But that vehicle must be removed as soon as it is possible to do so, because it is now a risk in terms of causing other accidents. So we are saying that we want to have that provided. Establishment of a roadside trauma center. We want to say that even before the person is moved from the accident site to the clinic or hospital that is closest to him, we must be able to provide first aid care that can be provided to those people. And then identification of volunteers. We know that when an accident happens, many people, before even those who are experts in different fields, such as experts who are police, the fire and emergency people and things like that, the communities around where accident has happened, they will be the first one to reach that. And how they conduct themselves during that time can make or break a person's life. So we're saying within each community, we must have these volunteers who are trained as first aid responders so that they can be able to manage the community around the accident area before maybe the others that are coming, the experts come in to assist the person who is injured. Next slide. Oh, sorry, this is a repetition. We can continue. Next slide. Another thing, we want to advocate for a sustainable mobility review of public transportation system. This comes from the fact that our roads are constructed quite a long time ago. I think it's only the Malakwane road that is pretty new, although even that road was an improvement of a road that existed quite a long time ago. And at the time when they were constructed, the volume of cars that are there weren't as big as it is now. So they were not built in such a way that they are going to take the volume that we have now. So we're saying, other than people using cars, maybe to go to work or wherever, why can't we actually improve our public transport system so that, I'll make an example of myself. I travel from Tulwini to Mbabane, but can't it be possible that I drive maybe to Hele, if I can, and then I park my car, and then I take a public transport to go to Mbabane, so that the number of vehicles from Hele to Mbabane is limited by this one car. If every one of us can do that, have a place where we can park our cars and have and use a public system. I know it is very not nice, but if we mean business in terms of reducing accidents, because the volume of cars that we have on the roads are one of the factors that actually are causing the high number of accidents that we have. There are so many cars, the road is full, people basically they lose patience waiting for, particularly in the peak hour. And our data, if this was touched on, it shows that the accidents that happen during the peak hours, in the morning when we're going to work, and in the afternoon when we're knocking off work. This is because of the volume of number of cars, the impatience that people then have because they are moving at a very low speed. So, at a very low pace, and then they become very impatient, they overtake where they're not supposed to overtake, and all those things. So we are saying, if we can have a sustainable mobility of the public system, where people can trust the public system that it is safe to travel, it is always available when they need it, and all those things, we can reduce the volume. By doing so, the volume of cars, by doing so, we can reduce accidents. Next slide. Another thing that we say we want to do is to carry out speed management. Speed is one of the killers on our country's roads. I think I mentioned this earlier on. And despite that, we have road signs that shows at what speed should you move at that particular designated area. People still don't obey those regulations. But we are also saying there are particular vehicles we cannot have a one-size-fits-all speed regulation. Let me make an example. You find that you are a driver for school children, school transportation system, and you reach an area where the speed limit is 60. And a person who is using his own vehicle as an individual, they also have a speed limit they have to obey, that is 60. So we're saying the speed that you have to travel as a person who is using a public system, a public vehicle, you are an employee of a public vehicle, such as buses, such as combis, such as school buses, such as also the commercial vehicles, should not be the same as for a person who is all alone in a vehicle. So we're looking at how this can be done, if Parliament can assist us and things like that. But when we look at other countries and the study benchmark other countries, found that actually commercial and public vehicles have quite sort of a different speed limit in particular areas than those who are individual drivers. So we're saying, can we do this as a country so that we are able to reduce this? So we're saying we want to develop a speed management practice for Eswatini and introduce speed management system to be part of our NATIS. We also want to assess current speed management practices. Are people using it? If they are not obeying the speed limits, what could be the problem? So that data can actually assist us come up with interventions. We want to revise the upwards. We want to revise the speed fines upwards, because currently people are able to pay admission of guilt. 60 malangeni, I pay if I'm overspeeding, and that's it. If I haven't put my seatbelt, that's it. In some cases, you can negotiate and come down to 40. But you are saying, is it biting enough? Because the issue of fine is to actually make people not want to do it again, because it is quite high. They cannot easily afford it. But if it's something that can easily be afforded, people, it's not deterring, and therefore it's not helping in terms of ensuring that people are able to obey those rules and regulations. So I want to kind of try and revise the speed violation fines upwards and table them to Parliament for debate and possible passing. Also facilitate understanding of speed management. Why is it important that people should actually follow the required speed? If we are within a school, can we do 60 or we should do 40 or 30? And why we should do so? And people must understand that. And also provide speed management equipment, such as the cameras that can be used by our police, and other equipment that can be used that can assist us in ensuring that people are able to obey those regulations. Next slide. We also want to advocate for an external review of our current traffic police unit. Our feeling on this one was that while we have our current race traffic unit, but their training is not, if I'm correct, is not different from the training that will be done by a policeman, a police person who will be probably working in other areas other than the traffic. When we looked at other countries, we find that actually police who are engaging engaged in the traffic, they get an additional training in terms of how to deal with issues of traffic regulation, traffic management, and all that. So we're saying maybe as a country, we want to kind of first of all understand if the training that our police are getting, because they are very important, they are very critical, they are very important in road safety. But can we capacitate them in such that they are able to carry out the mandate that they have in terms of road safety? And what is it they need once they have been trained in order to carry out that mandate? So we're saying we want to engage a consultant, particularly who is an expert in this issue of road traffic policing, to actually do a comprehensive assessment and review of the traffic section from their curriculum to how they are employed to a number of things, to the acts and things like that, so that we come up with a comprehensive report that will then inform a development of mitigation factors that will come from the report as gaps, and then implement the plan from the findings to actually report from the findings to improve on the enforcement. One of the things that we found that they are doing the best that they can with limited resources, but we also found that some of the behaviors are wanting, and we don't, from my perspective as a non-police person, I don't understand why a person will hide behind a tree instead of being visible to prevent an accident, but will hide behind a tree to make sure that I violate the regulation, and then they will come and then arrest me. Yes, I'm not supposed to do that, but I think in my thinking is that first and foremost, we want to prevent. And if I don't comply on the prevention, then I must be arrested. So those are the things that made us think that maybe we want to revamp our traffic police unit so that we are able to have a police service that is amenable to the issues on the ground in as far as road traffic accidents are concerned. Next slide. So those are some of the activities that we are saying as a council. If we were to actually implement these activities, we can be able to make sure that by 2030, we have reduced the road traffic deaths and serious injuries by 50%. And by 2063, we have reached 0 deaths, 0 accidents on the road. But I just want to share with you briefly, I think it's about 5 or so slides, on the campaign that we're talking about. Why I'm bringing the campaign is that we're supposed to have started this campaign according to the council by July 1st. But today we are on the 31st day of July and we haven't done much around it. And this campaign will last for 3 years, and then we'll do a review and see if we have done any change or not, so that it can then inform our next activities in terms of education to the public. So next slide. So there is a proposed slogan. This slogan is taken from I think in March, we met at Ngwenya, where we were preparing for the Easter holidays. And the slogan for that launch was obey rules or face the consequences. So we felt that maybe we should go ahead and use that slogan for the next 3 years, where we'll be educating people about the different road rules and regulations and why they have to obey them. Because we expect that when they know them, then they will be able to comply. But if they don't comply, then they will face the consequences for not complying. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we'll be targeting different communities. We'll have some of our friends and stakeholders who we will ask them to target schools specifically. Why? Because the number of road accidents that involve school children or school-aged children is very high. I think they are the second after the group of the 18 to 24, 29. So we're saying we want to provide training in schools on road safety, crossing the road. We want to focus on that, but also the limiting of speed around schools is very important. But also training champions within the school, each of the schools that will target, so that even when we are not there, as the implementing partner, as road safety, they are going to carry on the education of other people there. And also the issue of managing road crossings. Yes, we will limit the speed. Maybe in some cases there are speed humps they are put, but still we see vehicles riding at a high speed. So we want to make sure that we have those, I don't know what they call, those children and people who will stop along the road.
Okay, it's gone through. It's here.
Sorry. Another thing is to target communities. This is community-based campaigns, hold them at the different Tinkundla centers, as well as target community leadership and cyclists and other stakeholders such as media, civil society groups, public sector, private sector, companies and things like that, as well as commercial and public transport owners and public transport employees. We want to have a campaign around these 4 areas. Next. This campaign will include education. So we have media slots where we'll do talks, provide snap messages around particularly prime time, and also have some articles on the print media where we'll talk about this. Next slide. We'll have roadshows in the busiest towns such as Mabane, Manzini, Pixpeak, Stegi, Nhlangano, and the like. But this should be done on an original basis. It doesn't mean you go to one town and that's the end of it. We have to repeatedly go there, particularly on the busiest day of the month, where we can get quite a number of people and we can be able to actually educate them on the route regulations and rules, and rules, and expect that they obey them. Also do community-based educational talks in the Tinkundla centers, in the deep tanks and things like that, and then also the school-based campaigns. So those are the approaches that are proposed for the educational campaigns. Next. We also, in addition to the educational campaigns, want to do ongoing roadside preventive measures, such as education along the roads now. I think we have seen those happening in strategic areas in the country, but usually they will happen, like I'm saying, they are linked to particular events, but we must have them ongoing and rotate. They shouldn't be on the same site every day. I've lost my presentation.
All right, sorry, Dr. Shabalala, in the interest of time, unfortunately, we're going to have to cut that presentation short. Also because we do have another speaker that is on standby that is on the other side of the world. As well, we will skip the panel discussion that was supposed to follow this conversation, again, just in the interest of time. So I think we will move swiftly ahead to the next session. Yes, sir. Okay, sorry, can we just provide a microphone?
I said what I'm going to say makes me very, very angry. Cattle on the roads, that is public enemy number 1. If you drive up Malakwane now, there is a roundabout thing on top there, Babe Mfundisi wami. Kunetingomo lapha. Kunetingomo lapha ekhathi. Now, the question is, why aren't we putting up a plan to remove these animals? Why are we afraid to get to the bottom of this problem? Ngoba anything that happens, bengifika ingomo, ngishayisa ingomo, leti ingomo tinebanikati. But since long time ago, PS, we have had this problem, and I do not understand why we don't handle this. And I'm not blaming the Litigo, but I think it's all of us. We need to get to the bottom of it. lokuthi inkomo ngumcebo wemaswati etc etc I can't go home ekhaya kusenhlangano at night because ngawuhlangana netinkomo emgwaqweni. Let's remove these animals on the road once and for all. I know one minister wathi that light a truck in wathi lo baba walapha esutumisho mtamshanga sakile. But we must get to the bottom of it. I know there must be a problem about this. We can't allow letingomo, tilam kwatweni everywhere. Emaphoyisa, and I hope they are still here. Ayelusa, they are head boys and head girls. Baphatha ngeke babone sebaphatha neti noma ticwayi noma yini. Instead of doing the work that they are supposed to do, bayelusa literally, and nothing is happening. And I'm saying, it pains me. We've got relatives, friends, bandwagids, where is it in the work plan? And I'm not blaming anybody, but we must address this senior superintendent fully, come to the bottom of it, because I just can't, I don't know why we can't do it. Right? Okay, lastly from my side, awareness and so on. Awareness and so on, that's fine. But I'm not sure if Lago Radio and maybe TV now is it prime time? Is everybody there? Normally it's at 4 o'clock or what? Just watch that space again. And I've seen a lot of things. Yes, we'll throw this to consultants, with due respect to my consultants, and some of them are here. I used to work for a boss who, when you mentioned consultancy, I said, oh my God, it's going to take forever. And I'm not saying my consultants are wrong. Some of them, but can't we do some of the things in-house? Get it done. Let's do it, eh? Anyway, thank you very much. But Tingomo, out of the road. Out, and I'm talking national roads.
All right, thank you very much. That submission is noted. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as this day is progressing nicely and we are building on the previous session, now we actually have a strategic framework in place. It is time to dive into effective road safety measures that can make a tangible difference. Our next session will focus on innovative and proven strategies for improving road safety. We're pleased to welcome Samantha Cockfield, the head of road safety at the Transport Accident Commission in Victoria, Australia, who will be presenting virtually as well. Sam will share her expertise on road safety measures and the successful initiatives implemented in Victoria. Her insights will provide valuable perspectives on how we can enhance our road safety practices and learn from global best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all the way from Australia, Samantha Cockfield.
Hello, everybody. I'm so honoured to be able to speak with you tonight, particularly about what we've been doing in Victoria, Australia. It's very cold here, which is why I've got my scarf on, and getting towards late at night. But it really excites me to just have heard some of that presentation before and about your new framework. So I'm hoping some of what we've learned in Victoria, Australia can help. I'm just going to share my presentation now so that hopefully you're a little less bored than just hearing about from my voice. You actually get to see something as well. Just a moment, I'll just put it into presentation mode. Hopefully it works. Yeah, okay, so let's go. So you know me, and the building behind you there is where I work, and it's actually in a regional town called Geelong. Just a bit about us in case you don't know about Victoria in Australia. So we're the second smallest state in Australia. That's us in the pink down the bottom. And we've got a population of about 6 million people. The population of Australia as a whole is around 26 million. So we're the second biggest state. And as you can see, our death rate per 100,000 is around 4. We have got it down to about 3 per 100,000, but we're currently sitting at 4 per 100,000. Now, I'm having trouble moving my page down. I work for an organisation called the Transport Accident Commission, TAC, and we're a government-owned insurance agency. We operate in a commercial manner, but the dividends that we pay are to the Victorian government. So we are funded by premiums, just as you would be any insurance, and that premium comes to us via motor vehicle registration. So when you register your vehicle, we get part of that registration fee as your insurance, third-party insurance fee. We also have been very lucky with our investments at the TAC and have actually been able to invest really well and being able to use that money both for the dividend to the government but also for road safety, which is part of our legislation. So the Transport Accident Act asks us to look after people who are injured on our roads and also promote road safety and reduce the number of people being killed and seriously injured. Not only do we look after those who are injured from car, truck and motorcycle crashes, we also look after those who are injured on public transport. So in Australia, that's trains, trams and buses. That doesn't make up a large part of the people we look after who are injured, because those forms of transport are very safe. Probably what we're best known for around the world is actually the campaigns we run, the TV advertising and the other marketing campaigns we run. In Victoria, we work very much in a partnership approach. Everybody who's involved in road safety at a government level works together to address road safety. So that includes our Department of Health, our Department of Transport and Planning, who are our key lead road safety agency. So they lead all the strategy development and bringing the partnership together. Our Department of Justice and Community Safety, who run our speed camera programs and also our seatbelt and mobile phone camera programs. And of course, our Victoria Police, who do the main enforcement. Even though we're a state and we have our own road safety strategy, which aligns with the Decade of Action, so it's from 21 to 2030, we do work very much hand in hand with other states in Australia under the National Road Safety Action Plan. So every state builds to actually create the National Road Safety Plan. Just a bit about our history in road safety. We have a very proud history. We've been very lucky to implement some world firsts. So we were the first jurisdiction in the world to have compulsory seatbelt wearing. I think the first jurisdiction to introduce random breath testing. It's certainly one of the first to introduce speed camera programs on a mass level. I think we're very early adopters of new car testing programs, the NCAP programs. I think we're second in the world to do that, very soon after the US of A. And you can just see there we've done a lot of work and continue to try and invest and support safer roads for Victoria. And it really has been quite successful over that time, and you can just sort of see the downward trend. Unfortunately, probably like a lot of countries around the world and a lot of jurisdictions, we have plateaued fairly much at the moment. So we are just about to launch a new action plan to try and deal with that. Our long-term aim, just like I'm sure yourselves, is to see nobody killed or very seriously injured by 2050. and we have also signed up to the UN World Health Organization Decade of Action target of reducing deaths and very serious injuries by 50% by 2030. We know that that's really ambitious, but also all the modelling that I've seen around the world says that we already know how to solve about 80 to 90% of the deaths we see on our roads. It often is a matter of implementing the initiatives, the proven evidence-based initiatives that we know about, rather than thinking that it's not possible. And I think, we really now only need to find between 10 and 20% of the answers to get to zero. I'm sure that everybody in the room today knows about the SAFE system. We are very committed to it in Victoria. We were very lucky to have, I suppose, the father of Vision Zero, Professor Klaus Tingval, come and work with us for about 2 years at our Monash University Accident Research Centre. And so we knew about our SAFE system very early. But I think that the thing that we're really most, I suppose, committed to is really understanding now that we can't just work on behaviours. We must assume that people are going to make mistakes and start to anticipate and accommodate human error. And what that really means is that we need to design our roads and our vehicles so that they can withstand the crash forces, the energy that transfers to human bodies when we're in a crash, and also to share in the responsibility that all of us have a responsibility, and particularly those of us in government who are tasked really with the job of either designing or maintaining a safe road system. We must take the responsibility not only to do the design and the maintaining, but work together in a coordinated fashion to make sure it happens. This is one of my favourite slides because I still remember the day that Professor Tingval from Sweden showed us this slide, because in Australia and in Victoria until this point, we really didn't understand how to better plan to reduce injuries, because the information on this slide about what the energy forces that are going to kill and seriously injure us weren't understood. And so this information is relatively new in road safety terms. We've sort of known about it for about 25 years. But now knowing about it, I don't think we can do anything in a moral sense but plan around it. It doesn't mean we can all change things tomorrow, but we can certainly plan to make sure that cars can't have a head-on crash if they're going to be travelling at greater than 70k an hour, or that pedestrians are in a situation where they're mixing with vehicles at more than 30 kilometres an hour. Obviously, it's very long term to get the system perfect, but at least we know what we're planning for now. So just with this, I thought we would go through how we view road safety in Victoria, and we really see is what are our challenges. And the first one, if you look at the SAFE system and how we're trying to address the whole road network, is creating safe people, and particularly addressing higher risk behaviours. So I'm not going to go into the details here, but the same issues that you will see on your roads around drink driving, drug driving, seatbelt wearing, distraction, low-level speeding. We still see some high-level speeding, but low-level speeding for us is probably a bigger problem, because a lot of the enforcement we've done has actually addressed the very high level, 15, 20 kilometres and higher over the speed limit. And we've dealt with these problems for a long time, but we need to maintain the work we've already done in addressing some of these issues, but also, of course, look to new technology and new enforcement methods, as well as encouraging and motivating people to make good decisions in addressing these issues. So some of the ways that TAC, my organisation, has done this is we've invested in drug testing, and we have moved that up to 150,000 tests across Victoria from only 42,000 3 years ago, and we're hoping to increase that fairly soon. We've very much looked not only at increasing the number of testing, but making sure it's as efficient as it can be, so that the data and the way we do drug testing is most likely to target those who actually have drugs in their system. We've just increased our mobile speed camera program by 75%, so there's 75% more hours, and installed new red light cameras. We've just introduced mobile phone detection cameras, and they also have seatbelt detection as well. And surprisingly to us, even though we have very high seatbelt wearing rates in Victoria, 98, 99% for drivers, we still detect a few thousand people every month that don't have their seatbelts on through these cameras. And we've just been trialling, and this is very much in a research development sense, looking at in-car alcohol sensors so that people actually can't move their cars or drive their cars if they are over the legal blood alcohol limit. A very big part of what we do in keeping people safe is the role of the law itself and how we work between the law and our enforcement agencies. And so one of the key deterrents that we know for poor driving behaviour and risky driving behaviour is ensuring that we actually deter people from doing it so that they know that they will get caught. And if they do get caught, they're going to swiftly get a traffic infringement notice, which in most cases in Victoria will incur both a fine, so a monetary fine, and a loss of demerit points. We know that for some people the fine is the big motivator, so monetary loss is a big motivator. But for others whom financial issues aren't such a big deal, it's the demerit points that are the big motivator, because people don't want to lose their licence. For some, it's both. We take our infringement notices very seriously. If you don't pay your fines or your infringement notice, you will be taken to our magistrates court. And for some matters, you will automatically go to the court. So if you were caught driving while suspended, excessive speeding, and this is one of the reasons that excessive speeding isn't such a big issue, is it's straight to court or possibly losing your licence immediately and being taken off the road immediately. And dangerous driving in any form, you will go straight to court. You won't just get a traffic notice. And it's very effective, and most people do pay their fines quite quickly when they receive them normally in the mail, sometimes directly from a police officer. The types of enforcement we do, I just mentioned cameras. So you can see the white car over there. That is a mobile speed camera in the car. You can't really see it, but in that car is a camera. And they're placed strategically, but where the crash risk is high, right across the road network, local roads, rural roads, highways, anywhere that a car can be safely sighted, a camera can be sighted. Police on the roads very much still use laser and radar guns on the side of the road. I was coming up Major Road to work this morning, and the police officer was sitting there with a radar gun waiting to get me. He didn't get me, but there they were in a similar car to the one you see there on your right. Our booze bus and drug bus are very effective at randomly testing a large number of vehicles. We have between 3 and 4 million alcohol tests, as well as about 150,000 drug tests. Out of those drug buses, you can see on the bottom right-hand corner there, but also out of our police vehicles as well. And last but not least, we also have a lot of fixed cameras. The camera you can see there on the left is both a red light camera, so if you go through a red light, and a fixed speed camera. So they're all the sorts of enforcement that are out on our roads every single day. And the TAC, my company, actually provides police with funding not only to do the basics but to enhance or to do extra enforcement. And we work strategically with the both the crash data and data around Victoria Trust Fund. And so what that is about creating safer how we're trying to, I suppose, create less risky drivers and create better road user behaviour. Moving into challenge 2, it's very much about reducing the risk everybody faces on our road network and making our intersections safe, particularly making our intersections safe. I think one of the things that we do every time we look at a new strategy is make sure we understand where crashes are happening on our road network. And really for the last 10, 15 years when we've been looking, we've found that in terms of deaths, most of our deaths are happening on high-speed rural roads. And that's primarily because of the speed itself and the fact that a lot of our rural roads, we've got a very large road network, over 150,000 kilometres of road. It's one of the largest networks in the world, and we haven't been able to protect everyone on those roads. So we've got a large problem on our rural high-speed roads. And in our city areas, we find that it's more that our very serious injuries are occurring at intersections, and they're sort of our two biggest problems is our rural roads and our intersections. To be honest, intersections are a problem right across the state. We've got 225,000 of them. And in fact, the next slide says this. This is just a bit of a summary that our death rates on country roads are 4 times higher than those for our metropolitan roads. Most of our fatalities, as I said, occur on high-speed roads, and 60% of them are where we've actually crossed the centre line. And we see that intersections are very much the problem in our built-up areas, in our urban and in our metropolitan areas. The plan to fix this was a very large investment by the TAC, $1.74 billion in a range of safety treatments, safe system safety treatments to address the biggest problems on our network. I won't go into the detail on here, but if I just bring up some of these pictures, what you'll see is we've got a program specifically to address our high-speed rural roads, and you can see there I talked about crossing the centre line. That 60% of our fatalities, the people who've died on these types of roads, cross the centre line, and you'll see on that picture on the left there, the upper left, we've put barriers down the middle of some of those roads. It's a very expensive treatment, but incredibly effective. Our rural intersections, some of them we've actually just closed down because we can't make them safe, and we literally just make people undertake a U-turn rather than having to be at what we call at risk from crossing right through an intersection at very high speed. We've got programs for our urban intersections, often that is roundabouts. We've created safe cycling corridors for our cyclists. We've got programs for local streets and our residential streets, and specific programs for pedestrians as well. The program, that's the strip there was called, it's a Safe System Road Infrastructure Program is what it's called. One of the key features of that program is the development and planning for roundabouts. You saw that 225,000 intersections across Victoria, and we know that while traffic signals can be helpful, we are still seeing, even when we've got traffic signals, a lot of crashes. Very much the types of crashes that we see at those signalised intersections are right turn against. So we drive on the right here. So when we turn, we drive in front of people from the right, and also accidents when we turn left, particularly we turn left into pedestrians and into cyclists, and then crossing the middle of the line, the lanes, and into a head-on collision. And you probably know the benefits of roundabouts in terms of slowing down vehicles so that we're actually going less fast through an intersection. We've got all traffic going in one direction, and even if a crash does happen, it means that usually it's less severe, and the angles that it occurs at are not those sort of T-bone or head-on type crashes. They're very much less severe angles, and usually the speed is lower. It also helps in terms of making decision-making. A roundabout helps make decision-making for road users much easier, and of course encourages us to drive at lower speeds. So very big part of it. Most cases we get what we call a crash risk reduction factor of around 80%. So that means we have about 80% less serious injuries and deaths at an intersection where we install a roundabout. in some cases, it's even higher than that, particularly where the intersection has never been treated before. One of the other key issues for us is making sure that we set speed limits at the appropriate level, and then we ensure that they are enforced at that level. The approach we take more and more in Victoria is called movement and place. What it is about is setting the safe and appropriate speed limits and then ensuring we have compliance to those limits using a range of vehicle technologies, infrastructure itself, and enforcement. I think we really know, as I said before, that having a safe speed is absolutely critical to ensuring that people don't get injured, because if we're all travelling at a safe speed, we know that even in the case of a crash, that the injuries are likely to be very minor if we have any injuries at all. I think I've probably covered most of what's down here already, but one of the key ways that we're working on improving speed management, so making sure that the speeds are right and they're complied with, is actually through workplace road safety policies. So encouraging fleet cars, encouraging heavy vehicle fleets, our logistics companies, to actually have speed limiters and speed alerts on their vehicles. And in the case of many of our heavy vehicle logistic companies, the speed alerts actually report back to headquarters if drivers are caught speeding, and report in to say that they're going over the limit, it's unsafe, and often they literally get called up on the road to be told to slow down. And if that sort of speeding behaviour continues, often they're not kept on as drivers. So it's one of the key ways where we're trying to bring down speed on our roads, is not just, I suppose, through compliance through police and enforcement, but also through workplace policies. So just in terms of a bit more about speed management, what we do, and this is very much what the TAC helps fund, is if local government or state government sometimes want to look at speed limits, we're happy to support them to make sure that they are the right speed limits for the area. We support curb outstands and chicanes, so things that slow, make roads look narrower and slow vehicles down. Speed humps and speed platforms, again, particularly when we might be coming up to a risky area like a school or a church, a playground. Speed cushions, which actually are similar to speed hump, but for a whole intersection. So it's a treatment we really use for intersections as well quite often. And of course, we've already talked about, we continue to use speed cameras and other technology to make sure that people are encouraged to do the right thing. Pedestrian crossings are a big part of our program. One of the things that we really aim to do in terms of pedestrian crossings now is make sure we get it right from the start. So when we're designing new estates and planning for new villages to be built, we want to make sure that we in-build or design in really good practice and really eliminate the potential for anybody to be hurt or seriously injured. But we also apply that principle to retrofitting pedestrian safety to our older road network. The key for us is really just reducing any severity down to crash severity to a point where somebody won't be injured. And we see that very much at being at the 30 kilometre an hour point, which is actually, if any of you have been following the UN's recommendations is actually that 30 kilometres an hour is the recommended speed for built-up areas where there's pedestrians, cyclists and other vulnerable road users. One of the things I think about pedestrian safety and why it's so crucial is that everyone walks, and walking is really very good for everybody. It's good for our health. It's good for the sustainability and the environment of any community. So it's in everybody's interest to ensure that we have good facilities. And we know that if they're hit by a car, a pedestrian is the most unlikely to survive that crash. So they're significantly at high risk of being killed or seriously injured. And in Victoria, but I know this is in Australia and I suspect it's the same for yourself, pedestrian trauma particularly is moving upwards. It's not moving downwards. And I think we've made travel a lot safer for people in vehicles, in cabins particularly, but not so much for our vulnerable road users and particularly for pedestrians. We've got the same slide here twice, I think. So the treatments that we use mainly are reducing our speed limits to at least 40 kilometres an hour, but preferably 30 kilometres an hour. We have these raised platform treatments, which you can see the pictures to the left, which is just, I don't know whether you know them, we call them wombats, but they basically just create a speed hump, so cars have to slow down, but it also means that pedestrians are walking a little bit higher, so they're more visible. We narrow roads down so that the distance pedestrians have to walk is less, but also that because of the constriction, cars and other vehicles don't want to drive as fast, so they feel like they need to slow down anyway. If we've got a wide road, very much about putting refuges and crossings in the middle of a wide road, so that pedestrians have got somewhere to reset, be safe, and look that no more traffic is actually coming. And one of the key things, even though it sounds a bit silly, but one of the key things we've found is that if we don't have very good separation of cyclists and pedestrians, we do get some cycling and pedestrian crashes. And unfortunately, we've seen some high-speed cyclists kill some of our pedestrians. So we do try, and when we're designing new treatments, to make sure that we actually design for cyclists to be separated from pedestrians, as well as pedestrians being separated from cars. And one of the other things just about that is this is particularly important now that e-bikes and e-scooters are becoming very much part of our community, because they do tend to travel at slightly higher speeds and harder to see, and are more likely, if they do hit somebody, to cause more damage. I just thought I'd show you, this is actually a road. It's a rural road, and it's not that far from where I live. And it's a road where we decided that we were going to do everything we could to make it's safe, because it's the road that most people use to go to what is called our Great Ocean Road, and it's the most popular tourist attraction in Victoria. It's where all the beautiful beaches are and all our surfing competitions are. And in summer, every weekend, this road is packed. It doesn't look anything like this road today. The road was 100 kilometres an hour, had a 100 kilometres an hour speed limit, and it didn't have very much protection. What we did was we went through and put barriers, and you can see the barriers on the side right along the road. They're new style barriers that are quite flexible. They look like our old W beams, but they're quite flexible. We widened the shoulders. We put tactile audio line marking, so if you go over that line marking, it rattles your car and makes a sound. And we widened the centre line so that it was actually harder, or there was more separation between cars going in opposite directions, and it's also a little bit harder to actually cross to the other lane. And so with all those treatments, we've almost eliminated any serious injuries on that road. It's not a 5-star road yet because we haven't completely separated out the 2 lanes of opposing traffic, but it's been highly successful on what we call a secondary road treatment in terms of reducing the number of people still killed and seriously injured. A third challenge is looking to protect people through safer vehicles, and we really got a big problem. We've got older cars in Victoria. They, on average, don't have active safety features like automated emergency braking or lane keep assist, and we really do lag a bit in terms of regulating. We are behind the European Union and probably the US to some degree in regulating, so mandating that some of the vehicle safety features must be on cars that are imported to Australia. All cars are imported to Australia. We don't have any manufacturers left in Australia. So we've got a very large program of transitioning from passive vehicle safety features through to active vehicle safety features. Automated emergency braking and lane keep assist are the 2 technologies that we would like mandated basically as soon as possible, but particularly lane keep assist. We've estimated that would reduce keeping people in their lanes would reduce our serious injuries by about 38%. We work very much so in that regard with our new car assessment program, the Australasian New Car Assessment Program, and we have a large program ourselves which is called How Safe Is Your Car? It's actually a website, so if any of you are sitting there with your phones, you can go to it. It's howsafeisyourcar.com.au. And it's basically a searchable website, and it's all about making sure that when you buy your next car, whether it's a new car or a used car, that you buy the safest car you can afford. We've also been doing quite a lot of work making sure we're ready for the next generation of technology, particularly working with Bosch and Ericsson in Australia. Looking at connected and automated vehicle technologies. I won't go into that too much now because it is very much in the future. That's just a bit of a picture from one of the pages of our howsafeisyourcar.com.au website. You just enter the sort of car that you'd like to look up, or you can enter how much you want to spend on a car, and we'll actually tell you what the safety rating of the car you're looking at, or the cars that you can look at in your price range. Gives you a lot more information, but please go there if you've got 5 minutes. I just wanted to quickly talk to you about how important we think educating our community is. So most of what I've talked to you about to this point is very much about creating a sustainable, safe road network, and using technology and engineering solutions to do that. This is very much about talking to the individuals and to communities about how they can help. So one of the things we need to do if we want people to be safe and act safe is make sure they have all the information they need. We need not only to tell them what it is that they need to do and why something like drinking and driving is a problem, but we also need to encourage them and motivate them to make good decisions. So help them actually make those decisions, help them comply with the road laws. If you don't know what the road laws are, if you don't understand road laws, if you don't understand, for example, how speed cameras work, it's very hard to comply with them. But we also want to build community support for change. It's very difficult for governments to make change, particularly around some things like speed limits, if the community doesn't support them. So we've really got to make sure that the community calls for the change and is ready to accept the change when it comes. And probably the most difficult part of all our jobs is actually to get the community ready for change, because none of us want it. You know, when you tell some people that, well, we want you to go 20 kilometres an hour slower because we want to help make you safe and others using the road safe, it's very rarely that people clap and say, I can't wait for that to happen. So we really need to build understanding. One of the ways we go about it is we sort of think, what is the desired behaviour we would like to see in our community? What issue are we addressing? What's the desired behaviour? What are the benefits of the behaviour? So explaining to the community, why is it beneficial for you to behave like this? What's the consequences if you don't adopt the safe behaviour? And then how do I do it? How do I actually perform the safe behaviour? And I'm just using here an example of using child restraints. We have very good child restraint use in buying child restraints in the first place and then using them on every trip. So you can see here that the desired behaviour that we want with child restraints is use it on every trip. Why? Because if you do that, your child will be safe, and the evidence is if you use a child restraint, your child will be very safe in Australia. If you don't do it, there's two things. You might injure your child, and I think that's the worst outcome, but also you will get fined. It's not that you could, you will get fined if your child's not in a restraint. And how do you perform this behaviour? We provide lots of information about where to buy or hire a restraint, how to fit it correctly. We've got lots of information on a website and a brochure. So that's probably the sort of key way we start thinking about how do we actually educate people. Now, I think my little screen is stuck here, so let me just see if I can continue. Yes, okay, we're finally moved. This is another program. Ooh. I don't know whether you can hear me. Can you still hear me? Oh yeah, I think you can still hear me. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Samantha.
To them about key roads. Hello?
Samantha, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry, it's saying I'm muted. Okay, Vanessa, she is our bus that goes to youth festivals and youth events, and very much about educating young people about good behaviour as a young driver. And one of the reasons we do this is we know that youth festivals are a place where people like to drink and also sometimes take drugs. So it's a peer-to-peer approach. There's young people at these events talking to young people about their behaviours and just how to maintain safe behaviour. So one of the things we do is we set up what we call a checkpoint just before people leave in their cars from big youth events. They can get breath tested there. If they know that they've had drugs, we don't drug test them, but if they know they've had drugs, we suggest that they sit it out for a few hours. We give them water, we give them food or snacks, and we just encourage them to to stay out of their car for a few hours more till they know that they're completely safe. I am struggling getting my screen moving. Okay. We just talked before about vehicle safety, but we run a whole program to talk to people about buying safe cars, and a program to talk about compliance. And so this is a big road safety campaign about how to comply with road laws and what we expect of you. And this is a sort of a sample of some of the campaigns. Most of these campaigns are TV and TV campaigns, social and digital media campaigns, and also we have a very big outdoor media presence, so outdoor billboards, and also at venues, things like pubs and hotels, etc. We really try and place our messaging and our education communications at places where it's relevant. So often you'll see drink driving information at big football games, at pubs and clubs, etc. Texting and mobile phone messaging seems to be pretty much everywhere. It's just I think sorry, I think we've actually got the wrong slide there. The next actual section is just quickly to talk about the fact that education is not just about public education and what we do in terms of marketing and advertising, but it's also very much about what we do in schools. We look very much to educate young people from basically about 6 months. We work with parents and childcare settings, kindergartens, through primary school and into secondary school. And what we're trying to do is ensure that at each stage we talk about the key risks that children and young people are facing at that stage. So very much in early childhood, it's about using restraints, holding hands, and making sure that young people understand some key facts around the road network. So as an example, how traffic lights work. Once we get into primary school, we start looking at some other things like riding bicycles safely and where we ride bikes, how we ride bikes. And again, we still talk to parents. We talk to both the children and the parents, and we run it through our actual curriculum. So it's not extra. We run it as part of the school curriculum, and usually we run it through at primary school. It's often part of language and literature, so the books that they're reading may be around road safety. Or some of the exercises they do out in the playground might be helping them understand how to be a safe road user. In secondary school, we're very targeted about where we work. We particularly work in the science and physics curriculum and in our health and human development curriculum. But most schools, even though it's not a compulsory area, most schools do actually pick up the resources that we've developed and provide, and also take up, we have programs that go to schools, so incursions, one's called Road Smart Interactive, and that goes into a school to educate young people about what a safe system should look like. And we've also got a program at the Melbourne Museum, which is a very large museum, and we're actually situated in there with a digital program where secondary students can come. I won't go there, but it's really just talking about all the work we've actually been doing. One of the other areas that we do a lot of work is as people, young drivers, as people are starting to get their license. We are very much looking to ensure that they're ready to be a safe young driver. One of the areas that we've just recently started is those young people who are likely to be driving for work, so apprentices, people who might be working as drivers for logistic companies, etc. We've got a program for them, specifically talking about how to load vehicles, how vehicle weights may change, what pressures they might be under to use a mobile phone to make sure that they're meeting their boss's needs, etc. So that's one of the key new areas that we've just started working in, again, talking about how we can use the workplace to help make the roads safer. I just thought I would end. I've been very lucky. I've been involved with the UN Decade for Action through the academic expert group that's been making recommendations for the Decade of Action. And particularly that's been through the big ministerial conferences that are held by the World Health Organization. And I thought it might be just worth talking about a few things that not only from the Victorian experience, but through that work and through the committees I've been on, I get to work with people and talk with people from right around the world. And these are some of the areas that are really coming up as key for every jurisdiction, but particularly it's come up in terms of African countries and some South American ones as well. One of the key things that we really need to do, no matter where we are in the world, is make sure that we've got capacity and capability. We need to have enough people and the right people in our local, normally government institutions, to do the work. And some of the work I'm talking about is data collection and data analysis. We've really got to know what our problems are to address them, to target them. We need to know what sorts of interventions we need to undertake. But we also need this information to evaluate once we've delivered programs to make sure that they are working and to learn from them before we start our next program. So having that capacity is really important. I'd say investing in road infrastructure. Once you've created safe road infrastructure, it's there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It's expensive, but if we continually invest, and most jurisdictions don't have the large road networks that we do, we continually invest, make sure we do it right the first time, we're going to see the safety benefits start to flow through, because as I said, it's always there. When I say doing it right the first time, it means making sure we are catering not just for vehicles, but for our vulnerable road users, particularly our pedestrians. I've just talked about what we're doing in public education. Tailored public awareness campaigns really can be very effective to let people know what the key issues are, remind them that if you do the wrong thing that you're going to be caught, but also to garner public support and to support governments making the changes that we need to make. I know doing the tailored public awareness campaigns, getting the data system set up and even getting the analytics right is difficult, but there are so many agencies, international agencies like mine, right through Australia and many countries, Sweden particularly, who are happy to partner and support and provide advice. So please take everybody up on that. Make sure that your legislation is strong. It supports good behaviour and it supports what you want to see on your road network, but also ensure that enforcement is swift and that it's consistent, so that, again, if you're doing the wrong thing, you know that know you're going to get caught and that the penalties are going to apply to you. I'm just putting this slide up because this is my favourite slide that has come out of the Decade of Action. It's really a summary of the safe system approach, where we need to work. So it's, you know, what to do, how to do it, and who to do it. It's fairly simple, but really, if we could all just follow this and make sure we do the key things that are on this plan on a page, we could all really start to see a massive difference in our community. So it's my wallpaper on my laptop. So I look at it regularly, and I think it applies across the world. And to any agency that works in road safety. I'm going to finish up now. I think what I have found, and this is one of my favourite quotes, and I think the person who said it will be very familiar to you, but for me, it always does seem impossible until we've done it. And I think that's what we've always got to remember when we're working in road safety, because it's not an easy field. Change doesn't happen quickly. It's consistency and time that really makes a difference. So thank you very much. I'll stop sharing now, and I think we might have some questions. I'll just make sure.
Thank you very much, Samantha. I think we'll skip the questions now on this dialogue, and then we will send them to you as they pop up on our side.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you once again, Samantha, for that comprehensive presentation. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will do an express panel discussion on the sense of public service and stakeholder partnerships. Once again, I would like to ask the managing editor of the Eswatini Observer Group, Mr. Mbongeni Mbingo, to lead this conversation. And the panelists will be the Chief's Roads Engineer, Mr. Vincent Dlamini. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to the front. And then we will have from the Manzini City Council, Musa Nkonyane. And from the Mbabane City Council, Muzigaise Masina. Mr. Mbingo, over to you for this express panel discussion.
Thank you, Tamsanga. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The hardest part of any event is the one where you direct the program. So well done, young man. Ladies and gentlemen, ningahlala nje nivulela nabobhuti kutololwa nani. Lo mnyaka hlahela kuqaleni ya awuvaki bonakale ukuthi nifundzile labafundisa legion bafuna babonakale. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to obviously be mindful of time. Thank God Barnabas Dlamini is out. Keep him out so that we can run through this program quickly. So you heard the phrase express panel discussion. So Nami, I had a lot of notes I had scribbled from the chairperson's presentation to now in Australia. And so because I picked up from the chairperson's presentation, I was, no, this is a work plan. Okay, not done. Okay, pending. Okay, dreaming. Okay. But you've got to put it down. And we have to give ourselves a pat on the back there. And the second part of it is, obviously, we then moved to Australia for the first world vision. This is why these guys are here. So I'm going to ask you, gentlemen, to please give me a minute's introduction. I will start with the guy on the far right, because he used to abuse me when I was younger. I used to buy him a lot of lunch tins at school. He was my senior. Now I have him on the podium, so I'm going to make sure that I give him respect. Vincent, please, can you start with the introduction? And I want you to do a quick introduction and then tell me what your takeaway is from Samantha's presentation. I know you have your own notes, and we have lunch coming. Excellent. Thank you, Ngos.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Program Director. That was quite a comprehensive presentation. There are things that we're currently doing, for instance, ourselves as the Roads Department, insofar as trying to improve the safety aspect of our road network. And this starts from the planning and design of the network itself. We do quite a lot of stakeholder consultation in terms of discussing with the various road users and any other stakeholders that are involved in so far as the road network construction and development is concerned. I saw quite a lot that they're doing in Australia, which we are doing, as I've said. We're trying to widen our roads. We have now some of the roads have been improved into highways. We have expanded medians and median barriers, as some of you will attest that we now have these concrete barriers to try and protect motorists from crossing over to opposing traffic, because a lot of strange things are happening on the road network. We also have, we install guardrails, we have proper road markings on a number of our roads. And we have engaged on a program now to address the issue of potholes, because we have discovered that quite a number of accidents are caused by the proliferation of potholes on the network, and we're trying to deal with that and address it properly so that our network is safe. But indeed, I would agree with the previous presenters, including the lady from Australia, that the major problem around road safety is human behavior. It's quite a small percentage of the problems arising from the design of the road itself. But basically, most of the time, it is the road users who are human beings. And that is a problem. If I had time, I would tell you a story, Program Director, where I was driving around Moneni, and I saw one lady trying to cross the road and not willing to use the overhead pedestrian crossings, and we've abundantly provided them around that area. And the lady was crossing the road and she was standing next to the concrete barrier. And as I looked attentively at what she was doing, I discovered that actually she had put on a wheelbarrow on top of the median barrier. She wanted to cross, to jump over, take the wheelbarrow and push it across the road and get to Monen. So you can see that we have got a lot of problems that are happening on our roads. But because of time, I think, let me hand over to my fellow panelists.
Thank you, Nkosi. Ngimlo hand over, Nkosi. Yeah. You've just raised a very good point. Please give him a round of applause. The Chief Roads Engineer, you are going to come back to tell us just briefly on the highway is dark, extremely dark, and it's light in patches. So you can see when you're driving that there's an area where we are allowed to make or cause an accident. But the one that I thought you were going to talk about also is the innovation of tracking livestock on the road, but I'll come back to you. Babengonyane, good afternoon. It's good to see you. I'm looking forward to hearing from your end. They put in there the statistics that Manzini is the most happening. If you want an accident, go to Manzini. So please introduce yourself and just briefly go into your takeaway from the presentation, and then also what you are doing in Manzini that is working at the traffic light in Nazarene.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings, colleagues. My name is Musango Nyane, a civil engineer by profession. I'm the Director of Technical Services in Manzini. Basically, what Samantha just shared with us now, we draw a lot from it, especially when it comes to the road safety. But I must say, as the city of Manzini, we are not sleeping. We are coming up with innovative ways to address all issues that cause accidents in the city. But I must say, my fellow panelists here just mentioned that it all bends down to human behavior, which I think, from my experience, that two minds, the system, mind, the second system. So what is happening in Manzini? We have escalated. We have escalated the maintenance program when it comes to our infrastructure. That is talking to the road markings, the pedestrian crossings, also the traffic lights. If you may, you might have seen, we now have counters in our traffic lights, because the plan is we want to give the driver, because we want to give the driver that he must be always watching out, because all of us here, I think, when we're driving home from this workshop, we will be on our phones checking up what have been sent to us. So the counters, they do help, because they make you aware that you need to move now, because poor concentration. And what also I took from Samantha's presentation, it's the high accidents that occur at intersection. It is true, a study has been done whereby they were looking at a major street, so the one with a high speed, with a speed limit of 120 kilometers per hour, and the minor street. So what was discovered that the people that join from the small street to the major street, they don't anticipate the time correctly. So they called it critical gaps. So you find that someone will think he will catch up with a speeding car from which is driving at 120 kilometers per hour. So that is when the accidents occur. But in terms of also the restraints, you may be aware that if you drive between Gakoza and the Nazarene traffic lights, you will see that it is almost, there's no restraint between the road and the pedestrian walkway. Why? Because a few years ago, because of the rehabilitation of the roads that occur. So we are doing all what we can to protect the pedestrian. There is some work that will be taking place between that area that will sensitize pedestrians so that accidents do not happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ngonyane. Please give him a round of applause. I like that you mentioned that street from Gakoza going down. Good work there. And then I want to introduce my colleague from Babane, who also is a very passionate supporter of a team that I'm a passionate supporter of, so I'll go kind on you. I was going to ask, and I'm so happy, Mr. Dlamini, I saw in the slides on Samantha's presentation that roundabouts are good. I was so relieved. I was ready to bombard him about the roundabouts in Babane. There's 18 of them. There are 20. Okay, I missed 2. So, Mr. Masina Muzi is the chief guy in the municipality. So we want to know your best plan, and having looked at Samantha's presentation, when are we eliminating potholes completely, and why are we not working on pedestrian, what do you call it, Mzala? Sorry, Mzala. Yeah, la kuhamba khona lundu.
Thank you, Program Director and fellow team supporter, and I'm not working alone. Yes. Let me start with the potholes. Good roads, bad roads will cause accidents, but good roads can also cause accidents. I remember my previous CEO, some had requested that we install a speed hump somewhere in Tembelihle. along Manjolo Road a few years ago, and Manjolo Road was in a very, very bad state. And when I approached him and he asked me, why do you want to put a speed hump on that road? Because the potholes are good enough to slow down the traffic. We are looking, but we are attending to potholes as something to minimize accidents. We are taking that seriously, on a serious note. However, we are aware of the age of our infrastructure. So you might have seen in Mbabane we've changed the program, how we're doing things now. You find that we go for roads that are, some will think that are still in a good condition, and we reseal them. Why? So that we prevent that they get to a stage where we'll have the potholes and they'll be more costly to fix. So they are a priority. But from Samantha's presentation, colleagues, I think you will have noticed why we are having so many traffic circles in Mbabane. We're adding more, actually. We are putting them even in Sunduza because we are concerned about the safety. So I cannot go again into the presentation why we were putting them. That is the very reason why we're using traffic circles in Mbabane, for safety. But we've got other things that we are doing quite a lot, addressing the issues of safety. One of the things is we are developing right now a Mbabane road safety strategy in our IDP period 2024 to 2029, which will also be in line with the national one. We have established quite a good relationship with the Ministry of Works and the police when we're working on such strategies. You will have seen, Mbabane, when it comes to infrastructure, especially for the disabled, we are top in this country right now because we have been intentional about it, that we've set aside in our budget. We will have a certain percentage that is just addressing specifically our infrastructure so that it also accommodates the disabled. 15% of the people in the world are disabled, so that is our guide also in our budget, so that we ensure that there is something that we're doing for the disabled. We have the guide blocks, which usually we paint them yellow, so that you can identify them, which help the people who are disabled as they use their sticks to guide them. If you've seen then in roads like Somhlolo Road, we've also made the sidewalks pretty wide. They're accommodating the disabled, they're accommodating just general pedestrian, and they can also accommodate the cyclist, which we will also address. I think raise something that there have been accidents where cyclists, between cyclists and pedestrians, but we will address that one. But they are so wide enough so that they can also address that. Why? We are encouraging that people should move out of their cars, walk and cycling, because one, it will remove the vehicles from the road, and then we will result in lessening the accidents. We are working closely, as I say, with the Minister of Public Works, especially on the public transport section. We have a section in the council, a section that just looks after public transport. And our aim is that people should get out their vehicles and get into public transport vehicles. So working closely with the Ministry of Public Works on those issues, issues around the vehicle worthiness, issues around the law enforcement. So there's a bylaw that we're developing for public transport. That bylaw, amongst other things, will include that for the renewal of your permit, some of the things that will be looked at is your traffic offenses, your roadworthiness, a number of things which we need, which we feel should be part of what is required when you are renewing your public transport license. We've come up with the technological solutions too, because we need to be data-driven. A lot of the things that we've been doing, it has mainly been qualitative. We observe and we think we should intervene, but sometimes we do not have the data to inform our decisions, so that we have now installed some traffic counters in certain intersections. Babana, there is one next to NetBank, so that we is there 24/7. We know exactly what kind of data we're dealing with. And one of the findings already is that there's a lot of vehicles that are driving at night between 9 and 3. We have not established a reason yet on that intersection. So maybe it's what's happening next to Gafaya, I do not know. But those are the things that we want to know, so that when we make decisions as a city, they are based on some data. We are also in the process of installing cameras. Probably they'll be installed in the first quarter of 2024. Those cameras will not only be security cameras, but they'll also be traffic cameras. They will cooperate with the police, so that if there are any traffic offenses, people can be prosecuted using the data that is coming from those cameras. It's a lot.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Well done, Mr. Masina. We've got 2 minutes left to our lunch. I know that most of us are dying to get out for lunch. So just a quick one, Mr. Dlamini, I must make use of you being here. I mean, we're paying you to be here today. So just the earlier question I asked, if you can just explain to us, is that intentional? But I also wanted to know, I'm here to ask a question. Why are we off-ramping on the wrong side in the highway? That's an accident waiting to happen. I can show you the spots. But also, is there a plan for our highway to expand it? Because we've surely become much more. And some accidents along Malakwane, probably because of that. Babe, Senior Superintendent, Nshoga Lemos. Okay, thank you. And then the last part on the highway, I just want to know for my own interest. There is no exit, emergency exit in case of an accident. Chairperson Ubek truck man that was stuck there for 5 hours. So then usually you are at the highway, there's an accident, and I remember some 2 decades ago, there was a big accident. No one could get out of that accident, and there were more deaths. What's your plan, Mr. Engineer, of note?
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Well, in terms of the freeway, especially the section between Babane and Ezulwini, I think all of us who are citizens of this country will remember that it was our behavior that caused us to close those gaps that were there. Initially, that freeway, when it was designed, you could make U-turns if there's an accident. But we decided as the ministry to then install those concrete barriers because people were making the U-turns even when there was no accident. If somebody has forgotten something in Babane, they would just make a U-turn and go back to Babane. You will recall that just below, next to what was called Swazi Inn, there was that, that gap which had been intentionally left unclosed or open for people when there's an accident to be able to maneuver. But now people abused it. So it was a problem. That was the problem. Now, on the issue of the right turns, that was as a country, that was the second stretch of the freeway, which we constructed more than 20 years ago. It was sufficient. And remember, on that section of the road, the speed limit, the highest speed you can drive there is 80 kilometers an hour. So it is not the usual speed of a freeway. But of course, with all the improvements and developments that have happened and people owning more vehicles, it is time that we improve that particular junction at Bahai. And we have done some preliminary designs for that. And of course, funds are not yet available for us to improve it, but the plan is there. Immediately when funds are available, we will improve that interchange. Of course, it will cost because, like Samantha was saying, roads are indeed expensive, and if we want to improve safety, we've got to be prepared to pay for that. On the issue of street lights, the issue, again, human behavior. The street lights that we have on our freeways, it is a Maswati who are stealing the cable. Oh. Consistently stealing the cable, with Vika. Now we can't keep up. That's the problem. That is why now we are changing from the conventional electricity supply and now we're converting those street lights to use solar. We hope that no one will climb up and take the panels up there. So that is the program. So we have done some of the sections. The sections that are operational currently, it's because we're now using solar. Because the other method, people were just coming and taking stealing the cable. So everywhere, Mr. Mbingo, where the lights are off, it is because the cable has been stolen. And secondly, it is because some people intentionally vandalize the kiosks and all the points of electricity supply for whatever reason, I do not know. Just like you find that people steal the road signs, and you find that the road sign is now decorating their gates at home and all that. Some are stealing the guardrails. So human behavior is a big problem in terms of sabotaging our road safety issues when we're trying to improve road safety. The same applies to the fencing. All our roads, after construction, they have a proper fence on both sides. But a few weeks, months now, maybe back then it would be a few years, you would not see the fence. But now it takes only a few weeks, the fence is not there. It has been taken by our own people. That is why now you will find the cows that Babet Lamin was talking about. It's because the fence has been stolen by the people that we live with. So human behavior is a big problem, and we hope that law enforcement will assist us in arresting those people that are causing the havoc, because they are the ones actually increasing road safety hazards on our roads at this point in time by stealing the infrastructure and vandalizing it, including those that steal the red small bricks which we use to construct our bus shelters, because those are stolen by people who want to use them as window sills and all that. Thank you.
Ngos. Mzala, just a quick one as we wrap up. So in Manzini, you are doing some fantastic work, and you also have that beautiful futuristic highway going out of the city. We've already seen an accident there. What is your solution to that area where the road is beautiful? Do we need more speed humps? Do we need Babane to outsource your roundabouts, to you? What is your solution there? What is your proposal?
Thank you, Program Director. I'm happy the PS from Public Works is here. Yes, again, as my fellow colleague or panelist has mentioned, it's still human behavior, because what the government through the Minister of Public Works did between that nice highway, they call it a blue highway. So basically what it means, no one is expected to use it to walk on that highway. For example, you may be aware that sometimes there will be a border-to-border cycling from Oshuk maybe to Lavumisa. So what the association, the Cyclist Association do, they come to council, they put up an application, then we design or we give them the routes to use. And one of the things we mentioned, working closely with the Minister of Public Works, we do say to the organizers that there shouldn't be any cyclist that should be using the blue highway. So we use the service roads. So it's a high-class infrastructure with service roads, so you get the same benefit of getting to the destination that you want to get to. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Last one, Mr. Masina. It's just a takeaway from the two presentations we've done, and as I come from the media sector, I must ask this question. Do you guys do enough to educate good behavior? When I see the presentations, one of the main things, and I want to reference the quote because I write, what did she say? Education is key to changing behavior of the people, and particularly promoting good behavior. So, do you guys do enough, do you think? Enough is enough. Do you do enough to educate the public on what needs to be done to be good behavior on your beautiful disability realms that you've done? Is there education there?
I would admit that we are not doing enough, but we are doing something. We are trying, and that is what has also emanated in our collaboration, especially with the Royal Eswatini Police Services. There are certain programs that we are trying to do, but most of our teaching, it comes through enforcement, unfortunately.
Yes,
it's
which is
only
bad.
after something is enforced that people understand why we are doing that, which is not a good way of teaching. I think why not? We need to ramp it up a bit.
There's a good man, admits to a fault. Please give him a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I will end it here for now. I know some of you are texting, asking me to ask more. But we do have to have lunch. Lunch is served, and I would like to thank you very kindly for being such a good audience. And I am now going to usher us into the next 30 minutes to have, nifuna more. 30 minutes is fine. Where's my boss? 30 minutes is fine, or do we take 45 minutes? 45 minutes, okay. It's 2 o'clock on my watch. Enjoy lunch. We will see you after 45 minutes.
Lunch, we'll give you about 10, 15, 20 seconds just to gather yourself, land the phone call, send that WhatsApp, press send on the email. Thank you, sir, for closing your laptop. And you, ma'am, I see you. These are people who are ready for the session. Thank you very much. All right, I think we're all back. Let's get back into it. Now, as we continue our focus on enhancing road safety, our next session will dive into a critical aspect of road safety, as we have seen from the previous presenters, and that is the role that law enforcement plays in preventing road crashes. We will explore how law enforcement agencies contribute to road safety through their various functions, including education and community education. In this conversation, we will highlight the collaborative effort required between law enforcement and other stakeholders to create a safer road environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speaker from the Road Traffic Management Corporation, Stephen Podile.
Thank you, Program Director, distinguished guests, CEO, all protocol observed, colleagues, friends. My name is Stephen Podile, as introduced. I represent, or I am a proud member of the Road Traffic Management Corporation in the Republic of South Africa. CEO, two things that are at an intersection. One is your opening remarks earlier this morning. You said, in front of God and witnesses, this is not a talk show. It's about an action-driven exercise of all of us in the SADC region, or internationally, because we had the international speakers. I mentioned two things. That was the one. The second is the fact that we all awoke, for those that reside in the Republic of South Africa, to the sad news of a fatal crash that took place in the province of Mpumalanga, where about 6 children unfortunately perished. That is the stark reminder of why we are here. And I want to just oppose your statement. You say it's not a talk show. That indeed, if all of our actions and activities, discussions, whatever that we talk about here this afternoon, should culminate into the theme of today. The theme of today is enough is enough. If we can all put efforts all together and ensure that whatever we speak about does translate into action, and in fact we can measure a year or so down the line of all of our activities to say, so there was this gathering, what has come out of it? That represents my introductory remarks. My role is to present to you the law enforcement in preventing road crashes. Friends, colleagues, when we started the session this morning, we had about 3 or so speakers, if not more. But most of them covered the problem statement. So I will not delve into going through the problem statement. I'll be regurgitating and actually wasting your time. So I'll cut all my presentations into 50% and perhaps zoom in as to where from now, what are we going to do? Because all of the things, I think Sinasuk Dlamini presented from the law enforcement statistics. We also had a Eswatini crime, crime. What do we think of crime from South Africa? The National Road Safety Strategy was presented, and all of that preset and gave us an analysis of where we are standing. Globally, just a snapshot of what was presented. Globally, we're standing at 1.3 million people who lose their lives through fatalities, this, that, and the other. 40% of that is pedestrian, especially in Africa. In Africa, pedestrians contribute 40% of the problem statement. It means generally speaking, if we were to all close our eyes and from a law enforcement perspective just focus on pedestrians, we've already won half the battle. I don't know if I should say, next slide. Please assist me there, my brother. Okay, like I said, I'm not going to take you through all of those as I had originally planned, but can you take me through to number 4, definition of key concepts? I will also not mention them all, perhaps just still 2 out of those. These ones were covered earlier. Right, yeah, just park there. What becomes new, or what was not presented before, at least for today, are 2 definitions there. The one is intelligence policing, referred to as a model that uses systematic, gathered and processed data and information for strategic planning, operations, and decision-making. CEO, I believe this is where a majority from the SADC countries, we have it wrong. And let me pause and unpack that specific one. I know it is located under definitions, but it is worth speaking about. Statistically, and it was presented earlier on here, not even by me, by Senior Soup Dlamini. Our challenge is human behavior. I'm going to talk about human behavior later, but at least also, CEO, to also note that quite a majority of people this morning, at least I've heard about 5 times, the word human behavior is mentioned by different people who spoke earlier before me. And I'll tell you why. Park that for a while, we'll come back to it. But let me zoom in to this intelligence policy. If we know our problem is from Thursday to Monday, simply because Thursday heralds the beginning of a weekend where people are not working, and social activities includes traveling, includes imbibing, includes, you call it whatever you want to call it. Already, that tells us what our problem is. So, in a sense, we narrow it down to drinking and driving and speeding. And I'll come back to those. I just thought intelligent policing, I should just make a point or 2. Now, the shortcoming here, and I'll speak now of the Republic of South Africa, is that we've got local policing, we've got provincial policing, and we've got national policing. And there lies the problem. We do not have a 24-hour coverage. By coverage, I mean deployment. In my presentation, there's a police deployment, but like I say, I won't go to each one of them. So what happens is, when you need more forces to be deployed over the weekend, they are not there. So it's a state of anarchy, which means we'll be forever chasing after this elusive dream of reducing fatalities by 2030. Because when you are supposed to be enforcing the law, like everybody else, you are at home and actually you are part of the problem. I just wanted to make that remark. Then let's go to the other one. Epidemiology refers to a study and analysis of distribution. Now, this refers to who, when, and where. The patterns of crash data. This is new. It was not spoken. When I say new, not necessarily something that has never been there before, but at least for today, it was never spoken about. So I decided maybe let me perhaps speak more about that, because we've never at least heard it at least for the day. And I'll explain later when I get to my story, how does it finds expression. Take me to the next slide, please, sir. Right. Now, part of what we must bother ourselves with from at least a law enforcement perspective is to respond to these questions that are before ourselves. The first one is law enforcement effective, whether in the Republic of South Africa or at least in SADC or generally around the globe? We must respond to it, and we're either going to do it through the presentation itself or during deliberations as we all mull or put our heads together to respond to that question. The second one is the limitations. Earlier, I had asked the question during the presentation by the different funds representatives. What is the appetite to invest in ensuring that we prevent more of fatal crashes from a perspective of law enforcement? It came from there because, like I said, and the point I was making then is that you have funds that are made available for the construction maintenance of roads, but you do not have a dedicated fund for ensuring that you enforce the law and you promote road safety education. At least I'll speak from a perspective of the Republic of South Africa. I'm not sure about the experience in the Kingdom of Eswatini. So the more we continue in this trajectory, the more we are bound to fail. We are going to come back here next year or whenever an opportunity arises and speak about the same thing. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot expect a miracle. You can't expect anarchy to be solving itself by itself. It has never happened. We now know that we have a problem of human behavior. I mean, human beings are what they are. Mr. Caravala, my friend and colleague, usually says to me, we must use the systems approach. Forgive human beings because they will make errors. From a law enforcement perspective, you can't forgive a human being because they will kill other people. If the law says it's 60 kilometers per hour, it is 60 kilometers per hour because anything above that means people are going to die. I'm not negating a system approach. I'm simply saying that when we talk law enforcement, we're talking something different. We can't negotiate the law. We enforce the law. That's what we are paid to do. Next question we need to respond to is the use of technology going or able to assist in changing human behavior? It's something we need to mull our heads together and agree whether that is the way to go. And the last one is what lessons are we going to learn from benchmarking with other countries? I use the phrase there, the sun countries. Sun, S-U-N there, represents Sweden, United Kingdom, and the Netherlands. Why? Because they have shown a remarkable reduction in fatalities for a period of time. These are studies that can be, there's a POE in that regard, and there's reference as to which scholarly work produced this evidence. Added thereto is the country of Canada. Earlier this morning, we had a presentation from Australia. We'll add it there, because if you add all four, 3 plus 2, 5. These, ladies and gentlemen, are countries that have shown a remarkable, consistent reduction of fatal crashes over a period of time. To an extent, the Sun countries are reportedly over 4 decades, which is 40 years or so, which means there's lessons to be learned or drawn from them. How did they get it right? Of course, we must also accept that conditions are not the same. They are highly motorized countries, third class, this, that, and the other, well ordered. Next one, next slide. Okay, this is what I'm going to jump because, like I said, it was presented earlier, the problem statement, we now know. Next slide, please. Right. Just kindly park the, my good sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this slide, in the Republic of South Africa, we've got a cabinet-approved National Road Safety Strategy 2016 to 2030. It is along the lines of the United Decade of Action Agenda 2030 of reducing fatal crashes by 50%, injuries and deaths. Now, what is the import of this slide to this important gathering? It is to show the role of law enforcement in reduction of fatal crashes. How does it do that, Stephen Budile? It does it as follows. We've got 5 pillars there. safety management, we've got safer roads and mobility, vehicles, safer road users. Those three, ladies and gentlemen, have to do with human behavior and the road user. Just those three. And therefore, means that law enforcement must enforce the provisions of the law in order to turn the situation around. In order to establish whether the roads are safe, you need law enforcement officials who are on a high visibility along any stretch of road identified to be a hazardous location, or there is a risk factors along that segment of the road. Generally, when motorists see law enforcement officers, for the next 5-10 minutes they behave because they have the illusion that they might be stopped and pulled. No one wants to be harassed or arrested or given a fine, etc., etc., etc. Which means that there's more emphasis, there's more expectations on the law enforcement to enforce the law. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, there are four, in fact, there are many E's in policing. Just go back one back there. But the most important ones is that there's this order in road traffic management. First, we engineer the road, design and construct them. What happens as a secondary aspect is that we need to educate people on how to use the road. Road users, pedestrians, school children, cyclists, etc., etc. This is a work of my colleague, Mary Filwe. I don't see her here. Or maybe she's seated somewhere. And next comes the big thing, if not the most thing, enforcement. Because if roads are being engineered or constructed and you now have a freeway, I heard a speaker earlier on say there are better improved now network of freeways in Eswatini, which is very welcome. But if people don't behave there and they drive at speeds that they want, that freeway becomes useless because now it's a killer road. It's no longer serving the purpose for which it was built. Therefore, you need to have enforcement there. And that's the import of this statement there. Next slide, bro. This is where law enforcement gets even more interesting. In the Republic of South Africa, there are 4 crash types that are stubborn, consistent, year on year. In fact, for the past 5 years, we've had this problem. At the very top, we have pedestrians. We have a serious pedestrian problem in the Republic of South Africa for a myriad of reasons. And I'll come to it just now. Then, in the second category is single vehicle overturning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not English speaking, but just to interpret what that statement says, it means a person is driving alone, or one car, he just rolls the car. Something is wrong with the driver. That's what this statement means, nothing else. Then it's hit and runs. So it's people who get involved in accidents, they don't want to take responsibility of their actions, and they run away. And that's what the import of that statement means there. And then you have head-on collisions. But now look at the percentage split. You now have pedestrians on top, but that's not all. At the heart of it all is the statement I'm making on my right there. Speed is a common denominator. A person driving along the freeway with a speed of 120 will not stop that vehicle within 14 meters to ensure that they avoid a pedestrian who's suddenly jumping at night, who's not seen, wearing dark clothes and whatever. But if the speeds were much lower, chances are the person will be maybe injured, not die. Hit and runs, it's all about speed. Head-on collisions is speed. Single vehicle overturning, it's telling on itself. It could be a tire burst, could be whatever. But if you are driving at 60, 70 and you have a tire burst, I can tell you for free, you will not die. But if you're traveling at 120, 140, in fact, other people say this is a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe it's a lighter moment. But I'm not talking politics now, I'm just talking law enforcement. So up front, I want to make a disclaimer. So democracy brought about good opportunities. Everybody got an opportunity, and those that went to school and whatever, they get employment. Suddenly they buy a BMW. At the end of the month, they start speeding. They are not trained into driving to this huge, humongous vehicle. And now it rains, and when it rains, they just want to slam the brakes. And when you slam the brakes in a BMW, it locks. Someone was talking about interlocking device earlier in the morning. In fact, 70% of all of us here are executives. And I can tell you now for free, and I'm not accusing anyone, we all can't drive the automobiles that we're all driving. We are not taught how to drive. But we are licensed, but we can't drive them. And that is a fact. If we go out here, I saw BMWs here, I saw whatever. I have nothing against BMW, by the way. I own one. But point is, it is a high-powered motor vehicle, and a majority of us are not trained in high-speed driving or defensive driving. You get a job and you get to BMW, suddenly you have arrived and you start driving. And you cannot drive an automobile that you're driving. It's a powerful machine. You can't drive it. It appears to be a joke, but it's a takeaway. When we part ways here, think about what I said to you this afternoon. Here is another important takeaway. 87% of all of our problems in the Republic are attributed to human behavior. Lesser on vehicles and the road environment. So if we deal just with that part of human behavior, I have reason to believe that at least we'll get somewhere. Next slide there, Bru. Right, here it was just countries that have managed to turn the situation around. Jump this one. Okay. What are the limitations in discharging the duties of law enforcement in the Republic of South Africa? Ladies and gentlemen, we attempted as the RTMC to approach the National Prosecuting Authority, and I pray that I'm not speaking ill of my sister departments in Kingdom of Eswatini, but this is factuality. You know, we can show cause as to what transpired. Point I'm making here is we wanted to treat road traffic offenses in the same way as you deal with Schedule 6 offenses. Schedule 6 offenses are robbery, murder, rape, this, that, and the other. Now, here's the import of an explanation. One driver kills 15 people in a Kumbi or taxi or public transport. The offense there is referred to as negligent driving. But if a person pulls a door here, start shooting at all of us here, and he kills 16 people, he's going to call or be referred to as a mass murderer. This individual will be not subjected to a bail. They'll be kept in prison for whatever, and you'll hear on TV, we are opposing bail this, we are opposing bail that. But the other one, who did almost the same, depending on how and where you're standing, is referred to as negligent, and he's given bail and he goes home. As to whether that case ever makes it the light of day in court is a story for another day. What is the import of my statement? Is that road traffic offenses are not treated the same as other serious offenses. And that's just the long and short of this information that I'm parting with you. Then, there's an interesting development. Road traffic offenses, there's something now called diversion or alternative sentencing. Instead of going to prison to serve your time, you are now given an administrative process. You are going to go to and do community service. You clean toilets there and whatever. It's a mockery of people who attempted to bring you there in the first instance. I mean, if you count rands and cents, and we treat what we do as a business, if you have 6 officers standing from 6 o'clock to 2 o'clock, how much do they get in salary per day? And all they do, their efforts come to nil at the end of the day. Because after a marathon, now they must go to court, testify, do all of these things. At the end of it all, an individual is taken through a diversion, alternative, whatever. I'm not sure where we're going with this. I'm not attacking or criticizing anyone. I'm simply saying and making a remark, it does not befit the efforts made. So we are now, we're wasting money. Then we've got a challenge of ARTO. It's very slow in its implementation. Fines that are issued are never paid. The payment rate is 3%. Very poor. So people make offenses or whatever the case that happens, they receive fines, but they do not pay the fines. And it becomes an effort. Let alone the fact that people generally don't pay for anything. People want free electricity, free this, free that. But that's the story for another day. My story is this one, of road safety. If this was effective, it means we would have changed driver behavior. But we are not changing driver behavior because we keep issuing citations of people who don't change. We thought we'll hit them hard in their pocket. It's not happening. It means we must take them to prison, not an alternative sentencing. That thing, well, I don't know whether to call it a thing. That mechanism does not work. And it can't work. Never. It's certainly not. Then we've got poor funding. I've explained poor funding earlier. We're expecting miracles. Law enforcement and road safety can't deliver their goods and expect to attain 50% in 2030 when they are not funded or underfunded, however we may want to put it. I also explained the issue of 24/7 earlier. Most offenses, comparatively speaking, occur between the hours of 1800 hours, 6 o'clock in the evening, to 02 in the morning, especially over weekends. But where are enforcement officials at that time? They are at home. In fact, like I said earlier, I reiterate, they are part of the problem. They are also going about having fun when we have a challenge as a country. And we've got to change the situation around. If you are a police official, you must be a police official. It's the profession that you chose. When people advertise, they don't ask you. You just apply yourself. But when you are supposed to work, you are somewhere else other than where you are supposed to be. I'm not too sure where we are going with that, but ladies and gentlemen, these are the facts and they're undisputed. Lastly, now, this is a bombshell now. Pity I didn't have a slide where it takes you through the trajectory of policing in the Republic of South Africa dating back to 1800s. Somewhere along 1939 or 1940, the South African Police Services handed over the enforcement of road traffic rules to provinces and municipalities. Which means their focus now, if you look at the Constitution, if you look at the SAPS Act, is crime prevention. Now, this statement, of late, provinces, people in traffic authorities are now also jumping the bandwagon and are now enforcing crime. I have nothing against that. Point is, when you had powers now taken to provinces and municipalities, the understanding was that they would enhance the policing of traffic laws. They are no longer doing that. Or there's an emerging trend that we are moving away from that in favor of crime prevention. I know we have a problem of crime. But let's get to statistics. Statistically, you have more people dying on road-related deaths than there is to crime. This is not me. These are facts. You can Google them. You're all executives. You've got cell phones and whatever. You can Google what I'm saying here. It has been scientifically, evidence-based, proven. Now, if you just take numbers, because law enforcement is a number game, In the Republic of South Africa, let's talk about Gauteng. You've got Metropolis, Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, Tshwane. You've got the National Traffic Police, you've got Mapanyaza, you've got all of that. So we are at 40,000 strong. But you still have a problem of road deaths in Gauteng that are far more than in areas where there is less numbers. Now remove that on the equation and say that number is now going to crime prevention. Where are we going to be? We are doomed. We are on our own. Sorry, it's not a joke, but it is a fact worth mentioning. Next slide. Having said everything that I've said, and as I draw to a close, what is my recommendation as a presenter? One is that we do the following. I'm 25 years doing the same job. Talking too much doesn't work. If we just use just 2-3 things here, and not here, there, and everywhere. We enforce alcohol, speed. There, I mentioned it. Enforcement of speed, drunk driving, and pedestrians. Remember, CEO, ladies and gentlemen, I told you pedestrian accounts to 40% of our problem. You've heard of speakers before me tell you about drinking and driving and the effects of speed. There was a presentation here from Australia around speed. If we just focus on just those 3, I have reason to believe that we can turn the situation around. We're not asking for more funding for whatever, with what we have. Just focus on this. And at the times when the problem exists, at night, when I call it Operation Lucifer, we will and can turn this thing around. Funding. I spoke about funding, CEO. I don't know if the representatives of various funds can assist us with funding, because this is an unfunded mandate and we're not going to achieve anything out of that. Use of technology. We have reason to believe that this can assist. Technology. In the RTMC, we've introduced what we call an e-force gadget. We don't now issue citations manually. At the click of a button, in 3 minutes, if not less, an officer has issued a fine. That fine, he does not carry a book. Already, as soon as he issues that fine, it lands at the back office and it's already done on the system. We don't need people to do all of that. What is the import of my statement? Is that technology can aid the behavioral change of human beings. And that's the point that I wanted to part with. And introduce epidemiology in law enforcement. I did explain that, as well as the guys that deals with accidentologists. These are the people that analyze the statistics and assist to predict when next or where most accidents are likely to occur. If we can just introduce just those 2, we are well on our way to make a change. I believe I'm done. The next one is discussions. Yeah. CEO, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's discuss.
Thank you very much, Mr. Podile. Yes, I believe so. I think you are part of the panel, actually, because people might have questions specifically for you. Yes. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you. Very insightful, very specific, very direct, and I think that has left us with the task to say, now we have the information, what do we do about it? But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call up the rest of the panel for this conversation around the role of law enforcement. Can I have, from the Royal Eswatini Police Service, Senior Superintendent Lucito Dlamini, Magistrate David Kumalo, and the representative of the Director of Public Prosecution, Patrick Mkachwa. And once again, this session will also be led by the managing editor of a Swatini Observer group of newspapers, Mbongeni Mbingo. Bingo, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Coach. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Podile. Your presentation was so good, no one was dozing off, even though it's after lunch. They followed. So I am here to make sure that we make it worthwhile, and we welcome also our panelists to the podium. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to make use of these why do we have gentlemen here? I mean, we must fix this. One of the solutions is to get ladies in there. We will have done half the job. But also, my takeaway, Mr. Podile, was that we need you, one of the solutions also to fixing this problem, we need you as a speaker in most of these things. I mean, if you get this guy to speak to all of the people, we'll turn around quickly. Okay. I will start with, as usual, my sense is to try and give you a feel for the audience and then also a feel for the conversation as per the speaker. So I will start on my far left, introductions and a quick takeaway from the presentation.
Thank you very much, MC. May I take this opportunity to greet all the honorable delegates here. I'm Patrick Mkachwa from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and may I allay all fears, as my CEO has said, I'm representing my boss lady. So
okay.
At least there is a lady.
There is a lady there. Okay.
As a prosecutor, I'll say we are part and parcel of the law enforcement agents. We are a creator of statute. Our office is created by the Constitution. So everything that we do it lawfully. But may I be quick to say we cannot work at all without the assistance of the police. All that we do in our office comes from our senior superintendent, Mr. Lamini here, because he is the one who collects all the information and bring it to our office. Ours is then to ascertain, scrutinize, and see if that case indeed, yes, that case does warrant to go to court. So in short, we scrutinize the evidence that is there. But with traffic matters, I'll assure all of us here that we do not have much a problem because those are cases that speak for themselves. My Honorable Odile has stated very well that speed, and it's very easier to see when an accident has been caused by speed. Drink and driving, human behavior, and that's what we exactly deal about. But I cannot lie to you that we don't have challenges. As prosecutors, we have challenges. I can ask any one of you here, what is a road? Can you prosecute a father who, when reversing, bumped to a toddler who was crawling underneath the car? So those are the challenges that we face. Not to say it is not a prosecutable offense, but there are issues that you have to go beyond and see if you are not sentencing, or rather, you are not punishing the father twice. That's a double barrel principle. Or I'll say, by so doing, you are sort of saying, no, the punishment that you are undergoing inside your heart is not enough. Come so that we also deal with you even in accordance to our law. So I'm not taking too much, but that's what I can say to the honorable audience there, that our job is not an easy one, as we may see. Thank you. Otherwise, I'll
Thank
be
you.
here
Thank you
for
very
whatever
much.
you say.
Please give him a round of applause. I want to rush to taking questions from the floor. So, Senior Superintendent, you will park the bus. You are good for questions. We've heard you. Yes, but I do want our prosecutor from the DPP's office to also be thinking about whether or not this notion of admission of guilt fine still works, and if it's good enough at 60 emalangeni, and if it gets to where it must get to, because we know also there is the temptation that when we pay the fine, the spot fine, the spot fine, and I want to answer this. So, next of our panelists. Yes. Oh, magistrate, sankohliwe. Magistrate, asawume man wena ufaka nama fines la sedudla kamanzini. But may I introduce the magistrate? Magistrate has a whole laptop, which means he's got a whole list of the fines that you have issued of late. You want to read them out, please, because it's also part of education to tell the public how many of these offenses are there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mbingo. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, as a judiciary, it's very unfortunate, I should say, because we are at the end of the chain. By the time the matter comes to us, the damage has already been done, and we have to fix whatever casualties that have occurred. Now, tapping from what the main speaker said, now he said that there are high levels of road accidents, quite devastating. Most of the people who are killed on the public roads are those who are still highly productive and breadwinners of their families. Now, including professionals, business people, now children, people from all walks of life, including tourists. It's quite a huge loss. It involves both economic and loss at a family level, because, like I've pointed out, that these people who get killed on the roads are breadwinners of their families. Now they leave unnecessary orphans once they've done. This is quite a burden to the state and the society at large. But now the challenge is, now this is due to, I forget to mention, this is all at the hands of human behavior in terms of negligent driving, drunken driving, speeding, etc. Now the question is, what do we then do thereafter as stakeholders responsible for what is happening in the public roads? So much disaster. We need to adopt what I may term a robust approach. Now, let us not compromise the socio-economic rights, including the right to life of people who die on the roads. Now, let us do what is correct. Now, in the judiciary, we have the so-called discretion. Now, the challenge we have these days is that perhaps in as much as elsewhere, a robust approach may be used in terms of providing stiff sentences. Now, elsewhere, you will find that now there are lenient sentences. Very lenient sentences.
I agree.
And yet, the challenge we are facing in our public roads is at a crisis level. Now, what is the principle applicable once we have reached a crisis level? Now, even before we reach the crisis level, immediately there are indications we are moving towards that direction. Now, stringent measures must be adopted by presiding officers, by inter alia passing stiff sentences. Yes, this is what we're trying to do in Manzini. We're passing those sentences.
Give him a big round of applause.
For now, let me...
Yes. Thank you, Magistrate. I think you've just nailed it on the head. I shall not now ask you the question of whether we should adopt the community service approach for those... I can see it is not going to work. Okay. Senior Superintendent, 1 minute. While I ask my colleague here to please raise your hand if you have a question. We can start here. I see you, yes, over there. Ngos, you've heard the speaker and your panelists on this issue of the law enforcement. What is your hurdle generally as traffic?
Thank you, Program Director. I am a last-born at home, and I'm used to what he's doing. But, honorable members, without maybe mincing words, I must make mention that the fines that you're talking about of 60 malangeni per offense is just a mockery to the lives that are being lost, and to us, giving all of our effort to make sure that people follow the rules and the laws of the land in respect to traffic laws of the country. But I'm happy the minister, because I told you that the minister is a blood relative to me. We have spoken about this, and he did make mention that he is preparing the schedule of offenses that should be tabled in Parliament before they go for campaigns and elections. I hope they will be able to at least adopt that one and it be amended into our traffic regulations. Because as we speak, the traffic regulations of 2018 are just an administrative document, so to say, because they do not have that penalty clauses in respect to the schedule of offenses that should have been included thereon. It was there on the draft, and likewise, it also dodged the members of parliament when it was enacted. So basically, my brother has nailed it all, that we need just to invest heavily on road safety, not just to talk about it. I thank you.
Thank you, Ngosi.
Thank you, panelists. My name is John from Namibia. My question to the panel is really more about what's your opinion on what ought to be the first principle when we are addressing road safety issues? Because what I'm hearing so far from the conference is a fight between compelling people to do the right thing and some aspects of persuading them. So as a first principle, between those two, which one is bound to yield more scalable results? Which one is easier to do? Which one is easier to fund? And the reason I'm asking this question is, in Namibia, I'm hearing in South Africa, we have quite visible law enforcement working to try and catch people speeding and doing other reckless things on the road. But the statistics are more or less the same. There's very little emphasis on campaigns that persuade people to drive the right way, or to socially engineer the environment for people to drive the right way. So I think my question is really just there, especially if we talk about budgets. How are they proportioned at the moment, and is our direction the right way? Thank you.
Thank you, John. I have a hand over there. I will take 3 questions quickly. I can see you. I can give you my microphone if I can get there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists and Mr. Stephen. My question is directed to maybe the panelists can attempt as well. I was very much interested when you navigated around the evidence of law enforcement intervention measures. My question is, and I looked at the definition of law enforcement, which you reflected. My question is, with regards to, are there any forms of or categories of law enforcement that can be discouraged or put away in terms of law enforcement that also may contribute towards road crashes? I'm making an example. I've committed an offense, then I try to run away, then I'm being chased. What could be the results thereafter if I then bumped into other innocent souls? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Sanele Spanze from Road Accident Action Group, a road safety NGO. It's a question, can we not declare road crashes as a disaster? Because I've seen times where we had COVID and we had figures when the first person was infected, we all knew, and then we all got aware that this is serious. And I remember 2021, we lost about 14 cops at Ngone Park. And way back on this road, there was a bus called Hamba Mfana. A lot of people died, and it wasn't declared as a disaster. Just a few years ago, we were overtaken by GBV. And I know that GBV as well leads to road crashes. When people fight, it leads to that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Mr. Mzileni over here. Last one.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Sam Mzileni from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Mine is just to appreciate the insights by the panel so far. I think one would just say that we also seemingly have a challenge with legal intoxication because there is a limit that once you're at a certain level, then you can be arrested. What about the issue of legal intoxication? Because people who are legally intoxicated, eventually, at some point in time, they will become fully or illegally intoxicated. Dr. Ben Carson in the USA speaks about one of the stats that he quotes about with regards to car accidents. He says that at least 1 in 25 motorists that you come across, one of them is legally intoxicated. Meaning that you might be, you might have taken some wine or something, but you've not hit that borderline. But you are legally intoxicated. When are we going to have that conversation with legal intoxication? Because it's an issue. And then lastly, mine has to do with the issues of speed and recklessness and maybe distractions on the road with issues of WhatsApps and cell phones. Don't we think perhaps we need to focus on the triggers? What causes people to speed? What causes people to be reckless on the roads? Is it an issue of certain maybe childhood traumas, for example, or it's an issue of seeing these Lewis Hamilton and all the like excitements, things like that? And what makes people to drive at night? And who said fun should only be at night, for example?
Lucifer, yeah, I agree with you.
So these are the things that which I appreciate the views of the panel about. I think maybe one would also appreciate the commitment that we are aware that the panel has been involved so much on in as far as this is concerned. In other countries, there's usually certain offenders who are in a certain schedules who are listed. What do we do in the Kingdom of Eswatini or in South Africa, Baba Steve, in terms of people who are repeat traffic offenders or serial traffic offenders? Do we have a schedule of those people? From the moment a person crosses a border gate into South Africa or into Eswatini, and he's known that he's a Michael Schumacher on the roads. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mzileni. To my panelists, you each have a question, I think. I might add, Magistrate, can I just add also for your opinion on the varying of sentences? Does it make it difficult for the judiciary? And can the judiciary agree? Is that possible for you guys to say, listen, if you were beyond this limit and your mitigation is not convincing, because they mitigate these people, yeah. It's like they read a book. So if you mitigate poorly, I'm giving you 50. And that should be the standard. Okay, let me start with, on my far left, on your two questions, and then we'll come this way again. You'll be the last, Mr. Podile.
No, thank you, MC. Maybe I'll have a challenge, because when you are a prosecutor, you have got many ways of answering a question.
Ah, I see.
We're just like lawyers. In fact, I am one. I think my friend from Namibia here asked what should be done to cap this problem. The answer is with us. We've already answered it. The answer is, how do you assist someone how to behave? Because we say the major problem is human behavior. Now, I am very impressed. One of our delegates here expressed an issue of SODV. Had time been permitting, it was in my notes here. I wanted to converse with it, but I think time is not permitting. As long as we have these socio-economic problems, we will have road traffic accidents. Why do Swazis drink? Can anyone answer me? Drinking is part of our culture, you like it or not. We'll be going for Makanu not very long to come. We'll be going to Umhlanga not very long to come. Police officers will be having headaches. That's where we feel we get to be happy, to be away from stresses from our homes. You understand? Not to say our homes are stressful, but you know, as a man,
They are.
but as a man, you say when you are away from home, children not bothering you with school fees and all the like, and having one for the road, when you take one from your fridge and go, and already you have broken the law. You see, so in short, I am saying, My brother at the side say we have to try and follow suit these NUS and Canada countries. Are we any closer to those countries in terms of socio-economic level? So I think we still have a long way to go. It's a big problem, my brother. We can stiffen the sentences, as my honorable magistrate has stated, but I doubt that we can cap that problem so long as we have we don't have employment, people have got problems with their wives, girlfriends, and all that. I can mention a lot. Such that it's now a culture that when you want to drink, I'm from Spofaneni, one of the naughtiest places here. Get into your car, have fun, have some beers here. Police officers can attest to that. They run away, leave their cars and the beers. And when they mitigate, that's where we get to know, hey, I had a trouble with my wife. I had a trouble with my girlfriend. So may His Worship give me a lenient sentence. Well, there are many ways of mitigating. And so when you follow that story, you find that it's actually a fact. Here are other instances, and my senior superintendent will agree with me. We have lost some other souls through SODV cases, whereby the boyfriend will go, take the girlfriend, and go straight to a truck because they are having a serious misunderstanding. And you'll find that the boy is driving and he will lose his mind, and that will be it. You will hear from those who are left back home that they were having a serious quarrel. And most men here may agree with me that any of us, or most of us, if not all of us, or when we are angry, you drive fast because you want to reach wherever you want to reach to solve that problem. So that's how I can address that one. It's a big problem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mkhacho.
Thank you.
You left out also the issues of bad bosses.
Sorry?
Bad employer. There were people quarrel with the bosses, eh?
Oh, yes.
And they go and drink.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, thank you. That's fine. Senior Superintendent.
Thank you, moderator. Honorable members, mine, just to address my learned friend here, would be to suggest that indeed we have seen that human behavior is a scourge. But then we need to do a scientific study, get proper results or dissertation about that, whereby we will be able to depict the intervention that needs to be employed. I think we have tried all, but all that is lacking now is doing things scientifically after conducting a study. And the issue of offenders running away from police officers, just as you made an example, this is my son, he's not a doctor to me. It's also boiling down to human behavior, how the people perceive law enforcement in the country. So we need then to do a scientific study, invest in that, and see that we cannot turn around the table. And the issue of drink and driving being what you call legal intoxication, I don't know whether it's legal because my learned friend next to me will hasten to remind me that there's Section 91, subsection 1 of the National Road Traffic Act, which just pronounced that no person should drive a motor vehicle under the influence. It doesn't state the amount of alcohol therein. The only challenge that we are facing as police officers to enforce that subsection is the issue of now tabling the evidence being led by Mr. Mkhacho. How are we going to prove that the person was drunk? Because we didn't, when we ran the test using the alcometer, the reading was below the legal limit. And it becomes an issue that some may not say, but officer, you are too harsh. he took a little. And maybe that is where I can just end, sir.
Thank you so much, Senior Superintendent. Magistrate, your worship. How your worship?
Yes, thank you. There was a question regarding now what is best between educating the offenders and perhaps right away enforcing the law in a robust manner. Now, I will say on that one, the two should complement each other. They should complement each other. Now, issues related to road traffic accidents are not new. They've been there, the challenge, the problems have been there from time immemorial. Road shows have been made. Now, what we need to do now is to do both. We don't have to abandon educating the public on the adverse effects of committing traffic offenses. We as well have to punish them if they have already committed the offenses. So I will say we need to do it both. They have to be punished depending on the level of offending. We have to pass stiff sentences. Now, I heard one speaker talking about the Hambamfana accident. Now, it's a case that occurred in the 90s. A total of 15 people were killed by a drunken bus driver. Now, that case was tried and finalized by the erstwhile Chief Justice Sapaya. Now, 4 years imprisonment without an option of a fine was handed down. His sentence, in fact, his license, the license of the driver, was suspended for years. So it was one of the cases wherein a custodial sentence was passed. Now we have as well the question of legal intoxication. Whether it's legal because it has been prescribed, the intoxication results from a prescription by a doctor. Once you are intoxicated, you are disqualified from driving. That is the bottom line. You are disqualified. You can't drive. Should you be nabbed driving under the influence of liquor, you cannot say is a result of a prescription by the doctor. You should have gotten a chauffeur driver to assist you. Otherwise, we are going to hit you hard, and we are going to perhaps consider using what you are saying, the issue of the prescription, as an extenuating factor or mitigation, and not as a defense. Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Podile.
Program Director, I'll take the last three. The one is disaster. There was a question about can we declare road safety a disaster? The other one had to do with speed. Why do people speed? And the last one was the one of Lucifer. Why do activities happen at night? Yeah. Let me attempt to respond to those. Let's start with the first one, disaster. Before we respond to whether or not must we declare, let's take a short right or left and define what is disaster management. Because lest we say things that we do not understand. And I'm not suggesting that the brother does not understand. I'm simply just saying, just to take stock as to what is disaster. Now, let me stand up for this one. Disaster is defined, you can Google it. Disaster is defined by when local conditions are overwhelming for any state or city to address the conditions. I repeat, when local conditions are overwhelmed and cannot be dealt with by normal budgets, that's when it then prompts, usually the state president. Now I'll talk about the Republic of South Africa. That's my fixed point of that's where I come from. Once a state of disaster is declared, it unlocks funds. Are we together, CEO, ladies and gentlemen? Now, underline unlock funds, which means when you had COVID-19, the real import of declaring a disaster was to unlock funds to deal with an overwhelming situation presenting itself at that time. Now, let's go to the question. Can we declare road safety a disaster? There is no law in the Republic that can unlock funds for road safety. We simply can't. Maybe from a social or emotional point of view we can, but you can't unlock funds by declaring road safety. The state president, there's no provision at law. I'm not sure if my legal friends can help me here, but things are done by law. So there's a Disaster Management Act in the Republic through which, once declared, funds are unlocked. At this present point in time, I came yesterday. There wasn't any amendment of the Act. It was still the same way I know it. So, unfortunately, my good sir, you can't use that piece of legislation except this platform. We had fund managers here. Maybe they can unlock those funds that we are talking about. It is my prayer that I've responded to that one. Let me talk about the one of speed. Now, the question is, why do people speed? What are the root causes? Why do we have people suddenly speeding? Now, let's look at the, where's my presentation? Is it still on? Sorry, is my presentation still on? Can you go quickly to the definitions there? I just want to drive a certain point home. 1, 2, 3. Let there be light. Definition of key concepts. I think it's the third or so slide. Right. Okay, thank you. Lawlessness refers to actions not permitted by law or not obeying the law. The second one is normlessness, refers to weakening of socially approved norms or a sense that social norms have broken down or are no longer effective. Now, let's join me, colleagues, let's go deeper into the who of crime. When we do an assessment, we at times look at the who of crime. Statistically, in the Republic of South Africa, in the majority, you have the youth between the ages of 18 and 35 who are male, who are the most offenders, and who are the ones who die on our roads. That's not me, that's facts. In fact, Mr. Kevin is here. It's stats from the RTMC. I'm now quoting so that we operate on a plain slate. Now, what does that tell us? It identifies the who of crime, made often by percentage split. In fact, it goes deeper into race and gender. At the top of the pyramid are blacks, followed by the other categories. Whites and Indians is not even a percent. The last time I checked, Kevin is here to assist me. I'm talking if you break it down now further to refine it and try to zoom in. Now you have got that as I'm building a case to respond to you, my good sir. I mean, take the long, but I'm slowly driving towards responding to your question. Now we know who. Now we must get to the issue of why. Why do they do that? It's a combination of factors. Firstly, a young man who's exploring sudden wealth, maybe at home they now have money and whatever, decides to go and show others, because that's what happens. We call it peer pressure. You want to go show the neighbors that you have arrived, and you now suddenly want to test the system. And mostly, now comes the night time. During the night, two things happen, my good sir. One is that there is less officials to clamp down, to enforce. Very less, if any at all. Thus, remember what is crime. It's an opportunity. People use an opportunity that exists in order to exhibit or conduct whatever activity, and the fact that they'll be able to get away. Those are the combinations that are attributable to crime. Opportunity and ability to get away as quickly away as possible. So that's the reason why it is mostly at night, because during the day they'll identify them. Now, I spoke about Lucifer. Lucifer operates very well in the night. When you ask Lucifer for a chance, he says, go for it. He doesn't say, no, wait. There's no, there's nothing that says to you, please stop. As opposed to during the day. The other Satan during the day does say to you, hey, please watch. That responds to the three questions that were before me. I thank you, my good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Podile. You know Lucifer very well, eh? At night, no. Lucifer just tells you, you know what, it's fine. We will see in the morning. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate you. I want to appreciate your responses. I know that we have a lot to say, but we're also minding time. I'm also being pulled by many ears by my superiors. And I just want to sum up by saying it seems to me that human behavior is at the core of our challenge. And I then will say that based on what you are even saying to us, it is very important to actually identify how to deal with this scourge of human behavior, in brackets, with Lucifer. And then I will say it is probably something that I need to emphasize, the need for education. And I will speak to my colleagues over at MVA about this, because what I see, Mr. Mkhatshwa and Senior Superintendent, is perhaps we're dealing with the problem the wrong way. We are punishing instead of using what they are trying to do at schools, which is positive discipline, which is what Australia was trying to tell us. They use all of those things at the early stages of life so that you grow up knowing this is a good thing. And I will take this advantage of being in front of you and saying, I learned about why we fail in this thing as soon as we failed to admonish a minister who had been caught drink driving and then said, hey, the media is doing too much. Leave the minister alone. He had been caught. He refused to be arrested. Therein lies our solution. Deal with it in a positive manner and educate your public, and then you will lessen the problems. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Well done. Good afternoon. Mr. Koje.
Thank you to our panelists. May I ask the honorable judge not to even go back to his seat, because he's the one who's doing our next presentation, so he must remain very close. But thank you, Bingo, and the panelists for that very, very insightful session once again. And thank you to the contributions from the floor in terms of the questions that have been asked. So I think we're going to go into, I know according to our program, we've got 2 more sessions, but what we'll do is we'll make this session our last one for the day, and then what is the last session on the program will be the first one for tomorrow morning. That is how we're going to operate the program going forward. Is that okay with you? All right, great stuff. Let's keep it moving. Now, understanding the legal implications of road accidents is essential for improving road safety and ensuring justice for victims. So let's examine the legal, economic, and social impact of road accidents in our society. You see, by discussing these aspects, we aim to gain a comprehensive understanding of how the legal system can contribute to reducing road accidents and supporting affected individuals. Here to give us a valuable insight on how legal considerations intersect with road safety efforts, please welcome back the Honorable Magistrate David Khumalo.
Yes, thank you, MC, ladies and gentlemen. So that is my topic this evening, the role of the judiciary in reducing road accidents. I had already touched on some of what I intended to talk about, being that recently our roads have turned into death traps. Quite a number of people have been killed on our roads, some being maimed. Someone you knew yesterday, you meet him tomorrow, is limping. Now another one is on a wheelchair. You say, what happened to you, my friend? Now he says, I was involved in a devastating accident. We have such people. We have lost quite a number of others. Now quite from all walks of life, like I've pointed out, ranging from tourists, business people, professionals, etc., etc. Now, the question is, what are we doing about that? So now, road accidents are impacting not only on the economy, but also on the family institution, causing unnecessary orphans. Human rights have been trampled upon in this regard at the hands of negligent or even drunken drivers. There is a need for stakeholders to put in concerted efforts to combat the scourge, because like I've already pointed out, we are in a crisis point. We need to act swiftly, yes, and put our resolutions together. Now, as the judiciary, we have some laws or a legal framework that we are working on. The Traffic Act of 2007, Road Transportation Act, Road Traffic Regulations Act, and the Criminal Procedure. I have included the criminal procedure because it also deals and impacts on sentencing. I've talked about effective sentencing. Now, the criminal procedure contains Section 313. Now, Section 313 talks of suspension of sentences, also postponement of passing of sentences. In as far as I'm concerned, in most cases, suspension of sentences gives an incentive to traffic offenders. Because now a traffic offender is going to say, now, if I mitigate very well, and I prove to the court that I deserve a suspended sentence, even if I am lying. Now, at least for a start, I'm not going to be punished. I'm then later on going to guard myself. Now, most of the offenders come to court as first-time offenders. Hmm? So now, what is the implication of that? It will mean that if we are more on suspension of sentences, now all those who are appearing for the very first time will have to go home scot-free. So that is what is contained in Section 313 of the CPNE. And I'm saying that now there should be compelling reasons. These are serious offenses. Traffic offenses are very serious offenses. And I'm saying if at all there has to be a suspended sentence, there must be a compelling reason for the court to consider a suspended sentence. There is also the so-called passing of postponement of sentence. Now, what does that mean? A lay person is going to say, now if sentence was coming up today and the court is postponing it to tomorrow, then it's passing of, is postponement of passing of sentence. That is not the case. In terms of Section 313, postponement of passing of sentence means the court is entering into a recognizance with the offender to say, now I'm not going to sentence you, but I'm giving you the following conditions. I'm postponing passing of your sentence for about a year or even 3, a maximum of 3 years. There's no sentence for the offender. And now, if the offender comes back after the 2 or 3 years, having complied with whatever recognizance is given to him by the court, now the court, in terms of that law, will not pass any sentence. Again, I want to say that kind of sentencing should come as a result of compelling reasons, not lightly given. Otherwise, we are going to have a problem. I'm touching on this because I spoke earlier about lenient sentences. Of late, some of the presiding officers, perhaps maybe they are pastors, they are of good hearts. You see some of the sentences, now wholly suspended sentence, now at times a very lenient sentence is passed, 500 Shabalanga and a fine. Now we are saying, in light of the scourge we're facing today, if at all there are lenient sentences, they should come as a last resort. I'd mentioned already the overriding principle. Once there is an indication that we are approaching a crisis point, now the courts must raise the standard. We ought to adopt stringent plans in the context of these cases. We are prioritizing serious traffic offenses. We are adopting speedy trials so that now the offender, even upon first appearance in court, the case should be finalized, especially those cases that are simple to deal with. And you will note that those who read the newspaper on Tuesday, we have a list of many, many cases that are finalized just in one day. And I want to say this, we're passing stiff sentences, high fines. Now, some people have been complaining, now what is happening with government? Now is government running out of funds now? Is using the courts to raise revenue. Now, that is not the point. What is happening is that we are passing deterrent sentences. We are acknowledging the crisis on our public roads. We are saying, for those who happen to commit serious traffic offenses, now let them be punished dearly, so that we are sending a strong message to others out there who may be tempted to commit similar offenses. We are passing stiff sentences in terms of even maximum fines. We are also passing sentences even in terms of custodial sentences. I've referred to a case of the King versus Stephen Shuping. Now, in this case, a drunken driver was a truck drunken driver was driving a truck, and he happened to kill an innocent pedestrian who was cycling. Now, the court dealt with that case expeditiously. Like I've said, that we're dealing with these cases as of late hastily, because we want to send a strong message. Now, he was given 5 years imprisonment without an option of a fine. Now he's still in custody as we speak. Now, this is a case that occurred sometime this year, a few months ago. Now, within a month, it was finalized. It had been finalized. So that is the robust approach we're trying to adopt, but we have not moved away from interest of justice. Now, because in law we say each case must be tried on its own merit. Now, the merits of that case required that the court passed a custodial sentence. Now, on the public roads, those who are driving big vehicles have a more burden of care than the rest of the other drivers who are at their mercy. So this one, over and above that he was driving this vehicle, he decided to take alcohol. Now, automatically, he was not qualified to be on the public road. Now, he killed an innocent cyclist on the day, and she died. So the magistrate passed that sentence. This case occurred in Babane. I'm going to say that as for Manzini, the case of Manzini, when we realized that we're facing a challenge because Manzini is having a crisis, we're one of the leading. Now, I had to approach the Chief Justice and to say, this is the challenge we're facing. And as one of the measures, I'll want some of the cases, especially the serious one, the serious traffic cases, to be handled by the principals for purposes of passing deterrent sentences. So we took those cases, we dealt with them. Those who happen to attend our courts will attest to what is happening there. Sparks are flying. I want to as well say this. Not only are we punishing traffic offenders harshly, but like it has been pointed out, that education is also an integral measure that has to be meted out to offenders. Now, those who happen to be in my court, now before I start passing any sentence, I give a brief lecture, both to the offenders and to all those who are in attendance in court, to say what are the adverse impacts of traffic offenses, especially the serious ones. What is the country experiencing? Now, that in as much as you have a right to be on the road, to drive, you have a corresponding obligation to respect rights of others. Now, we're sharing the public roads. So now as you use the road, you also have to cater for the rights of the other road users. So in that way, we're educating the offenders and the public. We are also trying to rehabilitate them. We are as well trying to make them appreciate. Now, one day I read in the newspapers some comments. Now, someone was saying, now perhaps his worship woke up from the wrong side of the bed. He was angry, that is why he was punishing people like this. Now, that is not the case. But what we are doing, we are passing sentences that will have a deterrent effect. And at the same time, we are educating the offenders. We've realized some results, positive results, showing that there is a slight decline of serious offenses in the public roads, especially in the corridor of Manzini. Now, there are other measures. Suspension of licenses upon conviction. Now, these offenses include reckless negligent driving, inconsiderate driving, driving under the influence of liquor, now, etc., etc. Now, for first offenders, we have at least 3 months. 1 year for second-time offenders, 5 years for third and subsequent offenders. Now, this is a very important measure. I want to point out this, that if it can be implemented, it can have a huge impact. Nothing much has been done in terms of suspension of licenses. Now, as we are here, most of us, we use vehicles for purposes of going to work, now conducting businesses. Now, some of the drivers are employed as drivers. So now, can you imagine if you cause an accident or you commit a traffic offense and the presiding officer orders suspension of your sentence? Now, how are you going to get to work? Now you have to to get to the bus in order to get to work, even if you are an executive, perhaps. Or perhaps if you have enough money, you will have to get a chauffeur driver and get another car. For the one who may be employed as a driver, now if the presiding officer has suspended your license for a year, now automatically you have lost your job. Yes. It's automatic, because how are you going to get to work and drive? Now the employer is going to say, no, your license has been suspended. How can I assist you? It's out of your own making. So now if we can start, if again I may point out this, the suspensions are peremptory, mandatory. Now the legislature is using, in that provision, is using the word shall. The court shall suspend, not the court may. It doesn't give a discretion. It says shall suspend. Even for first-time offenders, even if you have not caused any accident, but you have committed a traffic offense, one of the traffic offenses that have been enlisted. Now the court is bound to suspend your license. Now again, I want to point out that the suspensions are not automatic. Now it's not automatic that just you have been charged with one of these offenses, when the court passes sentence, it is going to include suspension of your sentence. Now, the prosecution must make an application on notice so that we don't have prosecution by ambush. When the offender comes to court, he must come knowing that as part of the court process, we'll be moving an application for suspension of his sentence, of his license, so that he is in a position to defend himself, if at all he may defend himself or mitigate. So, one other thing, disqualification from obtaining a license is one of the measures for those people who drive without a license. If you drive without a license, the court is empowered to order that you are disqualified from obtaining a license. The duration of the disqualifications are the same as in the suspension of licenses. 3 years, in fact 3 months for first-time offender, a year for second-time offenders, and 5 years for subsequent offenders. I have made a recommendation here that there is a need for transport operators and drivers to be educated. Now, so much has been said about this one. I will not belabor it. Also, I'm happy that Manzini has made an undertaking to put surveillance cameras on the public roads. I have observed of late that most drivers no longer stop where there are traffic lights and where there are stop signs. They just dash. And this is having a potential of causing very serious accidents. Now, again, we have a challenge of drivers who simply stop right on the road to answer their phones. Now you are following a vehicle on a two-way road, and you see the vehicle in front of you suddenly stopping and flashing its hazards. Then there's a queue of vehicles, a serious inconvenience. Now, immediately he moves away from the road, or when you get an opportunity to overtake, you realize that now he's speaking to his phone. Perhaps he was suddenly made to stop because a girlfriend had called. So we're having a challenge. Surveillance cameras can assist in this regard. Our proposed amendments, there is a need for increase in existing sentences. There should be maximum and stipulated minimum sentences. Now, currently, the legislation, especially the Traffic Act, provides for a maximum sentences. Now, with maximum sentences, it is very easy to beat if you are lenient, if you want to be overly lenient. Now, because there is no pegging below. But if we say, if we provide for a stipulated minimum sentence, now you are saying even if you have a discretion of going down, you cannot go below the stipulated minimum sentence. So now if we consider an amendment, we should consider that. Now, in as much, so the long and short of it is that in as much as it is good to provide maximum sentences, there must be stipulated sentences, minimum sentences as well. Now, again, I have already touched on suspended sentences and postponement of sentencing. Now, there must be a clause prohibiting suspension and postponement of passing of sentences in respect of the most serious traffic offenses. And now, in this regard, I've also noted an error in section 122, subsection 6 of the Traffic Act. Now, this provision speaks of section 90, subsection 1, and it provides for a sentence in respect of that one. Now, when you go through the Act, that provision does not exist, the section 90, subsection 1. So I do not know what was happening during the enactment of this law. Again, it also refers to subsection 1, but without mentioning the actual section in respect of which the subsection is aligned. So this shortfall must be rectified. There should as well, someone touched on this one, there should as well be a penalty clause that provides for upgraded sentences when it comes to people who are subsequent offenders. Now, for now, it's just a maximum sentence. There's nothing addressing the issue of people who are being convicted for the second, third time, etc. So we need to have such a clause in the penalty clause. Now, accidents must be classified or categorized in accordance with their seriousness. Now, as we speak, the Act talks of negligent driving, reckless driving, and the big mistake is that for those offenses, we have a maximum of 800 emalangeni as fine or 6 months. Now, you'll note that the major cause of the scourge you are facing or the crisis you are facing is negligent and reckless driving. But when you look at the sentencing clause, only 800 emalangeni is fine or 6 months. I'll share my sad experience. I had to try a case in the yesteryears involving a drunken driver who knocked down a pedestrian. She was confined to hospital for a long time. Now, when she came out, she had been amputated just below the bums, a lady. Now, the case came to court. Now, for drunken driving, yes, I was settled because there was the maximum of 5,000 emalangeni, a fine or 4 years imprisonment. Now, but when it came to the reckless driving, which brought about the serious injury, a permanent disability to this woman, it was just a maximum of 800 emalangeni as fine or 6 months imprisonment. Now, this is a maximum. This is a maximum. You cannot go beyond it. You don't have a discretion. There is a capping. There is legislative capping. I had to pass that sentence. This was one of the most serious traffic offending I'd ever dealt with. Now, that woman had to remain at home. She had to stop working. I do not know what is her condition today. apparently she was from a poor family. She could not afford maybe an artificial leg. So now I want to say there must be upgrading of the penalty clause. They say that the offenses must be categorized with, in accordance with their seriousness. I've also recommended that there must be a very strong lobbying. I remember in one of the years, a minister went to Parliament for an amendment. He came back empty-handed because there was no political will to support the amendments. So I want to say there should be, if at all we should, we will succeed in our amendments, there must be a strong lobbying with all our strategic partners, including the MPs. Now, we have challenges and some recommendations. We don't have a specialized traffic court or courts. Now, there are challenges relating to this. Because the cases are many and are competing, we're not in a position to try traffic cases almost every day and as and when they come. Now we give them those few days, then we have to give other time to the other cases. So now, but if we have a specialized traffic court, now we're guaranteed that these cases can be tried consistently and in an uninterrupted manner. Now again, we can have in that way specially trained personnel who can deal with these cases in a very special way in accordance with their training. Now as courts, at times we are blamed for taking too long to conclude some cases. We have other challenges relating to infrastructure. We don't have adequate courtrooms. Now, I'll make an example. Where I come from in Manzini, we have 9 magistrates, but there are only 5 courtrooms. What is the implication? The implication is that as the first 5 magistrates are occupying the courts, now the other 4 will be remaining in chambers. So something must be done when it comes to this. It so happens at times that you may remain in your chambers for the entire day because the other magistrate is in court for the entire day because he has a number of cases. Yes. So that is one of the challenges. Lack of technological resource facilities, such as computers, electronic recording systems. We desperately need those. We still do not have them. Now, lack of uniformity, it borders on what I've already touched upon. Yes, I don't want to be misquoted on this one. To say that now the judiciary is not applying the law uniformly. Now, this is incidental due to the principle relating to discretion and approach and different approaches. Now, I may deem that due to the nature of the case, circumstances, etc., I have to pass this kind of a sentence. But another judicial officer will look at it differently to say, oh no, I have a discretion. My heart tells me this. when I look at the circumstances of the case. But this will be my emphasis. Now, there are times and situations that will be compelling for the judiciary to consider stiff sentences. I'll just make an example. For a long time, we have been having a range when it comes to sentencing or sentencing in murder cases. Now the maximum will be around 25 years. But things have since changed. There was a case involving a man by the surname of Kumalo. That one committed a serious murder case. He beheaded his wife, buried the body elsewhere, separately from the head. Now the judge gave him 23 years, saying there are extenuating factors. Now he appealed to the Supreme Court. Now the Supreme Court said, no. This is a sui generis case, one of a kind. Now, instead of considering reduction of the sentence, we're going to increase the sentence. It was 40 years imprisonment without an option of a fine by the Supreme Court this time. Yes. So I'm just making this example to say, now, each case must be decided on its own merits. Circumstances must be taken into account. Even circumstances relating to what is prevailing in the country. I'm saying the issue of the accidents on the public roads at this time present a special circumstances that should make the courts to consider stiff sentences. Now we have another challenge. Demise of the weekend and holidays courts. Now we used to have weekend courts. Now immediately after someone has been arrested, even if it is during the weekend or a holiday, he will be opportune to appear in court and the matter will be tried and finalized. We no longer have those courts today. I was told that now government is no longer in a position to pay overtime allowances, so everything had to stop. They were very helpful. We need that they be revived. May I end at this stage? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to the Principal Magistrate, David Kumalo, for that compelling presentation. Once again, I will ask my good friend and colleague, Mbongeni Mbingo, to oversee the panel discussion. And the panelists will be from the Law Society, Attorney Zwile Shabangu. Again, the director, or the representative of the Director of Public Prosecution, Patrick Mkad.
from Mr. Pim Kachwa. Please bear with me. I've had to go and fetch my manager, in brackets, wife, at work. So I have excused him. The manager is very important. And ladies and gentlemen, we have heard, Magistrate, why are you sitting there? You are tired. I'm calling you. Please, Your Worship. You must remain in our panel arrangement because it's a short man. And I wanted to say, Magistrate, that your presentation was so good, no one has left, except for Mr. Mkacha, of course, but no one has left, even though it's after lunch. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to do the honors. Siabati Tamsan Nalaban Labanga Wachai, Leva microphone. Babe Shabangu here is my lawyer. He doesn't use this thing. He only will speak in court. So thank you for making the time. I will ask that you do as per usual, quick. Hey, give a lawyer a microphone. But let's see today. Quick introduction and your quick takeaway from the magistrate's very brilliant presentation, from which, of course, he presents two things. We have a challenge, a serious challenge in the application, and I think we can also add application in terms of the discretion of how the law is used. And then he also presents the other aspect of it's not enough to actually just rely on what is prescribed. So, Babe Zweli Shabangu from the Law Society will start.
Thank you. As already mentioned, I am Zweli Shabangu. I am one of the so-called considered senior attorneys now. So my face shouldn't fool you. Well, from the brilliant discussion from His Worship Babe Kumalo, what I noted was the emphasis on the steeper fines as a preventative measure for accidents. I think from a legal perspective, one is most tempted to bring that up as a solution. Yet if one considers the aspect of the presentation from morning, we have stated that the major thing is the behavior from the human being. So instead of, my take would be, instead of concentrating on curing the problem by steeper fines, we should consider that our parliament in enacting these fines was already considering a number of factors. For example, the economy in Swaziland would not be as big as the economy in South Africa. So one would be tempted to look at the fines in South Africa that, hey, at a stop sign, if you don't stop, they start from 1.5 going up. Yet with us, we say the majority of the people who are using vehicles are also employees who are drivers. So if you look at the earning margin of that person, and you already have a fine of 2.5, it means you have taken away half the person's salary. The person still has a family to feed. Ultimately, the person who suffers is the family. That's why we have to strike a balance in pronouncing the sentences and not just concentrate on them being steeper. We look at drink and driving. We're not saying that those are the major culprits and they're one of the persons that we feel like they have to have the steeper sentences. But when you make a steeper sentence of, for example, 8,000 for a drunk driver, who is likely to suffer the consequence? We have said that what makes people drink, for example, is a variety of factors. The person will be having to pay school fees, but ultimately they won't. Instead of them stopping the drinking, they would rather the child will stay at home and they pay that steep fine that we have now stipulated. I am not saying that we should let them get away lightly, but I will make an example of a traffic light. With traffic lights, mostly, there is no one to monitor if you have skipped a red traffic light or not. Why? Because it has been instilled upon the driver that should you cross that red traffic light, you are going to die. There is a likelihood that you are really going to bump into another vehicle. So those types of awareness, I think, go a longer way. That's why you will find it unlikely that a driver will be skipping a red traffic light because they know their own life is in danger. If you drive down Malakwan, there is that big post by the bend before you get to Swazi Inn and the like. It's so big in red, it says high accident zone, drive carefully. But believe me, each time you come to that, does it not occur to you that this is indeed a high accident zone? But because it renders your life to be now in danger, instead of thinking that you are escaping the cops, you are more likely to effect behavioral change that will not save only you, but the other person's life. So my take was that instead of concentrating per se strictly on steeper sentences, we should also apply the other factors that are going to prevent persons from getting the steeper sentences in the first place.
Please give him a round of applause. Magistrate, he's already making a case for his clients. I can already see him. He must not be allowed into your court. My good friend, the Congo director, thank you for making the time. It's good to have the voice of, obviously, civil society in these issues. And obviously, civil society stand and represent us, the society. So what is your take on these matters?
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Tembinkosi Lamine, as introduced. I'm the Executive Director of Congo, so I somehow represent civil society. And for some reason, I was put in the wrong panel where they are discussing legal issues when I am a social scientist. So I will try to steer clear of the legal issues because Mr. Zweli is very capable. So from the onset in the discussions during the day, it is clear that we are saying enough is enough and we are thinking enforcement. I would think otherwise in some cases. That I say because clearly there is a lot of congestion in the country now caused by an upsurge in the number of trucks that are now on the road. So if we look at the trucks, they cause congestion, and most of the truck drivers, I don't know where they go for their training. They do not typically drive properly on the roads, which certainly means that we need a way to go back and look at the driver training, because we have not heard in the country of any college that trains drivers. The instructors who train drivers. But we know that if you have the license, then you can equally train. So we need to emphasize on that. Someone, I think is the RMTC colleague, was talking about defensive driving, special driving for professional drivers. It cannot be that I go through the same training for my 2 hours of driving every day with someone whose livelihood depends on driving. And now they spend many, many hours on the road, and they experience different scenarios and terrain every day. They need to be able to deal with that. I do not have to go through that. When we're looking at our communities, clearly there is no clear framework around how we consult communities when we design roads and decide where we want to place the overhead bridge, where we want to put the speed bumps and all of those things. So I'm here to advocate for a community-centric approach to resolving these issues of accidents in terms of make sure that the communities are at the center of everything that we do in terms of designing and agreeing where to do what. During the day, the presentation was that, well, we have a problem with the cows on the road because the fences are no longer there. So the fences are now disappearing 1 week after their installation when the road is commissioned. I do not think we are paying much attention to those issues in terms of saying, let's make available a budget for the refencing of those roads. Because I do not believe that our children should not go to school to prevent cows from being on the road. Or even our farmers should not go to work so that they look after the cows. We need to make sure that we have fences that are created specifically for the road, so that when someone is using that fence at their home, someone says, but why do you have this? This is a government fence, and we take it back to where it is. So the issue of using the technology is also key as well. Not only on the roads in terms of fixed cameras and also cameras in the black spots, so that we can have enough information after a crash, what happened before, during, and after the crash. But also in terms of the judiciary, to have access to information. They always talk about repeat offenders, but it goes for 3 years before that we know that there was a repeat offender in terms of a traffic offense, because they do not have the means to be able to see that this one is a repeat offender, etc. When we talk to the companies that move goods and people as well, they do not invest in technology in their cars as well, which could give them enough information to assist them in the training or even disciplining some of their staff that are not doing well on the roads. So we have so many of these challenges. When it comes to the survivors of the accidents as well, they need some support post the crash or when they come out of hospital, psychosocial support to deal with trauma, to deal with grief, etc. We do not see a lot of interventions coming from the role players, particularly because it seems this work is centralized within maybe MVA and the council, when in effect there are many civil society organizations that are specializing in that kind of work. But it seems as the role players were unable to emphasize partnerships and make sure that these organizations that are doing good work on the ground are equally resourced and they are up to the task. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ngozi spoke like a true human sciences person. So these people are going to argue their cases, and I want to ask the audience for questions. Are we ready? If you have a question, please raise your hand. I have 15 questions I can ask. I'm just reminded, Magistrate, that we do need to emphasize on the issue of stiff sentences. In your view, and you've made a very compelling case for stiff sentences. I am with you. I did say I don't drink, so I'm not going to appear in your court for drink driving. So I make the case, but however, does it help? Does it actually send the message? And Babesha here is saying we have to consider the man is a family, he looks after, and yet he can drink and get behind the steering wheel and cause an accident. So I'm going to park that for you. John? It's good to see that you have a microphone again.
Yeah, I just want to pose this one. Maybe just first to, what's your name again?
Zweli.
Zweli. Yeah, I really love the social engineering argument and striking that balance. So I'm with you on that one. And maybe just a side joke. For a long time, I used to drive a Polo VW. And you know, as the career progressed, I managed to buy a BMW. And one day I was going around a turn, and the car did something I'd never experienced with a Polo before. You know, it was a good feeling, you know, like the rear wheels were skidding. It was such a nice motion. So I started thinking, where can I do this safely, right? And honestly, there wasn't a place. And so I really love that argument of balancing not just enforcement, but as opposed to saying, let's engineer for human error, but let's also anticipate human needs. Because let's face it, a lot of people are driving those cars. You're saying from the stats I saw, we must drive them at 70, 30. What if I want to drive it a little bit faster? What are my options? So I think that consideration is key while we do enforcement. But Magistrate, my question is really more to you in terms of considering that most people drive, right? And that the crime that involves drive occurs on a continuum, meaning driving is legal up to a certain point, and if you illegally or legally go over that speed with noticing or not noticing, you are punished or you are liable to be punished. How will you get that political support for stiff sentences, considering this very delicate situation? So I think that's really my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another one? You have two, Magistrate. Sanele is over there. Raise your hand, Sanele. Bakbone. Answer class in. We are thinking deeply about the answer.
Thank you, Bingo. Okay, mine is there's this issue of stray animals. Currently, we're saying if you bump a stray animal, it's your fault. So now, let's say I'm a tourist. I don't know there's animals here. I bump a cow here, and then I go back, and you are told to look for the farmer. Is that workable? Thank you.
Okay, that is for, I'm sure it's for Tembingos. Please, look for the farmer. I have, why are you there? Yeah, last one. Before I ask my ones, Tembingos, I have a question for community-centric approach.
Thank you. Mine is on the issue of balancing the offense with the social impact. I think when we were on the panel, I think all of the speakers before me covered the costs of road crashes to the economy. The magistrate spoke about the impact on some of the families on the victim side. So I think there's a fine balance that we need to have there. And if one thinks about aspects such as, for example, you know, what commonly in law enforcement, the broken windows theory. If we allow the petty crimes to continue, people become so used to it and their risk appetite increases. So today I'm jumping a stop sign. Tomorrow I'll be speeding at 40 kilometers above the speed limit because nobody's going to give me a fine. The day after I'll be doing it drunk, and then I take out 10 people on the road. So where do we draw the line on that? We have to be very careful. There's a social impact on the victims as well as on the road user. And I think that's a difficult job that the magistrate has to sit with in sentencing. But I think that is something that we have to look at once the whole judicial process has completed. You get a good lawyer that can argue in mitigation. But we should not, on the onset, not enforce those laws. It's important that we do enforce those road traffic laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Magistrate, do you have a microphone there? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Now perhaps some may have gotten a wrong impression to say now if we speak about stiff sentencing, we are saying as a presiding officer go to court with a closed mind, with premeditation that now everything that comes before me, I'm just carrying a slasher. I'm hitting very hard. No. Now, the principle relating to sentencing is to strike a balance. I have to listen to both sides, even when it comes to sentencing. I have to consider the story of the offender. Personal circumstances. Now, what is it that drove him to commit the offense? Now, at the end of the day, I have to strike a balance. Now, which one outweighs the other? Now, because now, when the matter finally goes up, now with the magistrates, every case you do has to go to the High Court. Even if there is no appeal, there is automatic review. The judge up there, or a panel of judges, have to agree with you. You have to give reasons. Why did you decide to give a stiff sentence in the circumstances of this case? You have to justify why you did that. We are doing it. Mr. Shabangu knows. Yes, we are doing it. Now they go to the High Court to appeal. They come back beaten hands down. The judgments are confirmed up there. Because now we have to justify, in as much as there are personal circumstances of the offender. Now, but what is it that is happening on the ground? What is it that is happening on the ground? Now, when you strike a balance between the two, now, like I've pointed out, which one outweighs the other? So that is where we are. The balancing should always be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Magistrate. Mr. Dlamini? Oh, you have two questions.
You wanted to ask a
No,
question
don't
about
mind mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so I think the issue of the stray animals is a big issue. But the simple answer to the question is that the reason why we have government is because government can do what we cannot do, because individually there's very little we can do to prevent stray animals. So I think government must take the responsibility to make sure that the roads are safe by making sure that the fences are there. We can make all the improvements that we need on the roads, but if the roads are unsafe, the consequences that are there are so huge. I think on the issue of the community-centric approach, I think it's a very important principle, because when you have a situation where someone bumps on you or they damage your property because they were intoxicated and so forth, we understand that His Worship has a role to play. But sometimes, as the person who has suffered some loss, I want some form of compensation or restitution. So it becomes important that when we're looking at the legislative review, we look at some of those issues as to how we can make that possible, so that the survivor that His Worship was talking about would have received some form of compensation from the reckless driver as it is. But we need a more involving approach, which allows the multiple stakeholders to come on board and we talk about these issues. For instance, we now need to consider how to manage the huge volume of trucks on our roads. It might well be that in a discussion we can say, well, you can move your trucks anytime except for the times between 4 and 6 p.m., just to allow the heavy traffic to be able to move around. So these kind of discussions become important so that we prevent some of the challenges that we see, and they are on the rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mlangeni. Babesha Bangu, is there a takeaway from you? Your questions, I think you have one from John and then the other from RTMC.
I think mine, I can take it from the Balancing Act. The difference with traffic offenses is that we tend to identify them as offenses per se when they get to court. But the starting point is its accidents. So if an accident has happened, you are most unlikely to start from a perspective of punishing the person because it is an accident. On the road, accidents happen. But if you then look at the circumstances of how the accident occurred, for example, I had an accident, the person claimed to have been asleep, but in reality, the driver behind him said he was texting. So with awareness, it has been said again, don't use your phone when you are facing down, you are driving. By the time you look up, a split second is a lot when you are driving. So if we realize that with the texting guys, they don't realize, they hide behind accident, we then take it further from there. We have seen now a rise of accidents, so-called, caused by persons texting. But you cannot look at the windscreen and look at your phone at the same time when driving. So the balancing comes in now sometimes having to emphasize. But before we emphasize with the sentencing and the fines and all that, my take is with the road signage and the other factors, we used to have many of these boards, make sure you arrive, overspeeding kills. It would be at the top of our head bridges. But it does drum some sense into you that if you are found overspeeding and you happen to cause a fatal accident, then we can even say, you know, just above you there was this board that makes sure you arrive. Now you are going to arrive, but the other person is not because of you. That's when we then factor in the other issues. But the difficulty with the traffic accidents is that they start from the perspective of them being accidents. And the other aspect that we should then consider, with these people who are found not necessarily to have been involved in an accident, but to have gone the extra mile of now causing carelessly the accident. We have, for example, a situation where we have our act, the MVA Act, that says it acts as the insurer of the driver that is on the wrong. But then its shortcoming will be that it will then say the person who has been injured, like the one His Worship Kumalu was saying, is now precluded from filing a claim against that driver. Now, if the act will limit the compensation of that lady to 15,000, for example, and then there is nothing she can do about it, and the person was flying at 180, they go to Kumalo, and then it says, you have committed a serious offense, and you are hereby sentenced to 6 months imprisonment with an option of 300 Malangeni fine. The relatives are already gathering there. They pay the fine, he goes home, and someone has died. But justice cannot be served because if the encouragement was there, that also, if certain circumstances are found to have existed that are not favorable, then we can consider uplifting that section that says you are walking home scot-free. Because it is painful to be at the hospital and people keep on phoning you. You think they want to apologize. They just want to ascertain if you are out of the hospital yet so that they can go and pay a lesser fine. It's true, it happened. But if you find that this circumstance, I think we should try to upgrade it to such a way that for the naughty ones, or for those who are really not involved in an accident, we should consider allowing the victim to go after them, even though the accident fine is going to be said to take care of the hospital expenses and the like, just so they know that is the other issue, that if I really commit this, I'm not going to get away scot-free other than 600 malangi.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shabangu. Just one reaction.
Yeah, thank you, Program Director. Just a correction there. My name is Innocent from the MVFA Fund. The Act does allow you to go after the person if you feel the compensation is not enough that we are offering. It does allow you to do that. Yes,
It does allow Babe Shabangu
we have precedent cases that they've come to us to say, can we, and they followed up on that. So the law does allow you to go after if you're not satisfied with the compensation from the MVA fund.
Thank you. Babe Shabangu, I know Gugutsi, you are a lawyer, you are always ready to have a rebuttal. Okay, that's fine. I'll take it. Thank you for the clarification. I just wanted for Shabangu to say, no, the example he's trying to make, though, is that there is a disparity in the way that the law is now set up. But I'm just a journalist.
No, thank you, Program Director. Actually, there have been instances where victims have been instituting or promoting for challenging that aspect of the legislation that tends to limit now to constitutional review because of this thing. Though the reason I'm saying that I know of this handicap is that one of the issues that were going to be used was the limitation not only provided by the fund, but it's then restrictions on you to go after the person that has caused the accident. The feeling was that if the Act and the fund limit me and I'm totally handicapped to say 50,000, yet I was an earner, I can no longer make an earning. Why then restrict me to then seek a compensation of my satisfaction against this person? And the restriction is said to be then unconstitutional in that respect.
Okay, excellent. I hear you very well. The Act allows. Okay, so which means, let me sum up, unless there are two more we can take. I know it's very late and we're approaching the time of Lucifer. Things might start to happen in here. I will not be held responsible, so I need to make sure we close early. And that means I may just summarize and say, in this particular aspect, thank you to our panelists. Please give them a big round of applause. Your Worship, thank you for a very good presentation. If I may have a copy, I want to sit and study it. Babe Dlamini, thank you for your contribution. I was going to ask you about the issue of a customer-centric approach to designing and building nice roads, PS, so when we should also be considering that same customer-centric approach to prevention of accidents. Because now if we as a community run away or shy away from our responsibility to say, hang on, why are you getting behind the steering wheel when you're like this? That is our responsibility as a people. And that is perhaps what we should be also considering. The theme for this INDABA is enough is enough. So when is it enough, what we have done? But thank you, gentlemen. You've been very kind. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you also for your indulgence. You've been a very good audience. We appreciate you so much. Day one is herein wrapped up, but I'm not the MC. Mr. Sibanze will close for us with further announcements for the day.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bingo and the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude day one of the INDABA 2024, we would like to once again thank the SMVAF and partners for hosting this event, and of course, all our speakers and panelists for sharing their wisdom and experience on the important topics and discussions we covered here today. Can we give them all a round of applause? And of course, my moderator as well. Thank you. Today, our different stakeholders provided a framework for addressing road safety challenges through targeted interventions. The recurring theme was that we are all trying to create a culture of safety for all road users. Looking ahead to day two, we will shift our focus to managing personal injuries and the legal aspects of road crashes. We will discuss first response to road crashes, personal injury management, palliative care, and psychological support for victims. Additionally, we will review case studies to gain practical insight into these areas. We will conclude by discussing the way forward, including follow-up actions and expected outcomes. Our goal is to identify actionable steps that will drive improvements in road safety and support for accident victims. Thank you all for your participation and engagement today. We look forward to continuing our discussions tomorrow and working together towards meaningful solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Siyabonga.